wazimu ule governor wa Bungoma wheelbarrow ya sijui 90k. Like the people wenye saa tunafaa tuende kwanza sisi kaa Gen Z, as we demonstrate, wazazi lazima wakuwe on board. Nilifurahi kuona interviews zingine kwa streets, wazazi wengine wanasema mimi niko na vijana wawili nimetoka nao leo, nimeamua hata kama mimi mzazi nitokee kwa sababu tumedanganywa for many years. So yes, we have to fight, na hii fight si Ruto pekee, wazazi wetu lazima waamuke. Wametusumbua sana kwa sababu unapatanga sijui 3 piece, unajaribu kuongea na babako. Some of us cannot even have a conversation with their parents about these things. Mzazi anajua, anakwambia tunafanya hivi na wewe unafanya hivi. Kwanza kuchaguana ni secret bar. Wewe ukienda pale, pigia Wanjakoya, pigia mwenda wazimu gani, pigia anyone else, but usichague watu juu ati kijiji yote imesema. Na usiogope kuface these people. Wacha wakuchukia, wacha familia yako ikuseme wewe ni mwenda wazimu, alafu baadaye uende waambie, unaona, between me and you, nani mwenda wazimu? Huyu mwenda wazimu amefanya ati ng'ombe zikuje zihesabiwe kwetu kwa shamba yetu, ati hatuwezi kununua mbegu kwenye tunataka, wao ndo watatuambia zile mbegu tutapanda ndio tulipe. Fertilizer wametuharibia. Where are we going to get food? Where are we going to get kama wewe ni mkulima sio kilimo business, agribusiness, what? Where are you going to get money? It's so annoying. Sorry for the rant. And I don't want to take all the time, so I will step down. Thank you. I'm so pissed. And Tuesday.
Thank you so much, Jaden, for your submission, and we appreciate it always.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you so much. I can see ladies are coming. We are requesting ladies to come on a mic so that we can have a conversation that at least all genders are represented. And Gen Zs who are around, we want to hear more about what you're saying. Thank you so much, Jaden. Thank you so much, Joe and Mo, for leading the space. We said that it was 2 hours open mic, and the demand is too big. I can see so many requests. I'm gonna give you another 1 hour, then we're gonna close it, because at 7 p.m. we have a very big space. This was just open mic and to see, and even some of us sometimes we lack to get the mic, so we get all those questions that some of them will tackle this evening at 7 p.m. We set the space there. You can follow it up, and also we request each other, follow each other for us to get connected as a Kenyans people, so that we can talk. Otherwise, back to you, Joe. I don't know who's coming in, but I've seen Josephine as a mic. Then you can give Golden.
Thank you, Hilary. Moku wanted to go to make his presentation, and then we can do. Then Josephine can go.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Joe, and thank you, Hilary. To start with, I would like to request for those who are in the speaker and got chance to speak, please, would you maybe kindly get to listeners so that we can get new speakers, because we have a big list waiting to get to the speaker, so that we don't have guys in the speaker who already submitted. And after that, I just want to say something before I proceed with to the next speaker. Looking at the way things are happening and unfolding, it is very obvious that our president is showing us the middle finger, and this one is now pushing us more to ensure that we have him out of office, because look at how things happen. The reading of the 11 cabinets and the recycled guys who just got back. These are guys who were not supposed to be back, because one, the Office of the Defense and the Office of the Interior. The Office of the Interior is the office that was so much incompetent, where we live in a country where over 42 bodies dumped somewhere, dead in sacks, and nobody is coming out to be answerable to that. We don't see anybody resigning. We don't see anything happening. This shows that we have a country where we don't have laws. No one wants to be responsible and take the ownership of the failed system. So this one is a way of giving us the best pressure point to ensure that we push the agenda of Ruto must go to the end. And when we look at the MPs went on recess until the 21st of July. They are coming back. On Monday, they are coming back. And the president invalidated the office of the first ladies of the president, deputy president, and the prime cabinet. And we realized that I think yesterday on Friday, from the State House, there's a request to the MPs to expeditiously reconsider giving back to reconstitute the office of the first lady, deputies, and the cabinet, which the office of the first lady still needs like 591 million Kenya shillings to pay the staff. I wonder who are these staff and how much these staff are earning that the first lady need to, and what are the things the staff in the office of the first lady doing. So these are the pressure points that people must come out, the Gen Z, the citizens, everyone, and to do this in the best order. I suggest, or I feel, that people should not allow the resumption of MPs. Vile walienda recess, that should just make them go, and they pave way for new elections for the new member of parliament. So the only way that can push Ruto out is to ensure that there is no functional parliament. Let not MPs come back and sit in that house legislating on the issues that are going to see the mess that has been already created by the Ruto government, and also because Ruto was given a chance, but it is like he squandered that chance. So that is the suggestion I'm really looking into. So, having said that, I will thank you for the guys who just dropped the listeners, and the guys in the request list. We will do our best in the next 1 hour as per the host, so that we can bring you up here, so that you can give us the submission. I will yield my mic to Josephine. After Josephine, we had Dida, and after Dida, we had Golden. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, host and the co-host, host Henry and the co-host. Thank you, fellow Kenyans, and I want to say good morning. My name is Josephine, all the way from Mombasa, and I first, even before I proceed, if there is anyone with any information, you can furnish me with the following information. I think I didn't see the gazettement of the determination of the cabinet secretaries, apart from the president mentioning it. What I saw is the gazettement of Mudavadi taking up all the CSS offices, and then the following day I heard about the reinstatement of the cabinet secretaries. And basically, as a Kenyan, I'm still wondering why a normal president and a person with his own proper thinking ability and the capacity would form it, and then it turn him back, start eating his own formity. That's a food for thought. Then I'm wondering, what does the office of the first lady do, or is it true that I've been hearing there are 400 prayer warriors who come in the State House, who are in the payroll, being paid with the government money, Are they the people is asking for this money to pay? And if that is the truth, those are Baal worshippers. We don't need those people. They need also to vacate altogether from the status. It's our status, because if only they were true worshippers of the true God, they would have known what was about to happen to this country, and they would have communicated on time. And they would have told the president what the Kenyans want before we saw the blood shed and the death of our loved ones, our brothers, our sisters, and we cannot keep quiet. They would have warned about the things which are happening. And if they didn't do that, then these are other Baal worshippers, like the team of the Jezebel team, and they need to leave. And we not need to pay such people, if at all anything. So the Kenyans, we are not we don't need to be held accountable to pay such people. We don't need such. Yes. The other thing is that here we have, I've just heard the people from from Western Kenya. I'm asking myself, having known that this is Aden Duale for you, how comes that he's been re-elected and re-elected and re-elected in office with all this? Yes, I know, with a lot of impunity, and also with the many resources that they have accrued for years. It's easy to buy people and make people like any other MP, what they've been doing. But what can we do? Because we cannot live here to lament from January to December. Already we have the power, already we have the capacity, and already we can do something about it. So what is this, what we can do about it? Kenyans, we need to start figuring out how to rescue ourselves and redeem ourselves from the recycling of leaders day in, day out. We have been having people who think that they are the only people who can lead this country, and minus them, the country of Kenya will scramble, which is not true. Can we start thinking in the parameters of, and I stand to be corrected because I know that's the truth and that's the best way to go. Ask yourself, for instance, in our counties, I'll start in the counties and go to the national government. In our counties, whereby a governor has been in office for the last 10 years, appointed chief officers and the CESs, and county officers also who are acting as CSS in their counties, and also directors. And these people have held that same position with the governor for the last 10 years. And another governor comes and they recycles the same people again, chief officers, directors, blah, blah, blah. Let me understand, what is it that these people are going to do which they've not done in the last 10 years? Do you think they need to pave way for somebody else to ascend in that office? And if that person, for instance, is a doctor, he has been a chief officer, he has been a director for the last 10 years, can they move back? They have a profession, go back to the hospital and continue serving like any other Kenyan, and that office is occupied by somebody else, so that we end the impunity of, I am the one to be bribed. I am the person who asks the same because I am in the office, and I will make sure even the next person who comes in power, I am submissive to them so that they give me again the same position. Can we come up with a clear cut of our amendment of our constitution? All these big offices, if you are a civil servant, you have been holding the position of director, chief officer, immediately after 10 years, as the government goes, let the president go. At the same thing will happen to the MPs. After you go 2 terms, fuck off, go back to your village. You should not be allowed to fly again. You should not be allowed to be appointed in any public office unless you need an employment, be employed like any other person, and then go work like any other person. So that we end this impunity once and for all. Right now, there are people who believe that power belongs to them. Kenya belongs to them. And that's why we are hearing of a syndicate of maybe 500 people in the country who commands how the country is going to be run, who commands how the country is going to be ruled. No, we are not going to take this again. Can we wake up and now stand to amend our constitution and make sure that after the president leaves, any person who has served within for the 10 years as a cabinet secretary in his government, those people do not get reappointed in any other office. Let them now go and do their businesses or go and do their jobs elsewhere. If you are a doctor, if you are an engineer, go back to your work and go and do that work. Let another person ascend into power. This will end in the totality all the impunities that we see of who has the say in the country, because you will be knowing that, and we will also end the stealing and the what we call it, and the corruption will also end. Reason being, I will treat every Kenyan as a Kenyan, because tomorrow they could be the ones ascending to that office. I know only my time for me in that office is 2 years. Again, we need to audit the lifestyle of that person before they get into that office, so that after they get into the office, within the 10 years, what have you acquired? Is it equivalent to your salary? And if not, then give us back our money. It's our money. You have to pay back our money. We need to see a country whereby it's Kenya for Kenyans, Kenya for each other, and nobody feels that I am superior than the other. Let's try to come up and get committed to amend our constitution to end this trash once and for all and silence that. When it comes to the areas of the church leaders and the clergy and the mosques, we've seen political leaders, when it comes to campaign period, they go in the mosques and they are there dressed up in Paul Council, becoming a Muslim holier than thou, coming to the church and standing in the podium and being holier than thou. Can we make a clear cut in our constitution on, once you get to the church, once you get to the mosque, worship your one true God that you worship, and don't actually wake up there and say anything or use the influential of the church leaders or the imams or the council of imams or the mosques in any way whatsoever. We need to put a clear cut. We need to put a clear cut immediately. Any public servant is convicted by the courts, definitely without even further going again to court to articulate for them to leave office and to be unfit for holding that office, they just quit with immediate effect. That's the spirit we need in this country. That's the spirit we need. We need a new Kenya whereby I am responsible once I commit a crime and they summon to the police to the police station. I don't need the police officers to come and pick me. I can move myself there, get summoned and move myself there, and then go and listen and then get ready to be placed. If it's a matter to be taken to court, I be placed in court and answer my charges accordingly, without delay, without nepotism, and without anything that can cause me feel like I am being oppressed because of one way or reason or the other, or because somebody has bribed for me to be put in custody and the like. Fellow Kenyans, I think I have a lot to say, but because I know there are so many people who want to speak, let me give them an opportunity to speak. Thank you so much, Mr. Henry and Moka, for giving me this opportunity. And I think it's the high time we open our eyes as we move on Tuesday. Let's stick to our focus. Let's remain committed to what we want our Kenya to be. Let's remain focused. Let's have a direction. Let's have a commander in chief amongst ourselves who is guiding us and commanding us on the best way and the best direction so that we are able to move. Remember, guys, when you do not have a leader, eventually you have to drink muddy water, because a leader will always guide us in the right direction and where to drink our water on time when it's clean before it's meant muddy. So can we also start thinking, despite that we are leaderless and tribeless and everything, can we focus and look forward for the betterment of us, so that when we say we are all moving to Nairobi, we know once we get to Nairobi, and this is what we are saying, when we have our people, we have maybe about 5 to 9 people who can present our document on what we are saying, while the rest of the armies are just seated at the back waiting for the feedback. And that will make Ruto and his entire cabinet and the whatever government to get out of our country and give us a chance to lead our country and to get to the way, to the place we want our country to be. Actually, this 21st century, and we are no longer moving backward. We have to move forward, guys.
Can
Thank
the
you so
speaker
much, and
land?
may
Thank
God
you.
bless.
Thank you so much, Josephine. Thank you for being sensitive and ending it there. I have a there. I have a request. I want more ladies to pick up the mic. I see. I see them down there. The listeners comment, just chilling. But we need to hear your voice. When it comes to building this nation, you guys normally come first. And thank you, Josephine, for breaking that monotony of the tenor. We have about
Joe,
10
Joe,
people
can you
requesting.
remove me from the speaker panel? Maybe give someone else a chance.
Go ahead and drop down on the top right. Go ahead and select those. Drop down to listener, so we can go ahead and promote or bring about 10 more speakers. I'm also going to do the same in a few minutes, so so everyone can have a minute or two to rant, a minute or two to talk about their country. Mok, who was next? Is it Dida?
Yeah, Dida was next, and I would request Dida, because we have less than 40 minutes to go. Can we have like 2 minutes for submissions, please, each?
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Oh,
Hi, guys. I hope you all are okay. And I wanted to touch on something that I've noticed about the government and the political class in general. And this touches on the goodwill to do good. I say they don't seem to want to do the right thing much as they know the right thing. It's not that they don't know, they just don't want to do the right thing. Now that brings me to one thing yenye nimefikiria sana over the days, the issue of minerals. When a country talk of Saudi Arabia, talk of Libya, talk of Dubai, when a country is cash crunched like Kenya, we should be looking towards our God-given resources like minerals and whatever we have to use it to sell off our debts. And nimefanya research nika notice there are so many naturally occurring crystalline substances in Kenya, cutting from gold, copper, titanium, so many things. But the government never speaks about this. How much money does our minerals mined within our territory generate in a year? And how much goes into offsetting our debt? It's never talked about. I saw a tweet about I saw a tweet from Jacob Juma. Ilikuwa a tweet from 2015. He was saying that William Ruto has a mining concession. That is a mining concession is a mining how can I call it? A mining permit for Kivu in Congo. So it means our president has special interest in earth minerals, and he could be mining our minerals and selling it outside. We need to activate a conversation and a sensitization to ask the Ministry of Mining what our minerals have gone into alleviating our economic pains. Because I have never had a thing of it. I have never had a thing like some copper, some gold has gone into offsetting any of our debt or even making our life better in any way. All they talk about is our taxes and loans. We need to initiate that conversation and make the president know we want accountability on that front as well. Thank you, guys. And on Tuesday, very ready for Tuesday. Very ready for Tuesday.
We have a space today at 7 p.m. Don't fail to attend. We'll have many visitors or guests who are coming at 7 p.m. Otherwise, this was just an open mic for 3 hours, and then the course will sema watasema ni saa ngapi tunafunga, or what time are gonna finish this one. Thank you so much. Back to you, Mook and Joe.
All right. Thank you, Hillary. We are very ready for Tuesday. Um, I'm also going to be winding up in the next few minutes. I have a couple of things that I need to do before I call it a night. But I wanted to end by saying, when we say Ruto must go, what do we mean? We mean that he represents a culture of corruption. That when he goes, corruption exits Kenya. He goes with corruption. It's gonna be like the way we symbolically, when you attend a funeral in Kenya, um, y- family members are usually given maybe a feast or two of red soil to symbolically pour into the grave. So when we are sending this guy away, we are symbolically saying that he goes away with all the corruption in all aspects of Kenyan society. So we are going to make sure that he does that. That from the judiciary, from the executive, to parliament, all that culture of corruption from independence till today. This is it. This is he is the straw that broke the camel's back, and he has to go with this corruption. During the campaigns, he had those people had baptized him as the Lord of Corruption. Remember, and we were asking guys, how can you guys vote in the Lord of Corruption? And he is, in fact, now commander of corruption in Kenya, commander in chief of corruption in Kenya. This regime has stolen more money than all the other regimes combined. In the 20 months he's been president, his wealth has shot up. If Forbes are able to compile how much he's worth, he's probably worth more than $1 trillion. He is probably worth north of $500 million. So and he hasn't opened any new industry. He hasn't created any employment for Kenyans. He hasn't invented anything new. It's your money, the money that he's been asking for donors all over the world to donate to Kenya. The issue of us funding the First Lady's office, it's held to the no. We had Lina Moy serve as the First Lady for 24 years. And most Kenyans, they don't even know what her budget was. So why would we give this lady? We just met the other day, 20 months ago. Why would we give her $591 to pay for 591 million shillings to pay for whatever she wants to pay for? We don't know whatever projects that she has been doing other than that faith diplomacy. That faith diplomacy hasn't been helping Kenya. I'm a Christian, and I and let me I'll stop at that. I'm a Christian, full stop. My Christianity should not go into the purse of the nation. So if the first lady decides to hire 4,000 intercessors, she should pay them out of her own pocket. We have projects like Linda Mama that could be revived and take advantage of the 591 million shillings. We have teachers who graduated and they've been waiting for 6, some 7 years to get to get a contract that's permanent and pensionable, but they haven't. Why would we go ahead and give this lady 591 million shillings? It really doesn't make sense. Can you guys make it make sense? Do we owe her anything? We actually elected her husband. Those who elected her husband. So she doesn't have to become a burden for Kenya. This is the first time that the budget of the first lady is becoming a thorn in the flesh in the government of Kenya. Um, when we say Ruto must go, what do we mean? I mean he has to go with that culture of incompetence. He represents the most incompetent regime we have in the country since independence. We know that even if Mzee Jomo Kenyatta was old, because he became a president, I think in his late 60s, going on to his 70s. We had the first cabinet and the first government of Kenya was made of intellectuals. I know down the line they started putting in guys like Jenga Wakarome who in spite not being educated, um, um, anyway. What I'm saying is this is the worst regime we've had since independence. For those who study democracy, this is actually a kakistocracy. It's the government of the worst type of people in the society. And as Kenyans, we deserve better. We deserve a government that is led by the elite. There has been lately there has been a sort of, if you rise up as one of the best and brightest from any region in Kenya, and you are a rising political star, they are making sure that they dim that star very fast, because they don't want Kenya to be led by the best and brightest. And when we say Ruto must go, we want this kakistocracy to go with him. We want to bring back the culture of competency. We want to bring back the culture of being led by masters of industry. We saw the other day the lady that he proposed to be the minister, the cabinet minister for health. She had not even renewed her health license. The other day, the minister, the attorney general's nominee, she hasn't practiced in 25 years. Why do we have why are we promoting this level of incompetence? There are so many learned fellows here in Kenya. People who, some of them, they, they've even been conferred to titles that they are masters in. There, some of them are actually law professors, and they've been magistrates for years. When he goes, we want him to go with this culture of incompetence. We also want him to go with a culture of selling out Kenya and Kenyans to Wazungus. Um, for the past almost 4 years, and I think Hillary can testify, we've been saying that Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto, they are sold out. They are assets of the West, and people are asking for proof. And this year and part of last year has been proof that Ruto has been bought, and Uhuru was also an asset of the West. It's just that they managed him differently from the one they are managing. They are riding this guy more than they were riding Uhuru. And we need to, when he say Ruto must go, we want this culture of Kenyan leaders selling out to the West to stop. We want leaders who are neutral, leaders who are only after the interest of Kenyans, not implementing the interest and the will of the West in our country. And when he goes, we want those bases in Manda Island and in Nanyuki. We want those bases out of the borders of Kenya. That other base that they are building in northeastern Kenya that was chased out of I think it's Mali or Burkina Faso, the one for the drones. We want that out of the Kenyan airspace. We will not be doing the bidding of the West. We know how that being a non-NATO ally of the West has very lethal consequences. In 1998, on August 7th, we had a bombing, and a lot of Kenyans died. And they died for what? Because Kenya is an ally of the United States. If they want to be a true ally of Kenya, they need to come and start developing Kenya's infrastructure. For instance, Mombasa Road is or even that road that goes all the way to southern Sudan and Ethiopia. It is a road that opens up Kenya, even enables Kenya to defend her territory. If they're interested in the security of the region, they need to volunteer and build that corridor in Kenya for free, and we will see that they're serious. But we know that they are using us, and the consequences of them using Kenya, they are lethal. So when we want this culture of selling out to end with Ruto, we want the culture of systems not working to end with this guy. We want our health systems to work. We want our education system to work. We want our agriculture and food security systems to work. We also, when we say Ruto must go, we want his culture, this culture of impunity, culture of not obeying the constitution, culture of making those extra constitutional judgments to go with this man. Both Ruto and Huru, they have the highest number of numbers of cases where they've gone against the constitution. And when he goes, we want him to go with that. On the culture of selling out to Azungus, when he goes, we want that culture of our leaders being chosen by Washington and by Paris and by Chatham House. We want that to end with him. So when we are dropping that fistful of red soil into Mr. Ruto's symbolic grave, and we hope that this ends with him. That Chatham House, that Washington, that Paris, this is the last president that they will ever choose for Kenya. That Kenyans, when we go to the ballot, when we choose Okia Omtata or whoever that's going to be ready, that God is going to provide for us, that we get to make that choice ourselves. And that culture of systems not working in Kenya, we want a Kenya that works for Kenyans. And I think I will end at that. Hillary, please allow me to also go down into listener mode so you can put more people up there to
No,
contribute.
thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mok, you can go ahead. I see some people drop up. But guys, Mok, how many minutes we have? Then we.
Thank you, Hilary. You had given us an additional of 1 hour. We have consumed already 40 minutes. So basically, we are having 20 minutes, unless there
Okay.
unless there is an addition. But we are having less than 20 minutes.
Okay, can I go?
Okay, we are 30 past, right? So that's
Yes,
okay.
yes, yeah, 30 past. Okay. Uh,
Okay.
hold on 1 minute. I wanted to have some protocol here. I know Golden has been having hand high so much for the longest time, and I saw some our ladies here. Easter is here, and also there are some too. Okay, and Grace is here. So please, Golden, I will give you a chance to come in, and please let us stick to maybe two minutes so that we make use of the 30 minutes given to have maximum number of speakers remaining in the list. So Golden, come, then I will give Easter time. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Hillary and Wok, and all Kenyan citizens on board attacks. Mine is very simple. I had a lot to say, but because of time, just allow me to pinpoint some key issues. Well, so I was here very early, and I had one of my friends who was speaking also on the police
I can't
officers and
hear
all that.
Golden speak. Is it me
When
alone?
Salah, when he's done, we'll let you know. He's speaking. Okay. Go ahead, Golden.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I was saying more so on the police side, because I'm speaking because I have friends and maybe colleagues in that department. Around at the moment, I want to assure you that 70% of the police and all that uniform staff are also anti-Ruto. They are saying Ruto must go because of the poor governance, misuse of police personnel, and other security personnel. I also have an eye-opener for our countrymen, more so when it comes to our constituencies level. I come from a nomad constituency, Masai and Narok County. To be specific, I come from Transmara. There is a lot of shady work that is going in our constituency offices, that all the tenders are being centered towards one person. And again, all the money that is being used there, you cannot account. For instance, I was trying to imagine, just imagine a toilet that goes for around 3 million. I don't know which kind of a toilet is that. I don't know. And you find the constituents appreciate and celebrate a leader who is misusing their funds in doing that shoddy job. And once you ask for an account, many people will rise against you. So let's know that there is a
Did we lose Golden?
Yeah, I can't hear him. I can't hear him. Let me,
Golden, we can't hear
maybe.
you. If you're speaking, please check your connection or signal. Meanwhile, Easter was to come, and Easter says, now you are my fellow co-host. You are welcome. We'll give you time to proceed. Then thereafter, you can welcome Grace. After Grace, Sanjay. Then after Sanjay, Leteipa. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. As we almost come to a close, I have just two major points to hit on. We all know that government exists in perpetuity, so I think it should be, I don't know how this is implemented into government, but my suggestion was that any president who comes into sitting after the previous should first finish the good projects, complete them without implementing others, that like just having incomplete projects everywhere, because people are asking what was wrong with Linda Mama, what was wrong with the way university and TVET funding was going on. Like basically, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. If you're a new president coming into power, just continue with either what has been going on or implement something new that we haven't heard of. And the other thing is about Chapter 6 of the Constitution being taken very seriously moving forward. In terms of if you're not clean or you have cases that are pending in court, one should not vie or qualify for any position. So those are my 2 points. If it ain't broken, don't fix it, and let's take Chapter 6 seriously. Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay,
Esther.
I think I was the next person to speak. But Mimi, what I want to say is, what are we doing as Kenyans? I mean, we come to these spaces, talk about the same thing every fucking day. And the question is, how are we going to make a difference? That is the main question that should be disturbing people right now. Unajua tukiongea about sijui tunakuja hapa tunasema corruption yes iko. Me and personally I've worked with the government. There is a tender I did 10 years ago. I've never been paid to date. So we know fucking shit about this corruption that is going on. The question is, how are we going to make a difference? And again, people, I don't like the way you tell the government your intention. How wanawambianga their intentions. I can remember even last week we were saying Occupy Uhuru Park. Occupy Uhuru Park did not go through because the government had the idea of what you are doing. And when you want to finish an enemy, that enemy should not know your next plan. And we are busy here each and every fucking day. We say our next step. We say on what you're going to do next. And that is going to make this movement very short lived because the government is also putting an eye on you. and you're busy telling them your plans. So I feel that at this moment, as we are preparing for Tuesday, mimi hata ningetaka kusikia hii space watu wakisema Tuesday watu wanaenda maandamano. Because if you fucking don't know where you're going to maandamano that Tuesday, then you fucking don't even deserve to address us, because that should be the main subject in these groups. Like, why are we going for maandamanos? Are we happy with the way we are fucking being governed? So hiyo ndo inafaa kukuwa agenda ya watu hapa, hiyo ndo kitu watu wanafaa kuongelelea hapa. Lakini kama sasa mnataka kuniambia corruption, kila mtu anajua hii government is fucking corrupt, na tena tunajua vizuri sana people who have criminal records ndo wanarule government. So how are we going to change that? That is the main question that you people should be asking yourselves. Na kama mnasema sahi tunasema Ruto must go. Me, I'm not happy with the way I'm hearing. Some people are still saying, oh, 2027 for fucking what? If you leave this man till 2027, unafikiria yeye ana plans? Unafikiria yeye hafikirii vile anaenda kuiba hiyo 2027? Unafikiria yeye pia ako happy kukuwa na one term
May you land,
president? Kukuwa
Grace,
one...
please. Thank you.
Yes, so let us have ideas. Let us have ideas on how we are going to remove this man from presidency. Tunajua kila kitu anafanya. So the plan is, are you going to go out there on Tuesday? That is what I want to hear.
Thank you, Grace. That was a lot of FFF, but the information is home. But still, as we said earlier, we need to focus on just one thing. Ruto must go. Sanjay, come then later, Ipa. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana. I think nitaanza na kujibu swali ya Grace. Watu wengi sana wameongea about the culture that we want to change, the corruption culture by it's led by Ruto. I need to open it with quote ya J.F. Kennedy. J.F. Kennedy alisema, is a former US president ambaye aliuliwa, think not what your country can do for you, but think what you can do for your country. That's a very, 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 very strong statement. So the culture of impunity, of corruption, needs to head inaanza na sisi wenyewe. Integrity starts with us. Wengi wetu hapa sana hakuna mtu hajaiona corruption ikitendeka, ama hajai kufanywa corruption, ama hajai kufanya mingi kutenda hiyo kitendo ya kubribe. Kuna watu wanajua, hata watu ambao wanafanya mambo mabaya in your village, in your city, in your estate, na you just kind of bribe high. So kushika nchi yetu, right now we are talking about money. We are here because of money. A country is like an household. It's like a business entity. We need to be very, 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 very sincere with ourselves. You need to know how much is our output, how much is our expenditure, and how much is our net income, our profit. That's all. Every country, ukingugo sasa hivi, iko na GDP yake. Every country in the world, iko na GDP yake. So that's where you start. We start by educating ourselves, and then educating every person unaona. Sasa kitu ya kwanza, even if we will change this government, we will kick Ruto. Ruto
I can't hear Sanjay. Is it me alone again?
Hear me?
Yeah, we can hear.
Yes. So I was extremely upset when Ruto was campaigning, because he was dishing out money. Well, every other politician alikuwa anapeana pesa. When you bribe the voter, you have already compromised. Sasa now the democracy process. Huyo mtu atakupigia kura, and when you go, you're not going to work for them. They are going to work for themselves. So mtu, any politician mwenye atakuja kupiga siasa akiwa anapea watu pesa, he needs to die. Mshike muue yeye. That's the only way you can get rid of this culture. You kill the fucker. Si akuja apatie pesa. We are the ones who can fund the politician. Like in the US, they fund their politicians. Hata shilingi 5, shilingi 10, si mnauanga mnachangia mtu pesa kama akona kashida kidogo fulani, abawekwa kwa mtandao nini, na mnamchangia. We need to do that. Now, wale wameiba pesa ya umma, tuende mali yao yote. It needs to be institutionalized. Ikuwe kama public school, museum, hospitali, ama kitu ingine, ama museum, ama kitu ya shule, a public park. That's what we will do. Kitu ya kwanza sasa na hiyo salary yao. The salary, so nimewambia GDP ya every country. Google. All of you go educate yourself. What is the Kenyan GDP? GDP is the gross domestic product. Basically, the wealth of your country here to buy selling our goods and services. So when they wangalie. So hapo ndio tulikosea kitambo sana na tutaendelea kukosa kwa sababu walitumia kriteria gani kusema a Kenyan president should earn the equivalent of the British president. Ama governor wa Kenya anapaswa kuanza as a governor of Texas. What the fuck? Nani anajidanganya sasa? Sasa governor wa Meru, governor wa Kisii analipo kama governor wa New York. I mean, mtaenda wapi? You can't go nowhere. Sasa hata mkichange Ruto, lazima tukue, we are willing to look at ourselves inside our own eyes. Tunasema, no, you're only going to serve us if you're going to be elected, unaenda kule because you want to serve people. Kama sasa nyinyi wote hapa sasa hivi, nobody's paying you. You are here because you love your country. So that's how it needs to be. Wewe usiingie kwa politics kama utaki kwenda kusabu watu. Sijaiona mtu ambaye anataka kwenda haya manati kwenda kujipeleka kwa Olympic. Yeye na najua haiskimbia. So you go there knowing that you are sacrificing for yourself. It's not easy, it's painful. So mtu mwenye ambaye anataka kujitolea kuserve Kenya anakuja pale kuserve wananchi.
Sanjay, we have 20 minutes to
yes,
go.
Now,
we have more than 40 people want to
so
talk.
now finishing up, ni kusema hakuna mtu ambaye anapaswa kupiga siasa akiwa anatoa pesa. That's a no. By the way, that's where we are at. Sababu tunapenda kuchukua. We need to really denounce that na tulisisi your temptation. Sisi wenyewe tunaanzia sisi wenyewe tunasema hapana mtu ambaye pesa. Kenyans worship money. We need to stop worshiping money. We have that culture about to have very low self-esteem and low whatever. Sasa na kutoa Ruto, we need to hurt him where it hurts. Watu ambao wanamfandi pesa na tuende kama ni tuende tupige kambi kwa UN, kwa embassies wenye wako friendly to Ruto. Hao watu ndio wanaweza kuweka Ruto pressure kubwa. So we need to try all means. Tuende kule hakuna tuwezi kuwa tuko na jirani ama mgeni kwetu na side na adui wetu. So that's where we need to start. Where it will hurt most. Sababu ndio when you wanna protect Ruto. Akina Duare. I'm sorry to say, I'm not against one tribe. Every tribe iko na kivyao. Sio Wakalenjin wote ni wabaya, ama Wakikuyu wote ni wabaya, na sio Wasomali wote ni wabaya. But this Duare must go. Duare must go.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I think that's the point. Thank you so much. Who's coming next? Jakadem, nimeona Rose Paul, Jakadem. Do you know if they have talked?
Yeah, I wanted to give Golden 1 minute to learn because we could not hear him. Then late Ipa was supposed to come.
Okay. That's order. And then Salamo Pia. But Golden, go ahead. Then
late Ipa.
Le Prepper, then Salamo. Okay, guys, go ahead.
Hello, good morning, guys.
Morning, how are you doing?
I'm fine. Just one word, very ready for Tuesday. Have a blessed day.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Jakadem. That was so quick and to the point. Okay, Golden.
Can you hear me?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, mine was just very simple. That in the country that we are now, this is our homeland. This is where we will live for the next generations. And I want to echo the GenZs and the millennials and all Kenya of sound mind that we should protect our country from the gluttonous and the greed government. Ruto must go is the term, and all its people and all that around him is what we yearn for, to see our country live for a better tomorrow. There is a lot that is being done in this country, right from the office of the MPs office of the governors, and office even to the office of the MCAs. All the money that is being distributed to various places are being misused.
Hello,
Projects
are
that
you
are being
getting me,
done.
guys?
Can you hear?
Hello.
Yes,
You're getting me?
Golden,
Uh,
proceed,
Just
please.
hold.
I just
But
wanted to
land,
say
land,
one
land.
more thing.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold. Who's speaking?
About this
Can
regime.
hold on. Can you mute your mic? There's someone speaking.
Okay. Thank you very much, host. Again, I'm saying.
Okay, Golden, I'm sorry, I can't hear you. And I gave you 1 minute just to land, but I can't hear you. So please, if we have Letaipa come in, then we are winding just 1 minute.
Thank you, guys. It's a good morning from here. I've listened, and I think the spirit have been asking why we are in these spaces. Maybe those people who are coming here and saying we have been in these spaces just maybe to talk, don't have something. As much as we are leaderless, we are not directionless. We are here to keep the spirit alive, and that is why we are keeping the hashtag alive. Ruto must go. There is nothing short. Like if you come here, we don't say Ruto must go, then we are losing the agenda. Those people who are coming here telling us that there are civil servants in their areas, they are corrupt, they need to go back to their board. Let them mobilize from their areas, march to those offices, and seek for accountability from the officials. Okay, as from here, we are here. We are discussing. Ruto and his government has really let that down. All the people, like the new cabinet he has appointed, waiting for vetting from the National Assembly. We thought he was going to do some to bring us some competent people, but what you are seeing, analeta wale watu tu wenye aliwavuta yani waliwa dismiss kwa cabinet last time. That is 6 people out of 5, the same people. 2-3 people are still linked to those who have been dismissed. What is he showing? He seems not to listen to what we are saying. But that one, we are still going to tell him we are not satisfied with what he's doing. We must march. On Tuesday, let's come out, all of us. Let's not like tusiwachilie wengine waende, wengine tukikaa nyumbani. We shall not be doing anything. Shall not be doing anything. So that thing has really angered so many of us. And that is why at that time when he released his cabinet, the reaction people showed just tells that people are not satisfied with what Ruto is doing. And at this time, we are not going, like, it is not business as usual. He's going to face it a bit rough. And so, guys, let me not take much, because these are things that have been already been said by so many people. We are just repeating ourselves severally. But that is a way of keeping the spirit alive so that we can hear from everybody. How, like, there are some people who are good, like they are satisfied with what this government is doing. But we are here to keep the spirit alive. That is what I can say.
Thank you
And
so
for
much.
the host, the co-host.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Weni Mungwana sana. 1 minute, 1 minute. We only have 10 minutes. Salah come, then Abdi. Just 1 minute. We are winding up. Thank you.
Let me start with Ruto must go first before good morning. Good morning, all. And we all agree that what Ruto is doing is bad. We have known Ruto all his life. He has been doing that. He has known to go away with bad things. He's still doing that. And I think we don't have any other option left for us but to make sure that he leaves. That's the only way his system goes. Ruto knows this constitution as much as we know. This constitution of 2010 gives Kenyans an opportunity to do their. Am I clear? Am I being heard? Really?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, yes.
Okay, good. Then Ruto knows this constitution very well. It is his choices that he goes for those people with questionable past. It is his choices that he goes with people whom he can manage by his own himself. It is his choices that he doesn't want any independent institutional government to work the way it's supposed to be working. It is his choice that he doesn't want to see this constitution implemented by the way he voted no in 2005 referendum, and he is still doing his own things. Ruto is known to steal all his life from YK92 up to now. He has been, living with it. And this is what he's going to do. This is what he is going to do so long as he is in office. I think what the only option is, how are we going to make him leave office? And this country doesn't need a special person. What this country needs is somebody to follow the constitution as it is. Is somebody who is fair, who is just, who is a Kenyan, who works for equitability. Not people who take governance as canteens, as place for making money, not a place for governing people accordingly. Let me say for that for now, and let me not take so much of a time. And thank you for the host for giving me this opportunity to speak. Thank you for those ones who are listening. We have got one responsibility as Kenyans: get rid of Ruto and his system. He is managing the parliament. He's managing the judiciary. He's managing everything. He's managing the the CSS and the principals. Let us get rid of him. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Abdi.
Thank you, Hillary. You can hear me and the rest. Hello.
Very well. Well, bro.
Thank you. Thank you for organizing this space. And having listened to many spaces, I will say the intensity and the drive for change among Kenyans are both powerful and motivating across the world. I will also say thank you to social media. Social media has actually revolutionized access to information, allowing the citizens to bypass the political spin and filters and form their own informed opinion. This is the beauty about these spaces, based on their own facts. It's no longer time when the politicians used to control the narrative. That time is gone. It's not business as usual. Two, what has come out of these spaces and all these things is the rise of citizen journalism. Now, ordinary people in the village, now I'm in Toronto, in Canada, but ordinary people in the village in northern Kenya or anywhere can report events as they happen, providing unfiltered news, countering the biased traditional media and the political narrative. This is the beauty about it. I will also say that the citizens' voices are empowered in these X spaces. They have been empowered to enable us to challenge the political narrative, the status quo, and to propose an alternative and weakening the political control over the narrative ya kutenga. These are the new situation rooms now for the citizens. The X space has revealed how deep the rots run in our country, from fraudulent loans, the auctioning of JK, to the fake fertilizers, to the Finland scandal, and the external meddling. The list is endless, including the 47 centers of devolved corruption led by Nairobi. I believe it's time to change Kenya. Let's take action. We reclaim our country. We should not be used to sanitize a failed regime. This is my view. So I'll say that we should continue leveraging citizen journalism to organize, advocate, effect change in our society. I say that social media is a tool for liberation, enabling the masses to set the agenda based on their priorities. My final take is when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. But when the wicked breath and rule, the people will mourn. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Abdi. And that was short and clear. Before I move now, I will get back and yield my mic to Easter. Easter, if you have something, please now come because we are winding this.
Um, I don't have much to say.
No,
I'd
sure.
already hello. Sina mengi ya kusema. I am just glad that you gave us this opportunity to hold this early morning session, and thanks for everyone who's attended. Nashukuru, asante.
Thank you, Easter. I think, host, it is time we are winding this. We are at the top of the hour, and we needed to stop at dot 30. We are at dot 25. And before I get to the host, I will give at least 30 seconds to each member in the speakers to just give final submission. Then we just close it. So the submissions, the guys in the speakers, mark the order. We'll start by Felix. After Felix, just 20 to 30 seconds, just final remarks. Felix, after Felix, Ismail. After Ismail, we have Ronald. After Ronald, we have Vincent. Then Semaji. Then Samuel. Then Abdi. Then we have KD. Then after KD, Easter will give us final remark. Then I will come. Then the host will come in to close us the space. Thank you. Let's start. Felix.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Ruto must go. So what I want to urge you, everyone, is to be ready and be prepared and always focus and do not let anyone let you down. And our power is being leaderless. If you have leader, will be diverted and the leader might be bought. Our action and our priority should be on constitution and in Kenya at large. Thank you.
Thank you. Ismail.
Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to come toward the tail end of the discussion, and everybody who is here. I just wanted to speak to the extra ears that are in the space. Inform them. Get this message. Tell them kindly. Pass it. You are here to listen to our plans, what we're gonna do, the things that you can counter with it. I'll inform you that Tuesday we are very, very ready. And something that has never happened in Kenya and that has never happened in Africa is going to happen. And that wild card, they will never know it. Whether you listen or not, Tuesday, you will see something that nobody has ever seen. Story a constitution, story a let's follow the law, all that has been broken. Who are we to stand by it now?
Thank you, Ismail. That
Time
was
over.
30 seconds, please.
Yes, time is over. The thing is this, do not relent. There are things that are going to happen. I can assure you that they will not believe. Ruto must go and he will go. God be with us. If it's a bullet, we are ready to take that bullet. If it's a life, we are ready to lose that life. But they go the hard way, we go the hard way. Trust me, we are not going to relent. And if they expect that these people are in space and they just discuss and talk, they are people who are ready to go and sacrifice themselves for this country. And Tuesday, I'm praying to God, we reach Tuesday. They will see. Let's focus, never lose hope. If it is you who cannot make it, the people in diaspora, do not lose hope. We will represent you in a way that it has never been seen. They will not believe. Thugs and these criminals will not be in office. We will prove that we are not the criminals and they are the criminals. This country is ours and we have to reclaim it. There is no functioning authority in this country. It has failed completely. If we say we wait, it's too late.
Thank you, Ismail. Thank you,
Thank you,
Ismail.
everyone.
It was just a remark, the closing remark. Ronald.
Thank you, everyone. Mine would be that brief. Guys, I want to say it's now or never. Do not allow yourself to be intimidated. Do not allow yourself that today. Then tomorrow might be too late for us. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Msemaji. Thank you so
Okay,
much, Samuel.
I'll do my final take. Is that okay?
All right, good.
Okay, is that okay? Can you hear me?
Proceed.
At
Yes,
this
thank you.
Okay.
wonderful space.
My
I don't want
final
us to
take
talk for so
is,
long, and also I don't want
yeah,
us
I
to
would
talk
say all sovereign power
for not so
belongs to
long.
the
I want us to
people.
be very optimum, so
Ruto
that
is a
nearly notice when we are talking too much, we end up forgetting the things we had discussed earlier. So I want us to be very brief but very concentrated. Mr. Akal, how are you? Can you hear me from your side? Rabia?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Welcome to this space.
Thanks, bro.
Mr. Akal?
I don't know, you will help me. Unasikia on your
Mi
side?
nakusikia mzee, namna gani?
Niko salama sana.
All right. So for those who are new in this space, here we are here to try understand an enigma, a mystery that has been in our country for so long, yet we did not know. As from my understanding, right now, Kenya is very rich. It has always been very rich, but we are poor. We are rich, yet we are so poor. In something Walami wanaitanga structured poverty. We are not poor by choice. We are poor because the few elites we have in Kenya want us to be poor. And this system has corrupted us even in our schools. Maza shule tunasoma tunaambiwa hatuna gold. But when the Chinese are digging wanatengeneza lami pale Migori, they dug literal gold. Maze gold mnajua tunaonge hizi si stories za jaba zile mnasemanga na wapigia pale kwa timeline. This is happening in real time. So when this space is being recorded, by the way. So when while diaspora mnasema you are missing a lot of things because of time difference, you can always go back, cut those clips, and mnazisambaza kila mahali, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram. So from my understanding, what has happened in the recent days, 17th of this month, people of Marsabit, in a place called Hila in what do you call it? It's in Marsabit. Let me check on that. So what these guys did, I'm going to share this post up just on this space. You're going to see it. So what these people saw today, not today on 17th, was that they discovered a gold mine. The gold mines are there; they have always been here, but these people now discovered it and realized this is gold. This is ini gold mingi sana. So because of the clashes, Marsabit is very close to Ethiopia. So the Ethiopians were coming to wanakuja gold Lodwa. No, not Lodwa. I think it was in where was it? Now in Marsabit County. Let me share this post here. Muone. It's there. So what happened here after the conflict between the people of Marsabit County and the Ethiopians who were here, who crossed over to Kenya to come and mine this gold, kukakuwa na vita kidogo, nyinyi mnatuibia nini? Mnatuibia gold yetu. You and the people, now there was a conflict. So Gavaika realized here we have conflict, and they decided to intervene. When they intervened now, this was Kindiki. If you can look properly here, this was Kindiki. He visited the site, ndio huyo amevaa sheti zake. There's also the army. You can see. So what they did now, wakasema we are taking over this mine. This is a very dangerous mine. Now, events turned when now people realized kuna Chinese walikuwa na kami base, yet the residents wamefukuzwa. And as I'm informed, choppers were coming here. Choppers are becoming here and going. So what the people thought, people understand, is that sisi tulifukuzwa sisi wenyeji, but nyinyi mnataka kumaini gold mkiuzanga. And by the way, this has not just been happening we have so many gold mines in Kenya that people, is this history is Ajaba? Please get me correctly. Is history Ajaba? I am very, very fucking serious. Is this history Ajaba? The minerals we have in Kenya in total, I was talking to a mining engineer. He tells me we have 970 minerals in Kenya. Gold, we have kuna ingine ilifanya the one Jacob Juma had occupied. I'm not sure if it's called Niobium, but it's some very, very expensive shit. We have it in Pale. I'm not sure if it's in Kwale, but it's there. We have Kalium. We have Savorite. But the elites don't want us to find out. Ndio hata mnasikianga sijui kama you have been wondering hizi fake gold scams huwa zinahapenaje. And that's one of the reasons Moses Wetangula wenye wajui. Moses Wetangula can't go to Dubai or UAE. He has been banned. Why? Sijui kama aliko nao wase, but mnasikianga story na fake gold scams. These are not fake gold. Hizi ni gold ziko. Let me share with you another post here I made a few days ago about the Nyatike Makalda gold mine in Migori. Migori is so fucking rich, yet the people of Migori wanaishi kwa keja za matope. If you have been to that area that side of the country, the miners live in mud house. But ukisikia that this actually Migori county alone produces about 24 kilograms of gold. Nikawafanyia hesabu jana, 1 kg of gold, 1 gram of gold goes for 8,000 bob, depending on the market value of the dollar. Dollar ikipanda, gold inashuka, dollar ikishuka, gold inapanda, huwa zina fluctuate hivyo. So 1 gram of gold is 8,000 bob. So what about 24 kg of grams, 24 kg of gold? That's a lot of money for one fucking country. Ukifanyia hesabu ya expenditure, ya revenue minus expenditure, remain with around, I'm not sure, but the mathematicians wanafaa kupiga hiyo hesabu. That's a lot of money. Na hii do inaenda kwa nani? And it's not just, I've mentioned Marsabit, I've mentioned Migori. Now let me mention another location in Kenya, whistleblowers walinipatia. There's a gold mine called Karebe Gold Mine, iko Nandi County, kwa boda ya Muhoroni. I'm told that this gold mine is owned by a mzungu in SA. Gold yenye utolewa hapa inatoleangwa through specialized mining na inakujiangwa na chopa every Saturday mid-morning. But ni workers wake, I think we treat workers wake a little bit better. Now, in fact, I was told workers wake wamelipwa in advance, 5 years advance. Now you can imagine the amount of money this guy has, so that he can pay his workers 5 years in advance. And there's no single shop allowed there. I think hizi mtaa unaonanga ziko na hizi minerals zinakuanga zinakaa so poor by design, ndio wasee zisiattract watu huko. So hata ukienda kwa hii Kaberi Gold in Nandi County, there are no shops allowed there, there are no factory allowed there. It's just that one gold mine. Now those are 3 locations. When we start now going to for other minerals, hiyo tu ni gold nimeongelea. When we start going for other minerals, like there was a guy talking about kuna ile kumekuwa discovered ya in Mbeere, the ones that will be used, the ones that our phones use. That's a lot of minerals. So Mr. Akal, namna gani?
Siko salama kabisa because of the state of the nation status quo, but pia niko tu salama. We gotta push.
Amawai, hata mimi niko hali mbaya zaidi. So niliona juzi you went to visit one of the, was it a gold mine? What mineral was it?
I was doing some surveillance on the minerals zenye zinakuwa mined around those areas. Now apparently what is being given outside there and what is being mined on the ground are completely different things. So I was doing some surveillance on mambo ya gypsum and some others as well. I'm still compiling the notes because I'm not 100% done with the investigation and to compile the facts. But I realized that kuna very poor kwa sector ya mineral kwa value addition. Hiyo part ni very very poor value addition kwa sector ya mine, kwa sababu huko ile gypsum inafika na quantity yenye tunaambiwa is completely different with what is found in the ground. People are mining paka usiku saa sita, people are still mining and I think you saw they even mined a school compound wakamaliza yote. It's in the vast in the middle of Kajiado County, and I think I shared some 2 photos that I took around those places. Yes.
So for those who understand, I'm still waiting for a mining engineer. He had promised me he'd come. I want him to explain to us corruption inaanza pale kwa mining, kwa mining, what do you call it? There's a sector for mining. Corruption inaanza pale kwa ko. So what actually happens is they have made it so fucking hard for the local miners to attain these mining certificates. And what happens is, you as a certified umesomea mining, now you discover a mineral somewhere, and then you go and to the mining ministry, tell them I've discovered this mineral here, nataka mnipatie certificate so that I can go and extract it. So they tell you, wanakuambia, okay, we hear you, please send this and this and this, sasa we ngoja tutakupatia hii certificate when it's ready. So when a big investor comes to Kenya from somewhere else, Dubai mostly, huko ndiko, in fact, Dubai and India, these tycoons are the biggest consumers of our mineral. In fact, wale when walikuwa nauliza pale, who buys the gold in Migori, it's a rich family. Let me look up that name, niwaonyeshe tu sahi so that you can Google it. Mwone history yao wazee. It's a rich Indian family from I'm not sure if he's from India. I'm not sure if the guy resides in India, but he's there. Just a minute. Yeah, Mr. Rema, you had something to say. Please talk to us as I look for this name. Mr. Rema? Rabia. Okay. Rabia, talk to us. Tafadhali.
Shukran tena kwa huu space na huu mada muhimu sana ili tunaongelea. Kuna mwanadada alikuwa ameingia huu space, sijui kama wamuona au kama amerequest mic, aitwa Anmashi au Anmasha. Na kidogo alikuwa na information kiasi ya kuchangia kwenye hili mada kuhusu mambo ya uchimbaji madini sehemu za Taita Taveta. Kuna sehemu yaitwa Chungaunga na yeye kidogo alikuwa na some land experiences kutoka kule, ndio sijui kama wamuona kule kwenye speakers ku request.
Oh, nimemwona. Let me connect. I think she's now a speaker.
Wacha yeye aingie kuchangia mwanzo, lakini kitambo tunamsubiri aingie na kuhakisha mic.
She's here.
There's okay. Kuna topic moja kidogo kuhusu hii uchimbaji madini nimeona ikizunguka kwenye mtandao about a youth leader sijui kama alikuwa na address university au kama ilikuwa ni graduation. Sasa yeye alikuwa anaongea kuhusu about South Africa because it was a South African video, but kidogo naona kiasi inazunguka kwenye mitandao, na yeye basi akiwa anaongea kuna majina some majina huwa anataja, and one of the names ni Oppenheimer. For those of you wenye hamtambui, Oppenheimers ni the owners of De Beers mines. De Beers are the biggest diamond mines or miners in Africa. The De Beers Group ndio kiasi walianzilisha hii mradi au hii fikra ya diamonds are a girl's best friend, and there was quite a lot of exposés done on various outlets, various channels. Hasa kiasi leo nilikuwa naangalia, maanake sisi tunatoka pwani na unajua Lamu Island kuna sehemu pale Lamu yaitwa Shela. Kuna Lamu haswa wenye Lamunians wanaishi, alafu kuna Shela. Shela is mostly populated na watu wakubwa wa nje, na Oppenheimers wako na nyumba pale Shela. So you know it's like uangalia yani jinsi venye watu huwa wanaishi, na hiyo kuishi kwao ni ya hali ya juu, na hiyo yote yatokamana na uchimbaji madini hapa huku Afrika. So I just wanted to mention that as we kind of get a bit of a perspective of how wide this issue is. Na pia ningependa pia kupeana kumbusho kiasi, kwa sababu uchimbaji madini yaweza leta manufaa, lakini hiyo manufaa is finite, na kuna hii mradi sahihi na huu mada wa uchimbaji madini yaingia kwa upande ya sehemu tengefu la uhifadhi, haswa uhifadhi wa misitu na uhifadhi wa wanyamapori, na kidogo there's some kidogo misunderstanding imeonda nikipima the discussion kwa mitandao. Unajua sehemu la uhifadhi ni sehemu la uhifadhi, kwa sababu wanyama pia wanastahili, pia wanafaa kuwa na sehemu yao ya kuishi. Hawezi kuishi town mahali sisi twaishi. And there's some discussion at the moment in Tanzania, which maybe I will touch upon a little later. Ningependa yield mic kwa mwanadada, manake yeye ako na hiyo experience yake kutokamana na sehemu ya Taita Taveta. Niliona ni muhimu sana pia kama angechangia to learn from experience yake, inshallah. Shukran.
All right. There's also one guy I really want to join this space, anaitwa Mr. Rema. He has told me he has some very hot tea about Kilgoris, where this guy called Ruto. You know, Ruto is so... I'm saying it's cheesy. He tells us to live within our means. Then he goes ahead and buys almost all the mineral mine sites in Kenya. So this guy called Rema, he tells me he has a very hot tea. I'm still waiting for him to connect. Sijui nini mbaya na simu yake, but I really need him here. But in the meantime, Madam Ansara, talk to us. Namna gani?
Yeah, asante sana. And it's the first time I'm joining space and all that. So niliona hii topic ya mining, it's very close to my heart kwa sababu mimi nimetoka Taita Taveta. So what I know is in Taita Taveta there are so many gemstones, hata wachana na gold. Like we have tsavorite, hiyo inapatikana tu Taita Taveta in the whole of, like globally unaweza ipata tu Taita Taveta. Na bado kuna some pockets za Tanzanite, na tunajua kwamba Tanzanite inapatikana Tanzania, lakini kwa sababu we are sharing the same belt, unapata Taita Taveta there are some places, especially hiyo area ya wale ambao wanajua Taita Taveta vizuri, kuna place inaitwa Chungaunga. So kwa hivyo Chungaunga kuna places ambazo watu wanaweza pata Tanzanite, kuna rubies, kuna sapphires, lakini hizi migodi zote ambazo ziko huko, the communities are not benefiting at all. Hii migodi inakuwa inaenda inanunuliwa na some rich people from outside of Taita Taveta County. Taita Taveta tunajua ni Wataita wale wengi. So wao wanatumika kuchimba hii migodi, wanatoa hizo hayo madini, wanauzia hawa middlemen. Middlemen wanapeleka haya hizi gemstones Voi. Zikipelekwa Voi, they end up in big people's pockets. Wanazipeleka Thailand, wanazipeleka I think pia nilisikia pia zinaendaga paka India. So wale ambao wanachimba haya madini, they are not benefiting at all. Na of late kulikuwa na some wrangles na communities experience kwamba wao wanafanya hizi kazi mashamba yao yanakuja yananunuliwa na some big fellas, mpaka there was a time where one of the guys was killed when they were owning these huge portions of land zenye ziko na haya madini. Alikuwa anaitwa Campbell Bridges, you can check him out. Campbell Bridges was killed by locals kwa sababu sasa locals were very angry. Hao watu wanakuja, they mine the gemstones, they are not benefiting anything, wanazipeleka Voi zinaenda kununuliwa na Wakikuyu huko, Wakikuyu wanaziuza nje. So wataita they are not benefit. Ukienda pale hivi kwa ground unapata wao kazi yao ni kuingia tu kwa ndani ya mashimo, they don't have PPEs, wala wanajua hizo vitu, like hawana gloves, hawana masks, hawana anything. So I think this is a very hot issue. Alafu pia we don't know who is funding these people to just go to Voi and exploit these small scale miners. They are not benefiting anything. We don't know who is funding them, because definitely it's someone that has a lot of money that is escalating this notion kwamba Taita kuna gemstones and exploiting these people in that area. So I feel like this is a conversation that needs to happen, and I feel this is the right time for it to happen. Asante.
All right, thank you, Anne Sarah. I found the name of the Muhindi buying gold from at a very fucking cheap price from the residents of Migori. His name is Mr. Bansi. I'm about to tweet his photo. He's in bed with the governor. So let me just share this mic to Mr. Rema. Mr. Rema niaje?
Yes, good evening, Wazir.
Evening, sir.
Yeah, yeah, you know, you see Rema, but Rema is just a name. I'm very
No
happy to
problem,
be
no
here now.
problem. We are not interested in your name. Sisi tunataka chai, leta chai mzee.
Okay, so by the way, concerning my area or my territory where I came from Trasmara, Narok County, a place called Kilgoris, whereby we have a lot of minerals there. We have a very big gold industry, the enemy called industry, or the place where my people always go there to do mining, you know. So kuna wazungu, kuna place called Orgodian, and I see here Mr. The governor of SCI is here. I don't know whether he's the one. So the government of Kenya, and that is why this young man called Mr. Ruto always a rich place. Ukitoka Kigoris au ukitoka Nyanguzo uelekea mpaka Kigoris uende mpaka mahali inaitwa Logorian. Hiyo mining iko kwa mlima, is a very rich place, lakini for now as I speak tycoon wameingia na wenye hizo masilimari au hiyo yani hizo magoli, kwa sababu kila mtu ako na nini yake kwamba hii ni shimu yangu, hii ni shimu yangu. So wamekuja na waria hawa jamaa kina Duale wamejaa sasa hizi kule. Sasa hizi Wamasai wala ambapo wenye hizo mashimu hawapati chochote, because I heard you my friend, yani ukiongelea kwamba 1 gram inauzwa 8,000 kule, because wana nini, wanatoka kule ndani kule wanawasha, and then yani kuna brokers na brokers wengi sana sasa hizi wamekuwa hawa waria wamejaa kabisa kule, wamejaa sana kabisa. Na sasa hizi ukihebu sasa hizi kwenda kule, or even you can just siku moja tu uende kule Logorian. Logorian iko na gold mingi sana, lakini hizo gold zote hawezi faidisha Wamasai. Tunaambia kwamba nyinyi Wamasai tu mubaki na ng'ombe yenu, because they know the importance of this gold. Yes.
Hii Logorian iko pande gani? Can you give us specific location nimulike sahi tu na Google Earth nione?
Logorian iko Narok County Kigoris, eh? No, just andika tu Trasmara. Yes, yes Kigoris. Na saizi inasimamiwa na mzungu, lakini hiyo area zote hizo kabisa, area zote siko na magold mingi sana. But sasa hizi watu somebody come from nowhere anaambia jamaa, please chukua hii pesa hii unipe nitawale hapa ndani. So because Wamasai ni wajinga sana, wanapenda tu kidogo tu maybe tu apewe ng'ombe, anafanya hizo vitu because hakuna mtu ambapo amekuja kufanya kwamba Wamasai wajue dhamana ya gold ni nini. Wako na gold mingi sana. So kama tu kabisa mumeamua kwamba kumulika mambo ya mineral gold kwa Kenya, please do it for us because Masai communities wako na mineral mingi sana, kutoka pia kule pia Samburu pia mpaka chini kule Transmara, hata pia Kajiado ziko mingi, lakini tumekuwa tumechezewa akili zetu. Lakini kama ndugu yangu kabisa umeamua Mr. Kimani utusaidie tujue ukweli au tujue mahana sana ya gold vile inaweza faidisha wani wa Masai, itakuwa so beautiful. I really appreciate for that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rema. Now let me give this mic to this guy called Cyrus. Cyrus, for those who don't know, Cyrus is a mining engineer. I want him to explain to us what the fuck is happening in the mining industry. Cyrus, take over the stage, tafadhali.
Yeah, thanks, Kim. Yeah, my name is Cyrus. I'm a mining engineer. I work with most artisanal miners ama wale wachimbaji wadogo huko upande wa Migori. Na I'm speaking as a professional in the industry. Worked for 10 years or so, both industry and precious minerals. So issue kubwa hapa, I'll just give us a story back in terms of what really ails the industry. And it's good that Kim, you've really brought this important talk on X-Space. It's never happened, na sijui. My hope is it will happen every month or every week, just to make sure that everyone is aware, because exactly the issue that is ailing us is lack of information. We are like 400 or so mining engineers in the country. And so far, we haven't been fully been able to help the industry. That is the biggest challenge that we are having. And going back to the Ministry of Mining, honestly, I'm speaking here to say that we have still had a lot of issues with them. The CS, the PS, sometimes since they started getting into leadership from Taimia, Barala, and Kazungu, we have a challenge where no one understands the industry down to the ground. And what happens is we get people who have no idea sometimes to really understand and give the right information or even to come to the ground. When my friend from Lolgorian anasema, it's true. No one actually really managed to get down to the ground to know what the miners are going through. And just to connect that again to the ministry is the issue of whatever you're saying is certificate, is a license, a mining license. Zimekuwa na challenge kubwa sana. They've really taken ages. Every one of the CS and those who come on board, they really don't manage to hack the issue of issuing the license. And let me tell you, Kim and the team, when you don't have a license, you are illegal. You're called an illegal miner. But even the Mining Act 2016 ili acknowledge hawa wachimbaji wadogo ni they are legit, but until they get the license, they still are on the wrong side of the law. And what happens when there's no license, even to date, it becomes really tough to manage the industry. And what will happen and what is happening is a lot of smuggling. What you're hearing of so many buyers infiltrating the industry from right, center, and everywhere. Sorry to say, our industry is marginalized in the borders of Kenya. Migori is close to Tanzania. We also find Moyale, Ethiopia, those sites. And those issues are really making it very hard because you can't imagine kilograms of gold coming from, for example, Moyale. 70 kgs have been produced in a day. Kwenye zinaenda, we lose so many billions in this country because zinaenda outside of the country, that is through smuggling at the border, that is Ethiopia. So what I'm saying is there is a heavy challenge on the licensing, and up to date, I still believe that our industry is still understaffed. Either the whole government doesn't see the potential of our industry. It's really contributing a lot in its own small way. But I can tell you here, if all ministry can be given their own space, vile mnasikianga kanisa za ACK zinapewa quota, all ministries zipewe quota zao. I can tell you Ministry of Mining can finish their quota, whereas all other ministries are still struggling. But because no one is able to see the potential, or where they see that potential, it's taken on a political dimension. And that makes it very hard to even the small miners to manage their own small way. So that is what is happening, Bonakim. In the ministry, we have heavy issue where no licenses. I don't understand. No one understand. Regime come and go, and they leave the stage without having given the licenses. Maybe we are close now. We may be very close, but I don't know. But at the moment, even who work there, anyone who work there, and perhaps those who now are big, and because of big fish, they have the license which they are given in Bado in the those back doors, because it's you only need a big block to at least be given a good license, which is we call it large scale extraction or exploration work. So for small people, currently we're being told to organize ourselves into cooperatives so that you can hold numbers. But we're still looking forward. We're still waiting to see that happens. We're having a very big issue, Kim, and thanks for bringing this issue up here. At the moment, what we are doing as mining and mineral professionals, we have a Mining Engineer Society of Kenya, and we have tried to air our issues tonight by endorsing one of our own to just see if for sure we can hug this issue of the CS, because now they are disbanded. We need to see if we can have at least our own person to rescue us and to just bring more energy in the industry, because we haven't seen any fruit to date. And the industry, this is the last of the last industry I've seen, and I can still give up. No one should give up. Thanks, Akal, for really showing interest in also coming on board and perhaps putting this as part of the Gen Z movement. And we will still really look forward to joining the movement.
Mr. Cyrus,
Yes.
umesema CS wanaingianga wakitoka nothing changes, eh?
Yeah, that is if you Google the word resource curse, people think that it's people who are mining down on the ground, ndio hawapati pesa and they are not able to manage their money. But to me, resource curse is where the top leadership are really making the whole industry look like it's not able to generate its own revenue. That's the resource curse. Yeah.
Doesn't this mean that maybe there's someone who is giving orders to the CS, fanya hivi ama tutakufanya hivi ama tukuchuje? What do you think?
Of course, the industry is really a very, very lucrative industry. It's from the top, particularly on licensing. I can honestly say that from the top, licensing has been affected thoroughly.
All right, as I'm receiving very crucial information right here, real time. So my guy called, I won't mention his name, is telling me, Ebu search Lolgorien. Ruto owns massive land guarded by RDU and KDF. For those who don't know what RDU means, it means Rapid Deployment Unit. This is a very elite squad. Inafanya nini kiguide mines? There's a massive house ya Ruto, then kuna nyumba ya Faruk Kibet, then kuna nyumba ya former governor Tunai. His story ni bloody man, unless nikuchapia Unemius. Controlled by Bansi, Obado, and Ruto. Obado is a very big crook. You guys know it. This guy was a governor in Migori, and I was told last year, in 2022, he signed a $100 million, no, not dollars, Kenya shillings deal with the Chinese so that they can mine gold in those areas. It's key greed, man. Do you guys understand that if we really got to grasp this mining industry properly, yani kila kitu tu ifanywe vile inafaa, 5 years tunalipa ile deni yetu ya 12 trillion. I'm not sure if it's still 12. Now imagine tukilipa hiyo deni yetu just using the mining industry money. The rest of the money that we collect here, that means better hospitals, better roads, rent zinateremka, yani everything will change. But now that can't happen because we are in something called structured poverty. This is where only that's why I even started this by saying Jaguar ndio waliimba maskini anabaki kuwa maskini, tajiri anabaki kuwa tajiri. This is structured poverty. The rich man's fat belly continues growing. Ruto is the one telling us that we should live within our own means, yet he's the one who owns massive lands guarded by a rapid deployment unit and Kenya Defense Forces in Lolgerian. Hii ni ulafi gani mazi? So I'm going to give this mic to this guy called Paul Mwindi. Paul Mwindi ni aje?
I'm doing good, Metro.
Talk to us, mzee.
Okay, so without any further ado, nafanya mining Taita Taveta. My family has been in the mining industry since the 70s. My grandpa alikuwa one of the very first people kwenda kufanya mining ya savorite in Taita. Though yeye kudiscover savorite, alidiscover tourmaline deposits and akakuwa interested na tourmaline and such like minerals. So what happens, kuna the mining law yenye iko Kenya. So like what happens, all mineral rich areas are owned by government. Sawa. So what you do, you have to apply for a lease, and the lease expires after every 1 year. So lazima renew lease yako ya mining. Ukiwa na area unafanya mining, unalipia gava do mob sana ndio uweza kushikilia place ufanya mining for a long time. Sawa. So my family has been paying this money since the 1970s. 1973 ndo babu alifika huko mara ya kwanza. There was nobody huko. There ilikuwa ni pori kabisa, rhinos, lions and everything. You have to brave all these things to get there. Some people got lucky. Some of his colleagues, wengine walikuwa ni wazungu wakapata do na kuisha majuu na hivyo. This hatukuwa lucky, hajakuwa that lucky for a very long time. But sometimes mayo inatokaga, but you have to sell it to the Indians na vitu kama hizo. So nakuta mining, it's a high risk business, really high risk. My papa amepass like 3 months ago. He died a poor billionaire. He has mines in a place called Mukuki. Jina yake ni Peter Muindi Kilelo. He passed away like 3 months ago. 2 months ago. So the point is, mining is very risky. You need a lot of money to be able to sustain mining. Mimi mwenyewe sasa hata siko huko saizi, niko Nairobi. I'm trying to hustle ndio at least hivi hata niweza kulipa like my house na vitu kama hizo. But unaona like ni difficult, si kitu rahisi venye mnasema ati hapa ati mining. You even have iron ore deposits. How do you even mine that iron ore? Percentage ifiki the right amount of, the right amount ya percentage. It's very difficult guys. But kuna mining laws na saizi zimekuwa very difficult. Hadi sisi wanasema ati like wananyang'anya migodi na serikali. Mimi mwenyewe na complain, I'm even complaining that kama tunanyang'anywa these mines by the government because there's some rules zimetokea of late very difficult bro, like you can't even think about it. Ni difficult laws zimekuja na gava. So about community na kusaidia community, what needs to happen is this. You see like my grandma amepeana a very huge chunk of land kwa watu wachimbe for free. Mchimbe, mtoe mawe, mpigane, shida yenu. Yeye amewapea tu like yeye analipia, she pays for that land in Chungaunga. Our side imekuwa open to mining all that time. Someone goes there and mines and everything. So as in hiyo kwa content na what you have na pia wengine hizo chance ya kuchimba is what also we need to do and move towards. You can have a piece of land where kuna minerals, you pay to the government what you need to pay to the government.
Mr. Paul.
Yeah.
The main reason I set up this space is me trying to understand where this mining money is going. Kwa nini atufeel ikiwa injected kwa economy? What are you doing? Umesema you have been mining. What usually happens in that area of work?
So what happens ni market, but then to be honest, market is not ours. Sawa, mimi niko into mining tayari. Mimi nakasema at least I'm like a step ahead kidogo. Niko into mining. So what happens, mnauzia waindi hizi madini. Kwenda nazo majuu bro ni process ingine ngumu, near impossible. Hadi ukidiscover gemstones kuna licenses mob za kulipia, kuna vitu mingi za kufanya bro, hadi unajiuliza okay sawa, kwani ni cash kwani? Sawa, mimi ningangana nishapata
Mr. Paul,
aha.
mkimaini gold, what is, unasema hakuna mtu anataka kununua gold?
The people who are buying it locally are exploiting. See, gold ni savorite, tourmaline, gemstones in general. Unaona?
Alright.
Kuna so much exploitation going on locally, like so much you have no idea, like unaambia bei ingine mbaya, you live there, unapiga hesabu ya budget ya chakula, ya diesel, ya wafanyikazi, ya kulipa hizo mamigodi, ile pesa unapatiwa bro, na siadi kuzirai your life, unapata do kidogo. My dad used to be stressed throughout, his whole life, joyous stress, yeah, trying to balance everything, unaona, and he spent his whole life porini. Hadi me I was like, wow.
So unasema brokers ndio shida. Unajua hapa
Brokers ndio shida, number one ni brokers ni shida. So like actually hadi ameka gem center hapo town, but still haisaidii. There's a gem center in Voi town, but to be honest, it doesn't like bring up like that, that grit that we want to have as the youth, unaona. Wasio huko porini wanachimba mawe saizi as I'm speaking, unaona, as I'm speaking. But when it comes to selling these things, it's really difficult. You have no idea, really difficult. So I think setting up a place for an open market for us to even do auctions locally, wazuia kuja buy hizi vitu hapa locally, that would be a better thing to do.
So what minerals are you specifically talking about?
I'm talking about gemstones. Gemstones are virtually, they're ornamental minerals,
Give us names.
Savorite is in Taita Taveta, that's what I'm dealing with, and ruby and tourmaline. Those are the things I've dealt with. But there is way more gemstones than that. You're talking about, there are hundreds of species of gemstones, and they're all in Taita. It has so much minerals, you have no idea. But it's, when nimesema, there's little money being put in by government to these places. Very little money, if any. Nido kidogo sana. Kuna matinga hizi za NYS, sijui mbona zinafanyaga nini. You should be doing excavation work, bringing all these things out of the ground. It's not easy. That's what I'm trying to put out. Kuhaya tinga moja per hour ni 10,000 to 15,000 per hour. Kuhaya one excavator per hour. You need like 6 months of work. How do you even do it? It's impossible. Unahaya tinga for like 2 hours, 3 hours, 10 hours, ifanye kazi 1 week. Unakuta hadi do imeisha, hakuna do, umespend pesa na diesel, hakuna pesa imeisha. It's then kuna maana nakwambia kama saa hizi people just die poor because unauza di shamba yako, unauza kila kitu to sustain the mining process, because if you don't do that, iki expire inachukuliwa na mtu mwingine. Like ukishinda kufanya mining, usipolipia unapewa notice for 3 months, gazette notice ya gava. Mtu mwingine anakama anachukua hiyo place yenye umefikia, anachukua hiyo place na anaendelea kufanya nayo. So also kwa very desperate.
All right, explain to me this. Hii shamba inakuwa list ni government land. Who owns this
government land? Yeah, na wase mob zamani, people used to say ati gemstones ni mawe ya mashetani, kitu kama hiyo ilikuwa inasemekana hivyo. Those ni colors, sawa. So but wase wengi waliventure out porini pana kutafuta. My grandpa was one of those early people. Alitoka Ukambani huko, akaenda huko kutafuta a place, akapata place yenye anaweza chimba minerals, unaona.
All right.
So he lost so much, in the process. People have lost so much wealth. Actually, people, hata kwa hii group, I'm sure some people even know my dad, venye kwa naishi, life ya stress and everything, because you lose so much, sawa. Milandi ya serikali unalipa kila mwaka. Actually, the amount of money is a lot. Unalipa NEMA, unalipa serikali, hiyo licensing, county government unalipa, national government unalipa. Na ujachimba, you don't know anything, you haven't seen anything on your hand, not even a single piece of gemstone. So I think all these policies need to come to an end. As in, this thing can even be done, maybe ningeulizwa, like communally, unaona. Hii land is cool, like sasa inalipiwa ati hiyo mingi. People come together, kundi ya vijana, mnapewa space na kuchimba. Unaona, mnapewa di matingatinga kuchimba. You share these things, but hawezi maliza. Some things people wanakuwa greedy over everything. Hawezi maliza. That's why Mama Beth, my grandma, alipeana space kubwa, wananchi wajitafutie space. Ndio kitu yao. Yeye kwa like zia like, okay, I own this space, I pay for it. Unaona? But guys, tafuteni. Ndio mimi nimejaribu, kuna zenye nimepata kidogo, zenye nimekosa, I've lost money here, gained money here, unaona. It's gambling. Basically, mining ni kama gambling, bro. So it needs to be done in a good place where risk is managed well.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Paul. But my point is vitu ziko, si ndio? Si story ya jaba.
Bro, Buddha si story za jaba. A gram of gold is how much? A gram of gold, to be honest.
I was
Gold
told
is 80.
8,000.
8,000. A good polished piece of savorite goes for 400 Gs a gram locally.
Wait, 400 Kenya shillings ama Uganda?
400,000 Kenyan shillings.
A gram.
400,000 a gram. Lakini it has to be, now the trick comes, it's difficult to find that 1 gram piece. Very difficult. You know, you're talking about unachimba huko, unagedi underground, even have videos nikiwa huko chini ya ma rocks huko chini. Zinabomokaga wasa nakufa huko ndani, tunaendelea. So as in those other mines zimebomoka wasa kakufa, like kama CBO ime happen. Wasa na maji inaingia huko ndani, wasa wanakufia huko ndani, wana drown. Vitu kama hizo zime happen mara mob sana, hadi si story. The thing is, it's very expensive. Ruby, the same, a gram of ruby costs billions. Ruby, a single gram. Ni do mingi. Hizi vitu ziko na do mob. But now Buddha, kitambo unafikia ile the actual stuff yenye can actually help you ni difficult. It's a very difficult process. Near impossible. As in, the possibilities of finding gemstones is very difficult to find good pieces. But once you do, you get a lot of money. And so many people have gotten so much money. Naona. So ni kama gambling. Hii ni kama casino, bro.
All right. Mining si casino. Usiseme ni casino, bro. I think you have the wrong... you're looking it at the wrong angle, especially when you're talking about gold. But thank you very much for your contribution.
Gemstones. I'm sorry. Gemstones is really difficult. But when it comes to other industrial minerals like iron ore and aluminium and these other minerals, it's way easier to mine because you can quantify. There are machines you can use to quantify the deposit and the feasibility by the end of of the mining process, like titanium.
All right. I see. Thank you very much. So I need one more person in this space who can tell us what is really happening in Lake Magadi. Kwa nini kuna direct railway inatoka Magadi to Mombasa? Is it sawdust that is really being transported, or are we kuna kitu tunafichwa mahali? And I'm waiting for that someone to hit my DM so that I can give him the mic. But at the moment, let me give this mic to Mr. Abdul. Mr. Abdul had a very interesting testimony yesterday concerning this matter. Mr. Abdul.
Yes, Metro.
Namna gani bwana?
Mzuri sana.
Talk
Can
to
you hear
us.
me?
Yeah, I
Can you
can
hear
hear
me?
you.
Good evening kwanza.
Evening?
Good evening.
Hey bwana, si tumesema evening. Talk to us.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Metro, I've been in this industry I started mining in 2010. So about 14 years, yeah? Biggest problems is two places. It's the government. Government blocks you.
We are losing you, Mr. Abdul. Kwani bibi amechukua simu ama namna gani? All right. Rabia.
Umenichekesha kiasi. Unajua mimi experience yangu nyingi sana ni upande wa uvuvi and the reason ile huwa naingia huu space ni kwa sababu although mnaongea kuhusu mada ya minerals, wajua ukiangalia upande wa ministry, cha kushangaza ni Ministry of Mining and Blue Economy. Sasa blue economy ni nini? Sisi tunaitambua kama biashara za uvuvi, mambo ya samaki, na basi mimi nimependa sana huu space na nimeshukuru sana kwa muda ya kuongea kwa hii space mara pili. Ningependa kusema kwa uamuzi wangu, mimi kuna baadhi ya vitu nazitambua yenye inaendelea sehemu ya uvuvi, na pia ni vizuri tujue kutenganisha, kuna uvuvi ya bahari na kuna uvuvi ya fresh water pande za lake region. And I know we have some shared challenges with regards to upande wa border, maybe like Lake Victoria. Kuna watu wanakuja kutoka nchi za kigeni, wanapiga vita wavuvi wa local. Na pia kwetu baharini tuna face hizo challenge, lakini kwetu sisi tuko na challenge kubwa zaidi. Manake upande yetu tuko na hawa companies. Wajua in Kenya you can register a company, bora uwe na shareholder moja ni Mkenya, wewe hata kama 10 wenu ni watu ya nje, huwa wanakupea leseni. Sasa huwa wanafanya hivyo kusudi sasa wakuje kuchimba sisi kwetu upande wa bahari. Basi na huwa inaleta athari kubwa sana kwa community, yaleta athari kubwa sana kwa hiyo environment, ile ecosystem ya marine. Angalia, mimi huwa nafanya kazi ya kuhifadhi, ama conservationist, lakini pia kwa ile hali na ile kazi ile tunafanya, huwa tunaishi kwa community. Sisi tunaishi msituni haswa, na una interact na watu tofauti, ndio unapata kujua mambo mengi yenye inaendelea. Na kusema ile ukweli, unajua unaweza fikiria hizi sehemu zimesahaulika, lakini ukweli ya mambo ni kwamba zimesahaulika kwetu sisi wa Nairobi, lakini watu wa nje wanatambua hizi eneo, wanajua ile vitu wanakuja chimbua kila mahali, wanajua ile aina ya visamaki wanaenda kuzitafuta, wanazikusanya, wanauza nje. Now, mimi niliamua kwa kile space pick topic moja. Kwa upande wa uchimbaji madini, mimi bado niko na pinned post kwa profile yangu kuhusu hii kampuni inaitwa Base Titanium, which niliongelea in the last space, so mnaweza enda mkaiangalia. Kidogo hiyo bado inaleta changamoto upande wa Tana River, manake wakaaji wa Tana River hawataki hiyo mradi, na basi sisi pia kwa upande wa uhifadhi hatuitaki, manake itakuja kuleta athari kubwa sana pia upande wa health. Na vitu kama hiyo tungependa kusema kwamba kuna uchimbaji ya madini upande ya gemstones, mambo ya dhahabu na nini, lakini pia kuna uchimbaji ya madini aina tofauti ya heavy metals and base metals, of which ili kutoa ile madini na ile kurefine ile madini ndio uzitoe nje kabisa kwa ile sehemu ama ile eneo, lazima iende through some certain processes, na hizo processes bado haijafanyiwa upitishaji wa kisayansi kusema kwamba it is safe for the surrounding community. Ndio maana unapata mara nyingi huwa hawa community wanakuwa displaced. Hasa kwenye ile hali ya kuwa displaced, bado kuna swali nyingine huwa inaweza kuinuka, manake uchimbaji ya madini, unajua ukidisplace community na wao ni wakaaji wa kule, wameishi huko for generations and generations, kuna mababu yao wamezika pale, kuna makaburi ya watu iko pale. So what happens about that, you know? And let's remember that with minerals or mining, it's a finite resource. There are infinite resources ile sisi huwa tunategemea. Tuseme sasa kwa upande kuenda tena kwa upande wa uvuvi, those are infinite resources, lakini utakuta kuna watu wa nje wanakuja na wanasababisha ile resources yako ikuwe duni kabisa, mpaka huyo mvuvi ataenda kuvua siku mzima, arudi nyumbani bila chochote, au atarudi na catch ndogo sana, of which maybe ni chakula ya leo, hata ya kesho asubuhi hapati. Unaona? So I have picked, kuna kampuni moja inaitwa Kenya Tropical Sea Life, and I want to mention that kuna another form of fishing. Last time niligusia kidogo mambo ya trolling, ile uvuvi haswa ile wanatumia chombo kikubwa kuvua na wanaenda wanatafuta sasa hizi prawns, unaona, kamba ndio haswa wanatafuta, lakini katika hiyo hali ya kutafuta prawns huwa wanasababisha uharibifu kwa wingi, uharibifu mingi zaidi, yani wanafagia kabisa hiyo bahari, wanaifagia kuifagia mpaka hata unasikia huruma sana kwa wale wavuvi. Alafu sahi kuna aina nyingine pia ya uvuvi, which is not many people know about it, and I have decided nataka kuiexpose leo. Mwenyezi Mungu atuhifadhi sisi sote, manake sisi sote tunataka kujenga nchi, na katika hii hali ya kujenga nchi, ukiona maovu pia ni ngumu sana pia umeze wembe, manake katika hiyo hali ya kumeza wembe nao unaendelea kujikata, unaona. So kuna hii kampuni sahi, kuna kampuni mbili, there are hundreds of fish collectors sahi, na ukai ukijua hii trade ya hii aina hii ya samaki ni zaidi ya 700,000 US dollars kwa mwaka. Sahi hiyo market inatawalwa na kampuni mbili peke yake. They control over 65% of that export market. Unaona? So ndio vile huu ndugu yetu, kaka yetu alikuwa anaongea hapo awali, I think his name is Akal, alikuwa anaongea kuhusu value addition. Sasa kabla hata uangalie issue ya value addition, tuangalie access to market. Manaki kusema ule ukweli, sisi kama Wakenya hatuna access to market. Utakuta saa hii these two companies, ile ina control 65% ya hiyo biashara. Moja yake it's run by a guy from Denmark. Ye alikuja Kenya I believe in 2002 if I'm not wrong. Alifunga virago zake huko Ulaya, alikuja Kenya akafungua kampuni yake sasa. Na basi hiyo kampuni imeleta shida sana, manake utakuta yeye huwa anatuma watu, utapata hata watoto wako pale. Unaona asubuhi bahari ikiwa when the tide goes out, yani bahari ikiwa inatoka nje.
Rabia,
Naam.
I want you to be brief and very staki utupe story kubwa sana.
Sawa.
Please be brief.
Sawa, samahani, unajua sisi wapwani tunapenda story. Basi unaona hawa watoto wanatumwa nje pamoja na watu wazima, wanaenda kucollect wale samaki. Wakicollect hiyo samaki, kuna center in Mtwapa. Kuna moja Mtwapa ana collecting center, kuna ingine Kikambala. Na yeye basi anakusanya zile samaki, ana export. Hata anauza online kwa website yake, lakini haiuzi ikiwa wazi mpaka urequest ile form ndio anakutumania ile catalog. So unajua pia swali inainuka on this trade of the international trade of fishes. How come yote inakuwa controlled na watu ya nje, na hizi agreements ni zipi ile sisi hatujaziona, na sisi ni wakaaji ya kule pwani. So yangu ni hiyo submission kwa upande wa uvuvi, na ingine tawaachia ndugu zetu.
All right, thank you very much, Mrs. Rabia. I want to give this mic to this guy calling himself the Necessary Fool. Necessary Fool, I hope you have dosage on what really happens in Magadi. Tafadhali, talk to me.
Yeah. Can you hear me, Polo?
Nakusikia mzuri sana bwana.
Asante sana kiongozi. Thank you so much for giving me this chance. So what's happening in Lake Magadi is sio chumvi tu bwana. Unajua Wakenya wengi hawajui chumvi ni hoax tu. Chumvi ni kenye mnatumia tu kwa chakula huku hivi na mnadanganywa nayo, but what is happening actually in Lake Magadi is more than that. At the center of Lake Magadi there is kuna places huwezi enda. Ukienda huko hivyo at like for example you are a tourist, you will only be taken whereby tourists can go, whereby you go unaenda kuonyesha vile chumvi zinatengenezwa etc, things like that. But at the center where there is deep excavations and those centerline areas, there is a place where we have people who are mining gold and other minerals which are very, very rare to find in this country. But the reason why it is actually controlled area, they are trying to avoid or they have been trying to hide it for so many years so that the local community will never know. Because as you know, Lake Magadi was initially in 1904. It was organized and the survey was done by a major called Major F. Burnham in 1904. And during that, the major was able to discover a lot of minerals within the Magadi. So the reason why there is a direct railway, it is because these Muzungus during 1904, they realized that they needed to transport bulky salt in form of salt in terms of the ore itself, like when it's being mined it becomes wanaichota ikiwa inaweza jaza kitu kama hii container moja unapata imejaa full, so by that time
Mr. Necessary Cool,
wameijaza,
we are
so
losing you.
most
Network.
hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, nakusikia, but your network was shit a couple of seconds ago, but I can hear you now. Continue. I think amechomoka, eh? Fucking hell. But you have heard it, you guys, eh? In the middle of Lake Magadi, there is gold. This is where, I think it's one of the reasons why there's a GSU, in quote, training camp there. Sio chumvi, ni gold. You have heard it. Mimi umesikia, not from me, but from a person who has been there. So I want to give this mic to the Mr. Akal. Mr. Akal, leta chai bwana.
Yes, how are you, Kimani? I log out kidogo. I went to bring some document. I
All right,
was trying to
tupatie
do some.
dosage.
Yeah, now just like I started by saying that I'm a very unhappy person because hata saizi as we are talking, umesikia tu Kimani ana emphasize, umesikia katikati ya Lake Magadi kuna, just don't want to talk about that. Mawakili ambao wako hapa in this space, thank you, very important. Nimeona Cyrus pia tuliongea naye kidogo pale mchana kwa Twitter, nilireply something and I've seen is so much vigorous kwa hii maneno ya nini, hii maneno ya gold na other minerals. All is an engineer in the mining sector. Now mawakili ambao wako hapa, Mining Act 2016, that is where I'm starting, na nataka I want to explain some things here, ni kama naongea na Karen Nyamu, so that kila mtu I understand. The Mining Act 2016, some clauses are there that are very, very much disadvantage to the people of the Republic of Kenya. Kwa sababu there is no way we are living in Kenya and we are living in accordance to the rule of law that is brought by some other people from the West. Kiangalia part 4 of the Mining Act 2016, part 4 inaongelea sana administration. Administration, nataka uangalie the general powers of the cabinet secretary. The general powers of the cabinet secretary, unasikia kwamba the cabinet secretary shall make regulation to prescribe the procedure for negotiation, grant, revocation, suspension or renewal of mineral rights. We are talking about nationalization of mines in this country and nobody is taking it serious. Sasa we nataka mniambie kama wa Kenya, mtu kama Mvurya the cabinet secretary wa mines, ule mwenye ametolewa tu juzi na the former cabinet ya Ruto, can you trust Mvurya in a role like regulation to prescribe, negotiation, grant, revocation, suspension or renewal of mineral rights? Na hii shida yote inaanza when we as Kenyans we've decided to allow people who are desperate to take over the mining sector. Nyinyi wote mnajua the story of Mvurya mwenye alikuwa pale Kwale, ndio Ruto akamchomoa huko akamleta huko kwa mining. Pale kwa Kwale ndio alikuwa amefinyilia sana maneno ya mining huko isijulikane mpaka saizi, and they used to chase media from those kind of sector. Saizi yako kwa certain WhatsApp group hapa amegeuka whistleblower, ana threaten watu, and I want to tell you that we do not fear you. Bana unaingia kwa WhatsApp group threaten watu that will continue with what you are planning. I don't know whether Ruto is going to bring you back to the board again as a CS, but to people like Kinamvuria, we are on your neck this time round. Sasa a cabinet secretary, ukiangalia tena part 4 of the administration, a cabinet secretary can exclude a mining area from operation if written consent has been given by an authority, agency, a cabinet secretary or any other person required to do so under any written law. This is another big problem in that mining act. Nita mention to a few, nime mention mbili, and this is another big problem. Sasa how come an agency What if the agents, because they never clarified anything here. So ukiangalia most of the people wenye wanafanya our mining engineers, our geologists, the people in the mining sector wa Kenya do not have license, ni these agents. Kwa sababu unaangalia most of the agents hata wenye tuko nao hapa Kenya, wanapewa pesa, wanaenda wanaregister mining license na wanapea the Chinese. And we are aware of this. Wa Chinese saizi wamejaa, and I'm going to explain to you, mpaka ma Japanese wako hapa, Indians wako hapa, ma Chinese wako hapa, wamejaa hapa coast. Today I was having a very intel meeting somewhere around, and somebody was now asking me, what is your end game for what you've just begun right now? Na nasema, mimi nataka an open market direct from mtu mwenye anatoa hizi mineral salts to the market who buys them. Staki anybody called an agent hapa katikati. And then I was being told that is I'm now signing a death warrant against them. I just want to say without an iota of fear that let it be if we are signing a death warrant to talk about this. Because if we don't talk about these things, there's nobody who is going to talk about the same things. There is no way a cabinet secretary can exclude a mining area from operation. Nataka muelewe hii kitu kwa nini. Mkiangalia kwa ile land laws yenye ilikuwa imekuwa tabled kwa bunge. Si mnakumbuka kuna mahali pale ilikuwa imeandikwa that the cabinet secretary wa land anaweza kuja na akiangalia kama the land is precious na gava inaitaka, the only thing anafanya, he doesn't consult anywhere, he doesn't write anywhere, the only thing he does is give you a notice. Is this not the same law imefichwa hapa kwa Mining Act? Is that not the same law? Now, as I'm talking about these things, mnafaa kuangalia Mining Act. You just agree with me. Hiyo kitu ilikuwa kwa the amended land laws yenye ilikuwa imeletwa, ilikuwa nataka kuwa table kwa parliament ya kulease mashamba. Na kuna clause ilikuwa inasema a cabinet secretary anaweza kuja na angalie shamba yako, na kisha angalie shamba yako aone kama hii shamba it is in accordance to vile gava inaitaka kufanya na hiyo mambo yao, anaandika tu notice na anakupea notice of kukuwa evicted from that shamba. Hiyo law, is it not the same with this one, that a cabinet secretary can exclude a mining area from operation if written consent has been given by an authority agency? These people can pay an agency to write a written law to the cabinet secretary, na wanakama wana exclude hiyo area, ama wakiangalia there's a specific place that has some mineral source that the government wants, they come there and evacuate people. That is the same law. So feature a lot of punitive things in the Mining Act 2016 in the name of fighting for the miners in Kenya. And these are the things that we are supposed to be fighting for. Tunapiga vita itoke kabisa. We are supposed to fight about this thing. Now, there is an established Directorate of Mines. Ukiangalia tena the Mining Act 2016, there is established Directorate of Mines and Directorate of Geological Survey. I want us to get something here. A director, because they must be led by directors, a director must hold a degree in mining, engineering, or geology, as the case may be, from a recognized university. I want to tell you, my fellow Kenyans, give me any director in the Republic of Kenya who holds the same. So these people, mpaka saizi, they do not uphold the constitution to do anything. Let me give you, for example, the National Mines Corporation. The chairman of the board anaitwa Honorable Josephat K. Lagat. Ujamaa doesn't know anything in mining. He never did anything in mining engineering. He never did anything in geology. Ujamaa alifanya kitu inaitwa sociology huko Egerton. Huyo ndio chairman wa board wa National Mines Corporation, alifanya sociology. And these are the things we're supposed to shout na tupige kelele. Josephat Lagat alifanya sociology. And huku unaambiwa a director must hold a degree in mining, engineering, or geology, as the case may be from. Including a PS is also a director in the National Mines Corporation. PS was huyu Elijah Mwangi is a director. For your information, Elijah Mwangi alifanya BCom. Elijah Mwangi did BCom. And he was vetted by the parliament. And this is where the parliament is bringing problems to us. So 290 leaders walikaa chini, was it in the Senate or in the National Assembly? Wakakaa chini and they vetted this guy as the most appropriate person to hold this position. And there is a constitution. Watu kama kina Sifuna wako hapa wanajiita mawakili. They read through this thing. Na wakaona constitution no longer can no longer guide Kenyans. Saizi we are putting our people. Ndio maana unaona Gachagua yelling around ati mtu yetu, watu wetu sijui wa wapi. Huyu jamaa Mwangi, PS State Department for Mining, alifanya BCom. Na constitution iko clear and I've read it to you. Kuna mwingine anaitwa Mr. Robin Mwende Kambudhu. Huyu jamaa ni lawyer. He is an independent director na ni lawyer. So if una lawyer, he is here as a lawyer, now already is standing against the constitution, which is very clear. We have to go step by step through this thing tuone mahali shida inatokea. Na shida inaanza kutokea kwa hii Mining Act 2016. Majority of the things, na last time when walikuwa kwa space, I read clearly the rules and regulations that they gave to us. Now, hii Mining Act 2016, mahali unaona tunalia sana, I was very categorically clear. Na nikasema the Mining Act 2016 was not formulated by the committee from Kenya. It was not formulated by a committee from Kenya. The technical committee that came up with the Mining Act 2016 was the International Development Law Organization, the IDLO. Na hii IDLO iko na a lot of scandals, which I'm doing some dossier on them. I'm going to publish in a few. Iko na scandals mingi sana. Ukiangalia all the way kutoka kwa ile kifo ya Muammar Gaddafi because of the minerals that were in Libya and what Muammar Gaddafi were in. Their documentation is still there on the death of Muammar Gaddafi. Walijaza huko sana. EIDLO. Saizi now they are in Kenya. Their technical committee ndio ilikuja na hii Mining Act 2016. And the Director General is a lady by the name Jan Beagle. That is the Director General of International Development Law Organization. Huyu Director General alikuwa na work under the Secretary General of the of United Nations. That is where she used to work, in the management department of the Secretary General for UN. Huko ndiye alitolewa akaletwa hapa sasa. Now these are the people who are leading us. The UN saizi wamejaza Kenya, wakuwapa gigiri wamejaza, and you saw them publishing that wanaweka in February, wali publish a document saying that Kenya is the sweetest sijui what destination saizi. Why only Kenya? These people have traversed Africa, wakakula all the mineral salts, wakanyakua shamba yote yenye wanaweza nyakua, and now Kenya is their destination point because they found somebody who is a narcissist. Because Ruto is a narcissist, he has no feeling, and when the Americans realize that this guy has no feelings, anybody who is hiding behind religion and has no feelings automatically turns into a puppet. What do? The only thing you need to do is to massage this person's ego, and that is what the West realized, and they started massaging his ego, and it turned out the way they wanted. That is the kind of a president we have. Why am I saying this? The person who was there, who officially opened the forum when the International Development Law Organization was formulating this, some of the most important clauses in the Mining Act 2016, was the then Deputy President William Ruto. He was the Deputy President by that time. And he stated, and I quote, "The mining sector is one of the pillars that we believe has the power to define the future of our country." That is how he started his speech then. And this guy is currently the president. So hii kitu, as we are tunajaribu kupigana na mtu mwenye alishaingizwa kwa matrix more than 10 years ago by these people. That is the kind of a person we are trying to fight, and he has no feelings. Juzi unaona anatuchezea hapa, is canceling his people at from the cabinet secretary, is telling us, "Oh, you Kenyans, mnaona I'm listening, the president is listening." Then he comes back again and brings the same people. Anasema nimetoa Machogu, then he brings the deputy mwenye alikuwa, the person who was deputizing Machogu in Kisii County. What is that? So Machogu is indirectly the CS for education bado. Anaenda pale because Wetangula runs some shots in the government. Wetangula is the person who fronted CS Nakumicha for the health docket, his girlfriend Nakumicha. Now Nakumicha right now is not in power. What does Wetangula do? Wetangula goes and is now bringing somebody from his family. The current Dr. Baraza is from the family of Wetangula. That is the cousin of the person who married the sister to Wetangula, that lady. Now, these people who have been in power for more than 30 years 25 years doing mistakes. Mudavadi, Wetangula, these same faces are now here telling us that when you do this and this, I don't know, the military will do this and this and that, as if we do not know the constitution, and people now become afraid. And we are talking about important details here now. Mbona history ya minerals tangu ianze watu wameanza kuwa threatened? Mbona watu wameanza kuwa threatened? The other day when I was talking about story ya Kimani, people were taking it as a joke. And we know we have intel. Hata kuna big wigs kwa hii Twitter ambao wanatufail sana. And we will catch up with you. Now, the IDLO worked on the popular versions of the Mining Act 2016. Wameiweka in quotes. Na ukiangalia kitu kwa nini wameiweka in quotes, we still want to know these popular versions of the policy which provided the basis for Mining Act 2016, and they formed the biggest technical support. How do people come from another world, another country, come to our country as if we don't have lawyers in this country, as if we don't have geologists in this country, as if we don't have mining engineers in this country, as if we don't have people who are in the mining departments in this country who can sit down and form a committee and panels to discuss on how they can formulate an act, a mining act that is affecting them. Some people have to come from somewhere, from the West. Why is it the West? Wakuje na they give us policies and regulations on how to mine our mineral source and how to use them. And people are just quiet on this. And this is where the biggest problem is. The then CS, the person who was CS during that time, a very good friend to Ruto, and another bastard and a conman, CS Dan Kazungu, ndiye alikuwa hapo pia, he was in that committee and he spoke. Huyu Dan Kazungu saizi ndio Ruto alimweka ambassador Tanzania huko. Na ni conman, ni jamaa mwingine mkora. I don't know, these people were vetted in the parliament. Huyu jamaa, recently, he was caught in shillings 410 billion cashew nuts deal. Imagine cashew nuts deal. Cashew nuts. Sasa wakati huyu jamaa Ruto stands in front of people, anaongea kizungu mingi, oh value addition, oh carbon credits, sijui nini. Hii kitu mtu wako mashinani huko ataelewa mpaka saa ngapi? How are you going to explain to some woman in Lower Kanyamkago in Migori what value addition is? Hata saa hizi tukianza kuongelea story ya value addition, kuna watu waelewi hii kitu ni nini. So if somebody can be caught in a 410 billion, my brothers and sisters, we are not talking about million or thousand, we are talking about billion. Huyu ndiye alikuwa CS wa mines during that time, now ndio walipush hii agenda. Sasa kama ni cashew nuts ndiye anakula hivi pesa ya cashew nuts yenye wanawake wanateseka huku so that they can get some good chance from it, wanakula deals ya 410 billion na alikataa, he refused it. EACC walimsummon on the same, he refused. This guy in 2020, he was caught on a slander of tax evasion in 2020, this same Dan Kazungu, and he was a CS for mining. The most corrupt of individuals are the ones who are leading our dockets. Nimewasomea tu hapa juu, mtu alifanya sociology Egerton in the 90s, ati ni chairman ya board ya National Mines Corporation, alifanya sociology. How is it? Na constitution is very clear. We are going to now we just want to attack these things slowly by slowly mpaka tumalize. The United Arab Emirates, they are here. Muliona Ruto ametembelea UAE sijui mara ngapi. Kuna time mpaka walikuwa napiga Saudi Aramco vita because of some oil scandal ilitokea. Now they want to import their oil sijui kutoka wapi. Saizi as we are talking, there is a sheikh in United Arab Emirates whose work anatumwa tu kununua mashamba. His work is to buy forest. Hapa Kenya amenunua mingi sana. And the worst thing about this information is not being outlaid in the public domain. People are not allowed to see this kind of an information. Mbona kwa nini information inafichwa? This guy went to Zimbabwe and he bought 20% of land in Zimbabwe. My friends, we are talking about 20%. Hiyo ni shamba kubwa sana. In Liberia, he went and bought 10%. In Zambia alinunua 10%. Tanzania hapa majirani wetu hapa alinunua 8%. In Kenya, let me tell you how much Kenya is corrupt. Hizi countries zingine mahali wamenunua hizi mashamba, the quantity in terms of percentage is being outlaid. In Kenya, when we tried doing some research, inasema unknown amount. Unknown amount. Go anywhere, do your investigation, inasema unknown amount. Why unknown amount? Inamaanisha there are chunks of land zimeuziwa watu huku nje. Ndio maana the other day tunaongea watu wanakuwa evacuated Embu, wengine wanatolewa Kwale na wengine wanapinga hapa wanasema no, Kwale is just the way it is, hakuna watu wameenda mahali, and we are talking about this. Shakahola huko wameenda kudanganya watu, and Shakahola forest is very rich in, extremely rich in minerals. Huko coast, extremely rich, planting bodies there and bringing some person playing some shenanigan games at Pastor Mackenzie's view, whatever, and then wanafukuza media not to air things. In a few 1 week wanaweka hapo at military zone, keep off. Nobody is supposed to be there, investigation ongoing. Go to Shakahola right now and somebody you tell me. Kumbe these people are planting things. We were talking about Mahimayu, the pipe that is passing. You want to tell me that pipe that is passing underground, serikali haijawahi jua kuhusu hiyo? The government has never known anything about that. Tectonic plates pia ina form mineral salts. The heat that is the volcanic heat, ile ukiangalia hapo kando kuna hiyo mount ile Mount Longonot iko hapo. Mliona mpaka volcanic eruption kuna time ilikinga barabara. These are the processes in which mineral salts are being formed, and Mai is another place where there are mineral salts. There is something called alluvial deposit, alluvium. Alluvial deposits, the alluvium. Alluvium is in Maimayu mingi sana. Na ukiangalia alluvium deposits, ikona copper, ikona mpaka gold. A lot of minerals come with this alluvium. The alluvial deposit is in Maimayu mingi sana. So they go and stage manage things there. Watu wanakufa wengi, they send, then the media house, I don't know which media house was that, inakuja inadanganya it was a dam, and it was not a dam. When the investigation departments wanaenda kwa ground, it is a pipe. You want to tell me for all that time the government doesn't know about all these things? They knew, and they stage manage this kind of information and they hide it from the public. Watu wanakufa pale, wengine wanahamishwa, watu wanaambiwa now this no go zone, keep off, muende place ingine, watu wanateseka, mining inaanza. And there are billions of dollars in terms of mineral salts. Na hii inaenda kwa pocket ya watu fulani. The person I was talking to you about, ile ya United Arab Emirates wenye wananunua shamba, is a certain company called Blue Carbon Company, and it is currently 1 year old. Nimefomiwa hapa juzi 2023 under the leadership of a certain Dubai royal family son anaitwa Ahmed Al Maktoum. He is the one who is being sent to buy all this shamba. Now the total quantity of the shamba that he has bought currently in Africa is the same size as United Kingdom. Just imagine, yote yenye amenunua currently plus na hii ya Kenya is the, ukicombine yote na kupea the total size ya United Kingdom. They are the same people who recently hosted the COP28. I think unaweza kumbuka ile COP28 mahali Ruto alienda kuonekana ni kama yeye ndiye amehost hiyo kitu kwa nchi ya watu wengine. They are the one who hosted the COP28. Now people come to our country, then they pay our people a wage to dig our resources and give it to them to process and make products in their own companies. Where is the value addition there? The value chain, haieleweki hapo. What is the value chain? Somebody comes to your shamba, mahali wewe umepanda mahindi. Mtu akishakuja kwa shamba yako mahali umepanda mahindi, anakulipa utoe hii mahindi. Akupei pesa ya mahindi, anakulipa ya kutoa hiyo mahindi. Alafu mpe hiyo mahindi yako ambayo wewe ulipanda. What benefit are you getting there? Now these are our mineral salts. People are dying in these mineral sites every day, and we've never seen the State Department for Mining take any action. Hakuna any gadgets ya kufanya hii mining safe for our people. People die each and every day. Kimani started by talking about the wale wenye walikuwa wamekwama huko juu in the northern side. Kindiki huyu mkora amerudishwa saizi in power. People are advocating for this same guy huyu wa Soprano. And we are talking about these same criminals ndio wanarudishwa huko, and they are the same people who were kicked out the other day ndio bado wamerudishwa. Amechukua mapolisi huko amepeleka waende wafukuze watu in that area so that they can get space. Wakati wa Shakahola, Kindiki was everywhere with the press conferences. We are not going to allow. Amejaza kila mali with press conferences. sending fear to people, watu waame sijui. Where in the, my friend, some things are not even logic. Sasa ukienda saizi uende hapo Shakaola, I'm coming to something very important so that you know this thing is so serious. Shakaola, when Ruto visited China, something very funny, I want you to know that Ruto has allowed the Chinese to do geophysical survey with funding from Beijing. Ile pesa muliona wakiannounce yenye imetoka Beijing, ile pesa ni ya kufanya geophysical survey on our national resources. Zote mpaka national parks, zote kila mahali. In the national parks. Some of these national parks do not even exist. Zingine ziko tu bata ziko. They are not there. This means that as we are talking right now, fellow Kenyans, it means that the Chinese will have amounted to ceding control of the country's resources. Wakati mtu anakuja kwako na unampatia kifuli ya mlango yako na unamwambia ingia kwa nyumba yangu na ufanye survey ya all the rooms in my house and everything in my house, this person will get out of that house knowing everything. And these people are so wicked, they are not going to give us the real information of what they found on the ground. Now the Chinese will have amounted to ceding control of the country's resources. And that is now where the money they give us. Now sisi tunakuja hapa tunaambiwa tumepatiwa loan. Hakuna loan tumepatiwa. There is no loan. There are deals that are being cut behind our backs. Ukiangalia kwa ile documentation inasema Chinese walitupea loan. Hakukuwa na loan pale. Ile pesa ilitoka Beijing allowed the Chinese to do a geophysical survey. So loans zote, pesa zote tunapewa in the name of loans are not even loans. They are giving us money and there's something they do in return. Nyinyi watu, why? I want you to open your, where IMF, when did they start operating? Immediately after World War II. And they came up with that system so that they can help in retrieving some of the countries that went to economic recess, that collapsed due to World War. Kutoka ile wakati mpaka sasa, do you think IMF can depend on the loans that they gave us? You wake up from slumber. Wakenya nataka to wake up from slumber. For every good deal you see an African man striking with a white man, it is the African man who loses. It is the African man who loses. So as we are talking right now, China Geological Exploration Technology, kuna kitu inaitwa China Geological Exploration Technology Institute. Currently, they have a raw data on Kenya's mineral wealth. Raw data on Kenya's mineral wealth. Saizi hata if I talk to one of the mining engineers hapa, I could ask Cyrus to at least give us some of the raw data about our mineral wealth zenye amecollect so far. Utaona na ile yenye wale watu wamecollect, because they are doing those things daytime, night, daytime awalali. That is their work here. Their recent research that I observed, they indicated that Kenya can earn up to $140.6 billion from the mining sector in the coastal region alone. My friends, hatujaingia Rift Valley, hatujaingia Nyanza, hatujaingia Central.
Mr. Carl, when
Yes.
you are still at coast,
Yes.
please also remind them about the mineral called Niobium. I'm being told it's a very expensive shit. In fact, I think it was the one Jacob Juma died because of it. Ndio?
Yes, yes. Now, think.
I'm also being informed, I've been told that Ruto also has land there. Huyu jamani mlafi mbaya sana. Please touch on that, tafadhali. Yeah?
Thank you very much. Now, I've just touched on the China Geologic, and hizi makampani nataja, mkitoka hapa you do your research and na mtaona wako hapa Kenya. Chinese wamejaa hapa. What is Chinese wanakuja kufanya hapa? Wamejaa hapa, they work for this China Geological Exploration Technology Institute, na iko hapa saizi wanafanya survey on our mineral wealth every day, morning night. Their recent research won $40.6 billion from the sector in the coastal region. Hiyo ni pesa mingi. Hata kama let us assume okay, hizo madeni ni real, inalipa hiyo madeni na inatufeed for 5 decades. Hiyo ni mingi sana. The Niobium issue, ukienda mahali Kwale, there are Mrima Hills. Na hii Mlima Hills ukienda hapo, watu wa Mlima, watu wa Kwale watasema hakuna mining inaendelea pale Kwale. And there is a person who replied me as such in the comment section kwa hapo kwa TL. Ati hakuna ile mining inaendelea pale. And mining is vigorous in those kind of places. Ukienda places fulani imekuwa guard na guns, you cannot even access them. So umekaa on this other side, on the other side mining inaenda. So this Niobium deposits, saizi as we are talking Kenyans, Niobium deposits mtu anipigia hapo hesabu iko valued at $62.4 billion, na hiyo ni yenye iko tu Mlima Hills. We are not talking about Niobium any other place. We are now touching on the Niobium Mlima Hills. Now there is a company called Kotek. Kotek is a company that was established back in 2009. Now this Kotek company ni company ya biashara na hii mambo ya minerals. Now when Jacob Juma landed Kotek and they did some research during that time, and they realized that the value of, they realized a certain precious mineral called niobium. Na hii niobium, it is very rare and extremely expensive. Na hii imefanya a lot of the West wamecamp hapa Kenya sana. This same niobium that we are talking about. When it was found, ndio mjue this thing is really being mined, mpaka saizi wanatuambia that they want to confirm. When this thing was found, another corrupt individual called Najib Balala was the mining CS ya hiyo time. Najib Balala, extremely corrupt. His corruption level stinks to the high heavens. They are the people who made a press conference na wakatishia Kotek, wakawaambia they are going to revoke their mining license in Kenya just because they want a share of their cut on that deal. So instead of fighting for the people of Kenya to get a share of a cut on that deal, hao wanajipigania to get a share of a cut on that deal. Extremely corrupt. And when these people refused, what did they do? Niobium deposits that were found in Mlima Hills were estimated. We are now talking about estimates of $100 billion. $100 billion. From the budgeting and everything and the research that has been $100 billion. Saizi the most recent one. Na hii most recent one, it was published by New York Times. New York Times, you are not talking about Citizen or NTV. New York Times. Wali published article on a value of $62.4 billion. Nataka niwaulize my fellow Kenyans. Let me ask you a question. Kwa nini hiyo value imereduce? That points to one clear fact. The value of something only ina reduce kama kuna consumption imekuwa hapo. Na inamaanisha there has been mining process going on in that area. Mbona ilikuwa 100 billion, sasa imerudi mpaka 62.4 billion. Hata sasa hizi ukienda Google wameipost $62.4 billion. Meaning there is a mining that normally goes on in that place mpaka sasa. Na watu wa Kwale wanaambiwa that there is no mining there. In fact, nasikia huko mpaka watu kuna wenye wanalipwa cheap of 17,000 to guard around those area. Na ukienda kuwapigania wanakufukuza, utaki tupate mshahara na nini. I was talking to some individual from that area today and they were telling me the same. So that is the kind of corruption level we were, and this thing is so bad that they are willing to kill for it. Otherwise, why did Jacob Juma die? We have to call a spade because of this same thing. So they kill you for their own personal gains because of something that is a richness of a country. Everybody is supposed to be benefiting from it. So mtu anaenda anatoa gold mahali kama Migori. In April, I was in Migori. I stayed in Migori for 1 week in April, and I got my inner research about this thing. In Migori, hizo mining sites za gold, Kimani was talking about it. Kuna Lexus inapark hapo each and every evening. A certain Lexus ya government of Kenya inapark hapo every evening, kila siku hapo. Okotho bado ni ule that murderer who killed somebody. Kotho bado, the former governor, akishachaguliwa, he was appointed the chairman ya UDA in Migori County. Corruption, game recognizes game. You know why he was the chairman ya Migori? Ndio ana guide hiyo mineral wealth that is in Migori. Na Kimani aliwafanyia hesabu hapa, and you saw it clearly. Ile pesa yenye iko pale that they get each and every day Now we've never seen this kind of money being injected in the economic table of Kenya, tujawaiona, and we need serious auditors, serious economists to come up with audits on the mineral that we have in Kenya. Serious audits on the mineral capacity yenye tuko nayo Kenya. That is now the beginning. And at the same time tunataka mawakili waanze kupiga sana hii maneno ya Mining Act. Step by step mtoe hii kitu. Because from here in the Mining Act 2016, if this thing is not going to be scrapped off, then we need to come up with a policy of non-alignment to the West. We need to create a policy of non-alignment to the West. Kwa sababu these people, they are now using our president for their own personal gain. Ruto went to visit Japan. Tuongelee ile ya Japan. I think you all remember when Ruto went to visit Japan. We all know Japan, not that we don't know Japan. Japan is one of those countries that has explored minerals in DRC worth billions of money. People dying in DRC. Japan is one of those countries. Na wanakunga wamenyamaza. They don't talk too much. And they're one of those countries that has explored billions of dollars worth of minerals in DRC Congo. In February, we are talking about February. In February, the President William Ruto was given 350 billion Kenya shillings. It is there, you can confirm he was given 350 billion Kenya shillings. Now, apart from that 350 billion Kenya shillings that Ruto was given, he signed the defense pact with Japan. Just imagine, Ruto signed a defense pact with Japan, making Kenya the first African country to do that. And it is a mistake. Ruto signed a defense pact. My fellow Kenyans, just know wherever you are, Ruto signed. When he went to Japan, apart from the 350 billion he was given, he signed a defense pact in Japan, making Kenya the first African country to dare that kind of a mistake. That is a president for you. And Japanese are now here. Wameja hapa. Chinese tumeshaongelea, they are here. For our minerals, Japanese are here. Japan need coltan. Na hii coltan pia iko na issue. Tumeongelea Niobium. Coltan also has serious issue. There is another thing that Ruto signed when he went to Japan. There is an MOU that Ruto signed. And these things, I don't know why they are not being put for us. They are not being told to people. Ruto signed an MOU between Japan's Nippon Export and Investment Insurance. I want you to look at that company as well. Japan's Nippon Export and Investment Insurance. Ruto signed an MOU with them just after Kenya hit a high bid in coltan mining. I think mnaweza kumbuka ile coltan immediately imetangazwa. Uangalie tu hiyo time frame. That is the exact time frame when
Mr. Kal.
yes.
Hebu elezea watu coltan ni nini? Unajua some of these people are new to these terms, eh?
Now, coltan, there is a mineral called coltan. Now, it is a short for columbite. I don't know kama watu wameshaisikia there's something called columbite tantalite. It is just a dull metallic ore. Coltan, when it is refined, coltan becomes, when this columbite tantalite ikishakuwa refined, it becomes heat resistant powder. Metallic tantalum iko na a very unique capacity, very unique properties for storing electrical charge. Now, what is this thing used for? Hii kitu inatumika in mobile phone. It is used in mobile phones and almost every kind of electronic device. Now, I think you know the state of these West African countries, talking about pia Japan on those other side na China, their state na electronic devices. So all these new electronic devices zenye mnaona inadevelopiwa each and every day, kesho unasikia a certain electronic device imetolewa, another day unasikia electronic device ingine imetoka. Hiyo ni kazi sasa ya coltan. Pia Sasa we go back sasa to Niobium, kwa sababu pia Niobium, wacha pia niwaambie kazi yake. Sasa this Niobium inatumika in alloy including stainless steel, but ukiangalia rockets, jet engines na rockets, they are used, Niobium is used in jet engines and rockets. Now you know how expensive this thing is. The jet engines and rockets inahitaji hii Niobium. Another thing, coltan, bila kusahau, this is very, very important, comrade. AI robots need coltan. The AI robots need coltan. Sasa mnaona hiyo AI robots that have emerged. Kila siku wana come up with a new design ya AI robots. Kila siku new design. UAE uliona wanatoa yao. America wana compete. Ingine wana compete. AI robots need coltan. They cannot work without that mineral called coltan. The AI robots. So I think you now know why our mineral salts are seriously needed outside here. Tukikuja sasa, tulikuwa kwa hii maneno Japan inahitaji coltan because of these electronic devices. Ruto akasign MOU with Japan's Nippon Export and Investment Insurance. He signed it. I'm not talking about rumors hapa. Hapa hizi si stories za jaba. These are things that are real. Hata mkiwa na yeye sahimu, he knows that is what he did. He did that evil thing. Just after Kenya hit a high bid in coltan mining. Coltan iko hapa Central. Si ati ni mbali, ilipatikana hapa in large quantity. Several Japanese companies dealing in metals are now here in Kenya. Na wako wengi. And I'm not talking about things that we don't know. When I tell you Japanese companies dealing in metals are here in Kenya, they are, and I will mention names. Japanese Archipelagos Wing for Raw Materials. Kuna company inaitwa Japanese Archipelagos Wing for Raw Materials is here in Kenya. Wako hapa. Japanese Organization for Metals and Energy Security. They are here in Kenya. Those are two companies, very crucial companies. Zenye zinachangia sana in the metal companies za Japan. When I talk about metals, you know I'm talking about minerals. Na wako hapa for our coltan. For their electronic devices, telephones, mnaangalia wana compete, mnajua telephones zingine zinatoka on that side, wanahitaji coltan. Tumeongelea hiyo Mlima Hills in Kwale, 105.3 million tons of niobium. Hiyo ni mingi, hata tuachane na ile wamekula kutoka 2016. To deal tu na ya saizi ni 105.3 million tons of niobium. Iko pale Mlima Hills in Kwale. It's rare.
Mr. Kal.
Yes.
Ebu explain to these people what that amount really amounts to in Kenya shillings. 62.5 billion US dollars.
Nani akona calculator so that bana 62.4 billion, hii kitu hata mfike tu wale ambao wako mashinani, just wherever you are, wacha tutumie au dola ya saizi iko ngapi so that tusiende mbali.
Just use 100 afu ipe allowance ya around upandishe maji. Ebu piga hesabu, that's like 6 trillion, si ndio?
Exactly.
If you multiplied it by 100. No, hiyo 100 ongeza 130, I think that's around 7.5 trillion. Fucking hell.
Oi.
Polo, niko na
Now,
point kuhusu Niobium na milima hii.
now just a minute kidogo. That money is too much. Hiyo pesa ni mingi, hiyo hiyo yenye imebaki 105.3 million tons. Hiyo pesa ni mingi, hata wakiamua that money is just going to be injected in the economic table of Kenya bwana. Sahizi we are not going to pay tax for a certain period of time. Tutakuwa na tax recess actually in this country. We are going to have tax recess in this country. Kenyans, there is something which is very important. Do you know Kenya sisi kama wa Kenya, our country leads in the discovery of niobium deposits. Currently vile tunaongea. Are you aware of that? Our country leads in the discovery of niobium deposit. Na hiyo ni $62.4 billion, 105.3 trillions tunaongelelea. Kwa hivyo hii kitu, that is why they need it. Haiko kwingine. They need it here because it is here that it is in large quantity. Something about minerals is this. Mali kuna minerals na waimine yote. Ukirudi hapo after a certain period of time, even a decade, utapata tena there is another quantity of mineral kama hiyo iko hapo. That is one thing about minerals. Ndio maana unaona hii kitu haiishi. And when we tell you that the biggest gold vein in the world is found here in Kenya, it is not a joke. The biggest gold vein in the world is found. The biggest gold vein iko hapa in this country. It is not a joke. Kenya is rich. The minerals we have is stupendously numerous that hata nimeanza kushuku kuna vile we can feed Africa. The whole Africa sasa. Stupendously numerous because if you look at the depth of this thing vile inaenda, and these people have been mining this thing decade after decade. Wamekuwa wazungu walimine wakatengeneza ile Mombasa Kampala railway, wakabeba wakaenda, zingine zikabaki bado zinaibwa mpaka sasa hii. This thing is stupendously numerous. There is something that the Americans, and I talked about that, Americans walikuja nayo inaitwa Inflation Reduction Act. Americans came up with a policy called the Inflation Reduction Act. Wacha niwaambie what this thing is. Hii kitu, just want to read the second part of it. The Inflation Reduction Act, unajua America iko in the fight between Chinese. America na China kuna vita. Sasa hii Inflation Reduction Act basically revolves around minerals. Na saizi hii kitu inaletwa hapa Kenya. It reshapes the narrative surrounding China's dominant position in the global critical minerals market. It reshapes the narrative surrounding China's dominant, yani kitu najaribu kusema hapa that according to the US Defense Department, unasikia sectors wa US wanatumianga, wanatumia law na defense, law na kwa conquer the use, unasikia sijui freedom is coming ama sijui ni democracy, wanatumia law na their security department. Kwa law tulishaona walileta IDLO, International Development Law Organization, wakatutengenezea Mining Act 2016, that was their technical committee. Sasa hapa the US Defense Department wanasema these critical minerals include nickel, copper, cobalt, coltan. Mmesikia nimetaja coltan. Kwa nini coltan? Kwa sababu coltan feeds AI robots, na pia coltan is needed kwa microchip. Ile unaona Americans wanataka kutengeneza ile microchip. Mnaikumbuka? Hiyo microchip inahitaji coltan. Ndio maana umeona they are very very serious on this issue ya coltan, and approximately 2 dozen other minerals. That is the America for you. They use their defense and the law, their punitive laws na defense, alafu unasikia America wanaoneleta democracy. So ukiangalia May, turudi tu kwa huyu rais wetu mwenye tuko naye saa hizi. In May, Ruto signed a STEM agreement in Atlanta. Mnakumbuka Ruto akienda Washington, ile state visit. I think you can all remember state visit. Now when Ruto went to state visit, actually part of that state visit was funded by Ford Foundation. Mnafaa kuwa aware of that. In fact, wale officials wa Ford Foundation were in that state visit welcome Ruto in America. Saizi unasikia Ford Foundation ati wanatupea pesa. Hiyo pesa Ford Foundation iko wapi? Pia mimi wanipe. This guy is so lazy and narcissist. Ford Foundation were in the state visit when he went to Washington. They were with him in the White House. Leo nasikia na wapiga vita sijui nini nafanyika. In May when Ruto went to Washington, he signed a certain STEM agreement in Atlanta. Now hiyo STEM agreement, wacha niwaeleze what is there. The deep part of that thing is Kenya, right now we all know that Kenya is a USA hotspot because of these minerals, and USA needs them. USA want to set up a multinational industry in Naivasha, which is real. There are documentations. They want to set up a multinational industry in Naivasha, is history ya jaba, to create microchips. Nimeongelea tu microchips sahi. Na hii microchip, you need coltan to do it. Why are they doing it in Naivasha? We all know about radioactive emissions and all that. One funny thing about the United States of America, vitu sensitive kama hizi, they don't do them in their land. Wao wanazifanya nje, in other country. Because of any dangerous emissions, ni sisi sasa ndio tutaumia. Hii microchips need coltan. The reason why USA wanafanya hivi, first of all, they want land cheaply and unopposed. The only way they are going to be unopposed is when they take the supremo of that country in their pocket. Who is the supremo in Kenya? William Samoei Ruto. They want land cheaply and unopposed. So they want to produce microchip due to the tension between Chinese and Taiwan. The tension between Chinese and Taiwan wanataka. So ile propaganda walitumia during the World War, unajua one of the reasons why USA emerged as superpowers ni propaganda. Kutupa nuclear followed by propaganda. That is hii pia sasa wanakuja nayo. Microchip due to tension between Chinese and Taiwan. And in Kenya, all the things that I have mentioned, those are Western multinational corporations. And our mineral souls, instead of feeding Kenyans, mulisikia we are talking about 970 of them. Instead of feeding, hiyo ni mingi. Kama coltan peke, kama Niobium peke yake ndio tunaongelea $62.4 billion. That is just Niobium in Mrima Hills. Nataka mfanye just a small edit mahali huko, hesabu rahisi haraka, hesabu rahisi, we go. Mrima Hills Niobium at the current status quo, $62.4 billion. Mnakumbuka nikiwaambia ya kwamba China Geological Exploration Technology Institute walifanya surveillance raw data on Kenya's mineral wealth, na wakasema their research saizi inaonyesha that Kenya can earn up to $140.6 billion from the sector kwa coastal area peke yake. Ongezeni hapo. Tutumie tu hizo mbili. Hiyo ni pesa ngapi? We are talking about billions of dollars. Hiyo ni pesa ngapi? Tujaguza Northern. We've not touched the gold in Nyanza. Kisii has stupendously numerous gold. And when I'm finishing, nitawasomea areas mali kuna mineral souls in this country, like serious mineral souls, which has not been published because I got a very confidential document ya gava. So I did another surveillance. Before nitoke hapo, wacha ni expose. Safaricom is actually one of the people who are feeding from the Western multinational corporations. Safaricom yenye mnaona, ndio maana mkiona Safaricom wanazimia watu data. Safaricom wanazimia watu data, people are being massacred in Rongai. What best can you get from them? Safaricom is one of the people. Nilimention Safaricom, nilimention some banks, I mentioned IBM, I mentioned a lot of them, and Safaricom is actually one of them. Wakati unaona wanalipa CEO au 360 million per month, unafikiria hiyo pesa inakuja tu hivi hivi? They have money, and they are one of the people who are benefiting from Western multinational corporations. Hii Safaricom yetu. Let me read something here. Broadly, the physiographical features of Kenya, mali kuna mineral souls. Nitaenda tu haraka because iko mingi. Shimba in the Kwale Hills. Kwale tumongelea hapa mara ngapi? Mesozoic sediments. We are talking about narrow coastal plain in the southeast, which broadens into a wide embayment north of River Sabaki. A discontinuous chain of hills made of Mesozoic sediments. Kwale Hills, that one I've talked about. The Nyika, I think we all know about the Nyika. Hizi plateaus mnaona hapa hata zingine wa man-made. Some of these things, by the way, topography is, when we geologists will help us here. Topography zingine zinakuja as natural na zingine zinakuja as zimekuwa made. Ndio maana unapata kuna certain type of topography na certain place. Umesikia man-made hills. So mpaka Nyika has been mentioned here. Coastal hills zote. Let me just summarize this. Coastal hills zote ziko na mineral souls. The western edge of the Nyika is bounded by extensive hills, iko na mineral souls. Basement system rocks. Mali unaona rocks, ujue hapo kuna stupendously numerous mineral souls. The west of the hill there is broad belt stretching from the region of Lake Magadi. Kuna jamaa mention Lake Magadi hapa. I think mnaweza kumbuka. Ndio hii hapa we are talking about gold. And that person was actually true. Is being confirmed and there is a very confidential report yenye gava imeficha. Lake Magadi, we are now here talking about gold. Where is that? To Lake Rudolph, of tertiary to recent volcanic rocks. We are talking about this. We are talking about the Rift Valley belt. The whole of Rift Valley belts. And the person who was telling me my Mayo has no mineral soul, my Mayo is the inlet of Nairobi County. The door of Nairobi County from the Rift Valley is my Mayo. Very precious, extremely precious. And the western side of Nakuru, extremely precious and has a lot of mineral salts because of the alluvium deposits that come with gold, copper, and all the other mineral salts that it normally carries. I've talked about the Rift Valley belt. So wale ambao wanaishi Rift Valley, and that one will now bring us to West Pokot. What happens in West Pokot? The west of the islands, constantly mainly of the Peneplain, rising to the east from 4,000 to about 5,000 feet, underlain by Precambrian rocks invaded by granites. Na hii ni research ilianza kufanywa kitambo sana. The westernmost part of Kenya, Lake Victoria. And when we tell you Lake Victoria has gold, it is serious. Lake Victoria has gold with a few offshore islands. The Kavirondo Gulf is a shallow. When we talk about Kavirondo Gulf, sasa tunaongelea Kisumu, Northern Kavirondo tukirudi sasa huko juu. We are now talking about Kisumu County. Kavirondo Gulf. Sasa hii tumeingia Nyanza. As serious gold is made up all the way up to the islands of Kisii with series of sediments and lavas. We are now talking about the islands of Kisii. Equivalent altitude forming all the way up to Nandi Hills, which are composed of basement system rocks and granite, with the country of Nyanza from the Uasin Gishu Plateau. So basically, if Kenya occupy approximately 225,000 square miles, it means that 3/4 of that has mineral salts. I think we can now understand this, all of us, because kama tumeongelea Rift Valley belt, we have talked about all the hills in the coastal region. We've talked about the western hills. Hiyo tumeshaingia western. We've talked about the Kavirondo Gulf. Hiyo ni Nyanza Kisumu part. Tukirudi mpaka Taranganya huko side za Migori. And then we come to Kisii, and then the belt lead us all the way to Nandi. Kuna part imebaki. It means out of the 225,000 square miles, 3/4 of that is just pure mineral salts. Na huko kwa ile history books wanatuambia sijui kuna sijui soda ash sijui wapi. That is the kind of a country we have. That is the kind of a country we have. And now that brings us back to the West Pokot banditry. The West Pokot banditry is a looting machine in our national reserves. Let me talk about uranium. There is something called U-235. U-235 is 0.72% of natural uranium. This one is normally used to fuel, is normally used as fuel for nuclear power plants and nuclear reactors zenye zina run naval ships. So I think you know how much this thing is very important. And it is mostly found in rocky places. Uranium mostly found in rocky places. Now, there is a place in Pokot inajulikana kama Nasolot National Reserve. Imagine this is a national reserve. It is stupendously rich in uranium. Hii Nasolot National Reserve ilikuwa established in 1979. Haikuwa ina exist. Imagine this place never existed. It was just
Mr. Kal,
established. Yes.
Mr. Kal, I
Yes.
want you to also touch on what the whole conservation bullshit has all been about.
Uh-huh.
I think there are some people who might not understand what has really been happening. And also, if you have any information about the NRT, the North Ridgelands Trust Fund, that these conservatives wazungus who come to Kenya and tell us this is how you should take care of elephants, yet they have never interacted with them even in their own places. What they really do in these places they call conservatives and animal protection sites, and the rest of the bullshit they do. Please start on that.
Thank you.
All right.
Now, we are talking about Nasolot National Reserve. This thing never existed. Hakukuwa na kitu kama Nasolot National Reserve. Ikakuwa established 1978. And there has to, for everything that the government does, there is a motive behind it. Nasolot National Reserve is 9,200 hectares of rocky land, which is rich in minerals like U235 that I mentioned. Saizi, watu wa West Pokot, you can agree with me. West Pokot is actually known as the land of hidden treasures. Now, amidst all this sponsored banditry in the area, people have been forced to evacuate the place due to hostility. Watu wamekuwa forced to evacuate that place because of hostility. And these things are sponsored. And the biggest reason is our mineral investment. And we've now confirmed, if U238 iko hapo, this U238 for uranium inatakikana pale kwa naval ships. The biggest reason is our mineral investment. So si wakati tunakaa hapa na Kindiki anafanya press conferences zingine za wana, oh, we will send sijui kina nani to deal with the bandits wenyewe wamesponsor na wanalesha. Ati tunapigania mang'ombe. How is that even possible? Cattle rustling with the 21st century? It is not logic. Doesn't make any sense. Mining is currently taking place in the area by Chinese and Indians. Chinese and Indians are in that area mining. And I will quote, I told you as I'm talking, I have to quote. There is a company called China Investment Trustee International. Check that. We are now not talking about stories ajaba, we are talking about real things. China Investment Trustee International and Semtech Limited Chinka. Hiyo sasa ni ya muhindi. Semtech Limited Chinka plant. Iko huko. Do you know the person who inaugurated these two projects? It was inaugurated by Ruto himself. They were officially inaugurated by the president. They are the ones who runs the shot at the expense of the people in that area. Na juzi muliona watu wa West Pokot walikubali ile mradi yenye ilikuwa imeenda huko ya mashamba. I don't know, it is Nation Africa that talked about it. Our national reserves, most of them don't exist. And I will mention, there are some species of wildlife that we have here in Kenya that are not supposed to be here in Kenya. There are species of wildlife that we have. So these people, they create specific locations. After creating these specific locations, wanaweka some specific type of animals hapo. Then people are told not to go to those areas. Kumbe these places are being mined, and I want you to check. There is a certain type of antelope called the Indian muntjac. Kuna certain type of antelope inaitwa Indian muntjac. This Indian muntjac, it's a very nice antelope. It is only found in Asia. Indian muntjac is a species of antelope that is not supposed to be found anywhere near Africa. Mark, you know that Indian muntjac is here in Kenya in the coastal area. Ilikuja kufanya nini huku? Ilikuja kufanya nini huku? It is here in Kenya in the coastal. What did this thing? Unataka kuniambia iliogelea kutoka Asia mpaka hapa? These things are being brought here. And there is another one that is being, so ukienda in a certain national reserve, wamezi mix. Sasa ukiangalia Indian muntjac inafanana na certain antelope of ours inaitwa sable antelope. Kuna vile zinaanza kufanana. So people cannot easily notice. So wamechanganya Indian Moonjack and the sable antelope pamoja. So people cannot easily notice wamezijaza hapo. And at night they are mining our mineral salts. Sasa sisi tunashangaa. White tourists are wanakuja hapa Kenya, they are coming to Kenya na hawataki kutoka. Kumbe hawa ni CIA officials wamejaza hapa, they are collecting data on each and everything about our mineral salts. Hawatoki. Somebody came here in 2022 as a tourist. Kwani ana kwao? The person is still here. I am going to share on my TL. I don't know if this is okay, but I'm going to share on my TL some tourists who've been here for that long. Hawajawai kanyaga airport tangu watoke hapa for that long. CIA officials wamejaa hapo in the name of tourist, wanachunga vile hivi vitu zinatoka zinafika kwa airport zinaenda, zinafika kwa airport zinaenda, wanazima light kwa airport ati sijui stima inapotea. Airport ya Kenya, Pride of Africa, JKIA, ati stima inapotea. It is not logic, it doesn't make any sense. Nyi mnaona kama yuki Pride of Africa, Murkomen wanaenda pale wanafanya vitu zao, wana stage manage ati airport ina leak. Kumbe airport doesn't leak. They are stage managing things so that a report ikuwe made that kuna issue imefanyika hapa. They want to lease our airport to an organization outside there. Wanataka kulisi airport yetu. Mliona Adani wameweka pale 30 millions. 30 million they want to lease our airport. Ati airport ina leak. Kumbe it is a lie. There is nothing like that. Wanazima usiku, mineral salts zinawekwa kwa briefcase. Haipiti 10 kg. Juu ikipita 10 kg huwezi pita nayo pale kwa line ita nini. So wako wengi, CIA officials wako wengi, briefcase. Ukikuja pale kwa airport wanasukuma vitu na mavest. Kumbe wanasukuma mineral salts na zingine zinapita through Indian Ocean, zinatoka nje. These are the kind of government officials that we have. So uncertain. I was talking about hiyo mambo ya West Pokot. Guns have suddenly gone silent in West Pokot banditry ravaged. As the members, the local are now embracing the new carbon trading that is there. The biggest mistake those people have done. Na sasa wamepatia hawa watu now a chance to mine this kind of things. Ruto alienda Voi kucommission a 60 million gemstone center. Ruto went to Voi at exactly 12:30. He was commissioned a 60 million gemstone center. Geologists and mining engineers, you can tell me the quantity ya ile minerals tuko nayo pale, is it worth that amount that is being quoted? Mchezo ya town, we are being lied to. Nimewambia mpaka they are now coming up with the national reserves that unasikia sijui this one has been established in this time in the northern
Mr. Kal,
NRT. Yes,
just a minute. For those who don't understand what a national reserve is, there's this tweet that I've just pinned up here. So a national reserve, basically, it's supposed to be, maybe this is a protected area, trees, nothing else. So, but when you look at these pictures that are from here, something is being mined here, definitely. Just look at them and understand what is really happening. National Reserve is total bullshit. And these Wazungus have been trying to have been fucking us for a very, very, very long time. And it's very good you understand this, so that when you can now, the 5,400 people listening to this space, I want you to spread this message to as many people as possible. I continue, Mr. Akal.
thank you. Now the issue of banditry, we've talked about it. Amewambia about national reserves. I think I will give Rabia to talk about maybe hiyo maneno ya NRT kidogo, because there are some investigation I'm doing on my end. Sitaki kuexpose vitu fulani before I compile that report. Kimani utanikubalia hiyo, because yesterday I was also in Kajiado. I think you saw. The whole day from morning mpaka jioni and the night I was in Kajiado County, just doing surveillance on illegal mining. na wao watu wana mine mpaka usiku, and I'm still compiling that report. They are mining mpaka usiku mwingine, na mabarabara huko ni mbaya, ni very, you can't even know there are some things that is going on there. Those people mind an area mali hapo karibu kuna school, there is a school yenye kwa hapo, wali mine yote mpaka wakamaliza, mpaka the school right now is abandoned in the middle of nowhere. The school doesn't work anymore, very nice school. Hao watu wakakula hii pesa wakamaliza, wakasahau. I don't know walisahau ama walifanya nini, wakatutupia kwa macho that they are not even going to rebuild that school. They are now killing the education system in Kenya. Huko wana mine mashule, huku juu kwa university wameongeza pesa. Mwanafunzi ana join KU anafaa kulipa 200k semester moja, unashanga what is going on? Ruto amechukua conman yake Salim Mvurya ameweka kama mining CS. Huyu jamaa alikuwa governor huko Kwale, na during that time ndio mining ya Niobium ilikuwa imeanza. Yeye ndiye alikuwa anapiga deals huko na hao watu wa kumine. Akawekwa mining CS. Conmen ndio wamejaa. I want to finish by telling you because I'm seeing time pia is not on my side. I want to finish by saying this, that where the rubber has met the road, and I repeat again, the rubber.
Mr. Carl, umekatika kidogo. I'm not sure if it's your internet that has depleted. Are you okay? Ama wamekamata wewe? Mr. Carl, I think it's probably his internet. Let me give this Rabia kidogo to this guy called Heisenberg. Heisenberg ni aje?
So good evening, guys.
Evening, bro. Talk to us. 3 minutes, tafadhali. Yeah?
So guys, mimi nilikuwa nafuatilia historia hapa Marsabit County, hiyo picha yenye imepiniwa hapo juu, kuna a place called Durban. So hiyo Durban iko area remote sana, ni around 40 kilometers west of Moyale. So this place niliambiwa kuwa kuna dhahabu nini, but nilichukua initiative nikasema wacha mimi mwenyewe niende nikajiangalilie huko. Mimi naelezewa kuwa kuna dhahabu huko sijui nini, lakini ikabidi mimi mwenyewe sasa nimefuata mwenye alikuwa amenieleza, nikaenda huko. So I found out kuwa the locals there, wao au watu ni wako nyuma sana yani. Yani hata ni ngumu hadi ubelieve kuwa hao watu wako ndani ya hii Kenya tu. Wale watu ni mapastoralist, na kitu ilinishangaza zaidi ni kuwa mimi nilikuwa nikienda nikiuliza the people there, na the people there by the way wanatoka from a tribe known as Sakuye. Sijui kama kuna mtu yote amewasikia Sakuye. So Sakuye ni watu wenye wako around 30,000 tu ikienda sana hii nchi. Nikasema nilikuwa nauliza tu one by one, kwa sababu mimi mwenyewe sitoki mbali sana na huko, natoka around Chalbi Desert tu. Tukaongea na wao. Hiyo ilikuwa March ya this year, na hiyo time kulikuwa kumesha katazwa mambo ya kunini, hakuna kuenda tena kufanya mining na mambo mengine. So ili happen kuwa kuna watu walitokea, watu wa tribes zingine walikuwa wanaenda huko kunini kumine, juu walikuwa wanakubalia pia watu wengine kutoka area zingine Makushaites tu wenzao tu sasa ni tribe inaitwa Borana na Gabra. Watu kadhaa walipata dhahabu kubwa kiasi, hiyo ikaleta mvutano, ikabidi wamepigana ile nini, 3 people walikuwa killed, na ni hapo ndo hii kitu ili attract sasa attention from the national government. Kitu kingine nilijua ni kuwa the county government ilikuwa inaenda kufanya wale watu wa mining ya Marsabit County walikuwa wakiendanga kwa the locals pia wanabai hizo vitu na wakizibai hizo madhahabu wazibai in the name of the county, wanazibai personally, kwa sababu wale watu walikuwa wanasema mtu anapata maybe 2 kgs, mwingine amepata 0.8, yani amepata 0.8 kgs, mwingine amepata hivyo yani, na average ya dhahabu yenye huwa inatoka pale na huwa watumii proper machines za mining ilikuwa ni around 35 kgs, hiyo ni average without the use of proper machines za za mining ya dhahabu, yani za kumine hizo dhahabu. So gava ilifanyaje? Gava venye ilijua kuwa kuna watu walikufa pale na wakaona amount of gold yenye iko pale, wakaenda wakaika hiyo area ikakuwa restricted area. Kama ukisema unatoka from Wajir ukienda Moyale utapitia hiyo town inaitwa Dabel, na ukipitia hiyo town inaitwa Dabel yenyewe, hiyo ni town kuwa hiyo ni town yenye hata vumbi tu yenye iko huko hivyo hata huwezi tamani kukaa. Ile jua iko huko yenyewe ni mbaya sana. So gava ilikaa ikaeka hiyo area ya mining ikuwe ni restricted area na watu wakakatazwa kuwa kwenda mine. So around 2 months ago, hiyo ni Mei hapo hivyo, na around May, yeah, ni May, gava ilikam ikachukua wazee ikawakalisha chini, because there ni wazee ndo wako na sauti wakisema kitu. So kuna wazee wenye walinunuliwa, wale wazee kununuliwa wakakubali hiyo entity yao ichukuliwe na government. Na government, nikisema government na mean the national government, walikam na wakanini wakaiba vitu wakaiba. So hiyo ni looting.
Oh, let me be more,
So wale
Mr. Heisenberg.
kiasi
Let me be more clear. Is it the same photo that I saw Kidiki Kinduki coming there?
yeah, ni hiyo
All
photo
right.
hapo hivyo ndio sababu hiyo mpira hapo ni hiyo. So wale wazee wenye walilipwa wakaanza kusema wachieni tu gava inataka fanyiani hii area kwenye area nzuri nini nini. Kuna wazee wenye sasa walianza kuresist hiyo maneno nini nini, na wale wazee wenye walikuwa na resist walichukuliwa na wamefungwa kadhaa, na sio wamefungwa saa hii as we are speaking, kwa sababu kuna wengine wenye walikuwa na air out wakianza kusema gava inatufudia mali yetu, hawatusaidiangi kwa mambo zingine, lakini leo wanataka hii. So wakaambiwa wao wanafanya incitement, wakachukuliwa wakawekwa pale. Ukisikia an area yenye ina average 35 kilograms of gold yenye inatolewa pale na watu, because hata watu wa Ethiopia wanatokanga from Ethiopia border, wana cross the border wakiingia huko ili wakuje wafanye nini, wakama wachukue madhahabu pale hivyo, wao huwa wanauza kwa mtu mwenye anakaa. Na nasikia kuna Wasomali wengi sana huko Eastleigh wamekuwa wakifanya hizo business, wanaendea huko dhahabu wanaipata cheap sana, kwa sababu ni mtu anakuuzia ili tu familia yake leo isilale njaa, au ni mapastoralist sawa, wana shughuli, because ukiangalia huko it is so remote. So wanajeshi walitumwa huko, locals there wanasema tangu wanajeshi wafike pale, kwanza mtu hata akionekana alikuwa anapita ile area yenye anasemekana ni restricted area, yani hiyo area ya mining, unapigwa. Hata saa hizi nasikia wana plan kutengeneza a fence, kwanza hiyo area waitengeneze ikiwa ni kama ni army base, na wanachokisema kuwa hiyo army base itakuwa kazi yake, wanasema kuwa hiyo army base itakuwa ngati ya kufanya wa prevent attacks from the border. tribal attacks on the border au wanataka kutengeneza sasa a military base. So guys, Ruto majamaa, walai huyu jamaa anaiba kila kona, na ni kama jamaa hawachoki bana. Hii ni area yenyewe watu yani hao mapresident wengine hata hawakujua, kwa sababu ni area yani hakuna kitu yote interesting about it ukiangalia interesting. Lakini this guy, kulingana hata na stories zenye nasikia za watu wenye wameongea before me na wenye wataongea pia after me, yani there's a lot we don't know. Na guys, tunafaa tukuwe macho. Hapa ni pahali penye locals wanasema kuwa siku hizi every single night wanasikia ndege ya helicopter jeshi na kam helicopter jeshi ikikam inakam kuchukua vitu wakienda. Wao waliona macho yao kuwa mashini zikiminiwa pale, mashini wao wenyewe wameona kuwa mashini ziko pale hivyo zimeanza kuletwa. This is an area where kupata mtu ako na smartphone yenyewe ni shida. By the way, mimi ni student wa hapa hivi tu University of Nairobi. Mimi ile kusota ilifanya nikataka kujua yani more kuhusu hii area. Hizi dhahabu unafanya yani hii area Northeastern kunaweza kuwa na dhahabu ni hata hiyo si Northeastern, no, ni tu North of Kenya. So guys, mimi ningependa kuambia hivi. Mimi niko na expedition by the way, hata na plan kwenda huko tena mid August tukajua tena ni nini mbali. Nimeshagadha tukaanza tuende hivyo tuangalie. So guys, please tueni tu yani our brothers keeper, to share na to air out hizi vitu. Manzi hapa ni pahali penye pa kuna potential kubwa sana kwa future ya hii nchi. Hapa ni penye kukiwa na machines wasi yani gava kama iko yani hii sekta ya mining hii mimi naona imefika kufa, si uongo. Hapa ni penye kutapatikana around hata 100 kgs a day hata, because wale watu wenye wanaongea pale hakuna a single day yenye mtu ashaenda pale akakosa dhahabu hata kama ni 0.5 kg. Watu wanaenda, watu wa Ethiopia wenyewe wanatoka pale wanakuja kupata vitu kadhaa zenye wanachukua nini, hivyo ndo wanajisaidia. So guys, hii nchi ni yetu sote tu. Hapa Northern Kenya, tukae tukijua Northern Kenya kunanga terrorist attacks za Al-Shabaab. So mi sioni hata reason yote ya kuambiwa kwa military base wanataka kutengeneza ka military base hapo, na wakazi wa pale wenyewe wamekuwa wakiona mahelikopta zikifika pale, ingawaje haiwezi fanya kitu kwa sababu kuna wazee wamenunuliwa, na wazee ambao wamenunuliwa wale ndo unajua hao ndo huwa wako na sauti kwa hiyo jamii. So guys, Northern Kenya tuende tuka explore Northern Kenya. Hapa hivi kuna shida mingi sana in Northern Kenya. Nimewambia my family comes from Chalbi. Hii Chalbi inasemekana hapa ndo people wako at risk of getting cancer than any other place in Kenya. Hapa hivi Chalbi kuna pahali hii ardhi, mimi sijui hii ardhi mmewahi ona sand dunes? Imagine in the middle of sand dunes, this is a desert. Hapa North Horr kuna pahali ambapo there's yani ni kama mafuta sijui ni yani a black liquid inatoka chini ya hiyo sand, na mimi huwa najiuliza hii ni nini. Nimeenda huko hivyo mara kadhaa tu, sijaenda sana, na hizo venye nimeenda mara kadhaa ni kwa sababu nilikuwa nataka kuno more about hiyo double. Guys, tukueni tu macho,
Haya,
tukueni macho na tukueni macho. Nimalizia.
asante sana Mr. Heisenberg. I hope you guys have really listened to the desperation in this guy's voice. So whatever we do from here, I think I'll try to create time with a few tech bros who are listening to this space also. Maybe we can come up with a software or something like a website that highlights where all these things are located. so that we can expose these motherfuckers. Tumnasikia wase wanasema they are calling these mines illegal, harmful. What's the word? They are calling them dangerous mines. But at the same time, these fuckers are coming at night with military choppers to carry whatever these people who have nothing else to live for. Wanakuja wanabeba vitu tu yao. And they're not doing it in the name of the national government or anything. They're doing it in the name of themselves. And for those who were asking previously about what is happening in Laikipia National Conservancy and shit. So this is what happens. Whenever our say wanafanya mapping, so they go, the moment they identify there's a certain place that kuna mineral, gold for example, which is a very, gold ndio iko mingi Kenya. So whenever they find this location, they map it out. The next thing they do is, most of the time wanachezanga na rhinos. Rhinos ndio the most wanakujanga wanaziweka hapo. And now a day or two, 3-4 months, they come and say, now this is tunataka kufanya hii area ikue animal protection. I wanted animal protection. No, they call it wildlife conservation and animal protection, kitu kaa hiyo. And conservation. So when they do this, the next thing after they have declared that place as a wildlife conservation area, kila mtu anachujwa. All the residents are told to go fuck themselves. Tokeni hapa, this is a wildlife conservation center. And they go ahead and fence it. Good example is Masai Mara. Masai Mara, I'm told, pale katikati mazi gold na chimbo pale si mchezo. So the whole conservation the whole conservation thing, animal protection thing, hata ndio nilikuwa najiuliza. Maze mzungu anatoka tu kwao, anakuja Kenya kutufunza kupea elephant maziwa. I mean, we have been coexisting with these fucking animals for years. What the fuck are you doing here? So it's good now, I have now come to understand this thing is a lie. Tumekuwa tukibeba ujinga. And you know, for those who read books, there's a writer called Fyodor Dostoevsky. He writes and says the best way to keep a man in prison is for him not knowing he's in prison. So we have been in a very, we have been in an invisible prison that we couldn't realize it. But I'm glad that this generation is smart. Sisi si wajinga. We are dealing with engineers, doctors, geologists, and etc. Sisi ni smart. You can't hide the truth forever. So it's very interesting now that the 5,000 people who are listening to this space, I want you so this space is recorded, by the way. So if you can, when you watapitia, when you imewapita, you can just go over it again. And clips from this space should also be dispersed to every platform on this, if you have on your phone. People need to be aware of what is really happening. Hata primo tumedanganywa, vitabu zetu zimekuwa doctored by this white men. Atuambia soda she's mined by in Lake Magadi, and that's it. Wanaweka full stop. What else is mined in Lake Magadi? Gold, fucking gold. So we need to be having these conversations. I think in as much as I know, look, I'm aware I'm putting my life in danger. Na nacheza na supu moto sana. I'm aware, but I don't want my son to grow in this fucked up system that it was so fucked up. He will even regret why I brought him here. So I'm trying to make this environment convenient for him and conducive. And let us also try to make effort, maze. Tusiwai give up. The only way we can do right, the only thing we can do right now ni tuende na full force, ama tukirudi nyuma tutafinywa, na tukifinywa starting all over again itakuwa noma sana. So this conversation needs to keep on going and going and going and going. Let me give this mic to this guy called Engineer Ayub. Ayub, niaje? Please speak to us briefly, dakika 4-5, and then we call it a night. Sitaki kuongea mob. Mr. Engineer Ayub, Kinyanjui. All right, looks like he was fucking with me. Ameitisha mic na naongei. It's okay. Rabia, do you have anything else to add before we close this space?
I do, thank you.
Please do.
Mwanzo, unajua umetaja as Kenyans sisi si wajinga. Kuna geologists, kuna madaktari na pia kuna sekta ya conservation of which si wazungu peke yake wako pale. Sisi pia tuko hapo na tunajaribu kuwakilisha kwa uwezo yetu. So ingekuwa ni vizuri kama sisi pia tunaheshimiwa na kama tunatambuliwa. Manake ile kazi tunafanya kwa kweli si kazi rahisi. Upande mmoja ningependa kumkosoa ndugu yetu, alikuwa anataja mambo ya Indian muntjac. It's a species that's not supposed to be in Kenya. Did it swim from Asia to come to Kenya? Actually, I come from the coast. Na mimi naishi kabisa msituni, naishi na wanyama, na sisi tunaishi kwa wanyama. Hatujawahi ona hiyo mnyama. So yeye kama ameiona, ingekuwa ni bora zaidi kama angetoa evidence ndio tujue kama ile maneno anayotaja ni ya ukweli. Upande ya hii mada ya NRT, ni kweli unajua ndani ya conservation pia kuna siasa inaendelea inside within conservation. Kuna kitabu inaitwa The Big Conservation Lie. Kuna rafiki yetu mmoja, one of our colleagues, anaitwa Mordecai Ogada, ndio aliandika hiyo kitabu. I don't know if you know about it, but kuna a lot of things that he uncovers in the book. So kama utapata nafasi, kama uko na uwezo, unaweza tafuta ile kitabu ama uangalie pia, there's some excerpts of it I think online. It's called The Big Conservation Lie. Sikatai kwamba ndani ya conservation kuna siasa, kuna shirika zingine huwa, yani unaweza shangaa mpaka unashtuka, yani because in conservation tuko wengi. Kuna watu in marine conservation, kuna watu in terrestrial conservation, kuna watu wenye wana specialize mambo utafiti ya rhino pia, lakini utakuta kuna some organizations inakuwa kama favored na serikali. Inakuwa also endorsed. I think NRT was openly endorsed by President Ruto. So unajua pia kwetu sisi ni swali inainuka, how did that happen? Na sisi sote tuko, there's hundreds of organizations, small ones from the level of self-help groups to CBOs, kuna community groups wanakuja pamoja kufanya.
Rabia. I
Yeah,
want you to be brief, tafadhali. Yeah?
I'm brief, don't worry. And just indulge me. I just want to mention lastly on the issue of Mlima Hill, because pia ni issue tumefuatilia sisi kama wakaji wa pwani. On the matter of Mlima Hill, kuna a technical committee yenye ilikuwa set up. Not that I have personally any faith in any technical committee, but I know that there was a tribunal that went on from somewhere like 2010, if I'm not wrong. And the Mlima Technical Committee ni mzuri pia watu wajaribu kuangalia what kiundani hiyo Technical Committee recommendation yao. Manake sahi kuna Community Forest Association. Kumbuka kwamba watu wengi wanaishi Nairobi, ile information unapata kama hujafika ground haswa. Huwezi jua ni nani anasimamia hiyo forest. Kuna mzee anaitwa Nasir Abdalla. Kuna mzee mwingine mwenye anasimamia Kaya Elders. Hiyo msitu si msitu tu yoyote ya kawaida. Ndio kuna Niobium hapo ndani, watu hawakatai. Hata community wanajua kuna Niobium hapo ndani na ni kitu yenye inaleta pesa nyingi sana. Lakini pia hiyo forest ni Kaya forest, ni sacred forest wenye huwa kuna wanaabudu pale ndani. Unaona? So those kind of facts ingekuwa ni vizuri tusijaribu kuficha hizo facts pia. Kama unaona kuna watu wanaficha issues of mining and minerals, let us also be very open about this discussion. Those forests are sacred forests na community wameunda association yao kuhifadhi na kulinda hiyo forest. So kabla sisi wakaaji wa Nairobi tuende kule tuseme, tunataka kuangalia mambo ya uchimbaji ya madini pale. What about wale community na wameishi huko for generations, si ati jana na juzi. For generations. The committee that went there to do the public participation, do you know what percentage wali offer hiyo community? They offered them a 5% free carried interest for the state and an additional 1% additional royalty to be held in trust for the benefit of the community. So vitu kama hiyo pia ni muhimu tuangalie, tusije tu tukachokora vitu kwa juujuu kwa Google na mitandao za Wikipedia. Tuende ground, na mimi nitaalika watu muende ground pale Kwale County, fika pale Mlima Hill. Hata huyu kaka aitwa Bwana Akal afike pale, aongee na watu wa community, manake wao ndio wanaishi hapo, si yeye. Wao wanaishi hapo ndani ya hiyo msitu. So ni vizuri tuheshimiane kwa hilo jambo. Sisi sote tunataka maendeleo, lakini pia hatuwezi kupenda maendeleo at the expense ya wale community wenye wameathirika na wenye watakuwa the first ones wenye watasafa kama mambo haitaenda sawa. Wenye wanastahili kubenefit zaidi ni wale wenye wanaishi ndani ya hiyo forest na ni wale wenye wanaishi hapo karibu na wale wanyama. So yangu hiyo ni submission. Kama nimekosea mtanisamehe. Unajua sisi tunaishi hapo msituni, so experience yetu inakuwa ni tofauti sana. Sisi pesa hizo hatujaziona, sisi hatuzioni hizo zile hela kubwa. Wetu tunaona hawa wanyama, tunaona hizi miti, tunaona samaki bahari, mito, na tumezoea hiyo maisha geni, lakini tunapinga pia maendeleo, lakini maendeleo yenye iko na mwongozo mzuri.
Aya, thank you very much, Rabia. Just concluding, for those who are wondering, nini hiyo ya blue ilikuwa inaonekana kwa that conservation called Natholot. Hiyo si kisiagi bwana. It's a fucking gold crusher. You look at it, I've pinned it up here. Haikuwa kisiagi, this is a gold crusher. So when I tell you about these conservations that wazungus, we need to be asking ourselves questions like, why the fuck do wazungus have 80,000 acres of land in areas like Kipia in the name of conservation? Yeah, and this one Jerotich say has shared a tweet saying we should be asking ourselves why Cookie Gallman owns 88,000. I think we had the same daughter. 88,000 acres of land in Laikipia County. She's a
For a bribe.
celebrated.
And you know, just the moment they heard me say the word, "Are you asking for a bribe?" it made them step away from my car. They said, "No, madam, we have not asked you for a bribe." And I was like, oh my goodness, that's fantastic. I'm so glad, because, you know, for a minute I was really confused. Okay, so what is it you want? And they were just like, okay, madam, just go. And I think that putting it in their face, letting them see, like it's like giving them a mirror onto what they're doing. It's very shaming and embarrassing, especially when it's more than one cop. You know, just don't give them the bribe. Just tell them, no, let's go to the police station. They can come sit in my car, do whatever. You know, tell them I'm calling my lawyer or whatever. Don't give them the bribe. The moment you win, they begin to lose. And it's really important that we do it like en masse, all Kenyans. So that's just one example. Irungu gave a lot of examples of how we can fix the systems in our organizations, in the institutions like the Campaign Finance Act, Parliament, and all the bills. I worked for government institutions where corruption is, what I witnessed was it in tenders. And we know this. We all talk and we laugh about tenderpreneurs. This is really real, and it's happening every single day. And Irungu's right. The moment you get that gut feeling, the hair is it's rising on your back of your neck. People are acting strange. Deals are being made late in the night. You know there's something shady going on, and it's important that we expose it or ask questions and put it in writing. You know, when you write a letter and it goes into the government and it's copied to various people, it sits and it's like a prick in the side of somebody. You know that somebody's asking these questions. But I do think that we need to address it, because these things are happening, and we don't have protection for whistleblowers. So whistleblowers will sometimes come out and try and find somebody they can trust to share that information. So when it comes to institutions, I do think we need to have a reform. So the history, yes, we absolutely need to go back and recover as much money as we can, but we must punish and tarnish the names or red list those people who have been involved in these things, so they cannot come back into politics or into government agencies. But we also need to put in place a transparent system. And in our last conversation, we heard people talking about using blockchain. There must be a way of ensuring the integrity of deals and transparency so that anybody can see what is happening. And what I see happening is at the level of boards. If you sit on the board of a government agency, the CEO of that organization will bring to you whatever the plans are, and they will ask the board to authorize it. The board can ask whatever questions they like. The board has been trained in integrity through the Mongozo book, which is available online. It's a Kenya's manual on managing government institutions. Every member of every board must go through training using that manual. And when you're on a board, you're accountable for the money. So while the DG might be responsible for developing concepts, ideas, business plans, it's the board that is actually accountable. That's why you sometimes hear chairmen are being taken to court. Those people actually have no say on the actual money or who gets the money. The boards don't have a say on who gets the money, but they have a say on approving projects. And if those boards are being lazy, or if they are infiltrated through nepotism or friends, which often happens, then what you'll start to see is the misuse of the process. And that is where I think Gen Z has a huge role to play. They should demand that actually we put in place systems of scrutiny, looking at what goes on in the board minutes. That should be transparent. But also, maybe Gen Z should be in those boards and actually
Again,
asking the tough questions.
I'm sorry for interrupting you, but then therein is the problem. Is it that we do not have enough legislation that takes care of that, or is it that the people who are supposed to be responsible do not follow what is there? Because I feel in Kenya we have too many legislations for simple stuff, but we end up not doing the right thing.
Yeah, I think legislation, as Irungu said, can become a barrier because of the very lengthy process of court cases. I worked in wildlife crime, and I've seen how a small offense can take donkey's years to plow through the court because people are bribing the judges. If we had a cultural system and a cultural norm, so for example, when I was the board of the National Museums of Kenya, I should have been able to get the board to question the decisions that they were authorizing. They were being told, we need to sign this now, it's urgent, this thing was due yesterday. You're being told that now as a board, you're in the way of progress. And in a way, you're as board members, you are not necessarily experts on whatever it is that board is doing. You're supposed to be the citizen representative. So many times they are just pushed into it, or they are given promises of things like, if you approve this, we'll take you to such and such a country, you'll get a business class ticket and that kind of garbage. So we really need to address the
So that
integrity of board
lies actually
members.
the problem, Paula.
Yes.
That actually you agree with me that the problem is the people, because why would I sign something that is wrong without understanding or reading through it? Because if you come and say we should have done it by yesterday, but it's not done, it's not my problem. We need to work within certain timelines. So if I get a promise of a business deal and something, therein lies the problem. It is the people and not
Yes.
necessarily
So,
what is supposed to be done.
and my point is this, that the way that the government works, the board reports into the civil service, right? So the board normally also reports through the minister into the civil service. So as a board member, you should be able to say, no, I'm not confident that I have enough information. And that should be documented in the minutes. What I found is when I told them I reject this proposal, they would beg me, plead with me, please, Madam Chair, you cannot disagree. It has to be a consensus. And I'm like, I won't sign those minutes. As the chair, only the chair signs, by the way, not the board. Only the chair signs. But the members of the board can say, I want it documented in the minutes that I object to this for these and these reasons. They can also go to the minister or go to the civil service and say, I'm concerned about this and this. And that's what I did. I went to the civil service. I said, I'm very alarmed. I'm seeing this and this happening in mega contracts. It does not look right. I'm being threatened that I'm going to be sued. I'm being told that I'm risking destroying national heritage, blah, blah, blah. And to me, this is the clutter and the noise that Irungu was talking about. Noise is created into the system to scare you so that when you agree to it, it's kind of like it all goes silent. And then it's okay. And because we don't like to feel that tension. We don't like to feel like we are the thorn in the side of of something that we're not sure if it's right or wrong. I asked for forensic financial investigation into how the monies were being spent, because I noticed there were so many cases of we have to write off this, we have to write off that, and I was like, if this money has been stolen, go and get it. It in you know, multiple times, and I was told no, we can't do that, and then they will just push it to you, like, Madam Chair, well then you do it, you go talk to your friend Uhuru. That's the kind of nonsense, noise, defamation, and any issue, government, agency, company, whatever, when you ask them to change, the first thing they'll say is, you don't know what you're talking about. We're going to ignore you. What you're saying is rubbish. Then they will start saying, you're only doing this because you have vested interest. You have a godfather somewhere. They'll start trying to discredit you. Then they'll start saying, she's made my life so difficult. I'm a victim. This is a well-known cycle. And if we, as right now, people are so anxious about what's happening, what's going to happen next, all you need to know is that you are on a pathway of success. And the pathway starts with, you don't know what you're talking about, then you are doing this because you want something, and then now you victimize me because blah blah, you're making my life difficult, and then finally things change for the positive, because the people who are benefiting from corruption, they eventually can't exist. They cannot exist inside an uncorrupt system. If you go to England, the very same people in this country, Kenya, who drive around, they go to pubs, they drink, then they drive because they know they can bribe a cop if they get caught. Those very same people wouldn't dream of doing that in the UK. They wouldn't dream of doing it. The same people, whether they are white, red, green, blue, whoever they are. And so this thing of interrupting the culture that we have in this country, sometimes it's our friends. We see them doing wrong things and we just laugh at it. We don't interrupt it. We even laugh about it, like we will raise it as a conversation point at dinner. This has to, it cannot, we have to start at our personal level, and then it allows us and it gives us the credibility to actually raise it in these other higher levels. That's my point.
Thank you, Paola. And to that extent, I now want to welcome Irungu. I know you had hinted you'll be leaving in a few, so I'll give you a couple of minutes to submit. I think you have some rejoinders, and at the same time, you're on points. Then we can follow up with some few questions before we open up the floor to the rest of the speakers. Irungu, please.
Thanks, Mizani. I want to come back to something that both Diamonds and Paula have raised, right? And I think we're having the conversation comprehensively. There are at least 6 tracks that we need to pay attention to. The first is, of course, the legislative track. There's then the executive track, and I'm talking both national and county level. The third is judicial. The fourth is community, so the spaces in which we create around our homes and whatever we describe as our community, whether they even be sports associations or sports clubs and so on. But there is also organizational spaces, and we talked a little bit about, I think the colleague who spoke from the experience of Safaricom gave a good example of how you can create institutions that are founded on integrity, and it makes business sense as well. And then the other one, the last one, the 6th one, is really the personal track, right? Which is to declare that if I am the last person to behave in a way that is maladjusted to corruption, then I will be that person. Right? It doesn't matter whether the legislative, executive, and judiciary are working the way they should be, but I am that person that I will be remembered for as the person that believes in integrity. So I think if I can just come back on the parliamentary question, I think the question that was raised about laws. It is the case, yes, that petty corruption is not at the scale of grand corruption, and that the two, I think I would argue that the two reinforce each other and create consent, like Paula is arguing, for the grand corruption as well. There is no person that can challenge grand corruption when they're paying bribes every day to get little services from the minions within government who are just trying to behave like the whales that are above them or their bosses. But I think on the parliamentary side, on the legislative side, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Act and the Leadership and Integrity Act, these were 2 instruments that were designed to essentially breathe life into Chapter 6 of the Constitution, and they were essentially designed in a way that they would actually obstruct the constitution rather than give life to the provisions that are in the leadership integrity clauses. And I think, for Gen Z and for the rest of us who see this moment as a, if I can use a presidential word, an inflection moment, then we have to drive a reform of these two pieces of legislation. Otherwise, the constitutional promise will be stillborn in many ways. I think there was a point that somebody said that I sometimes struggle between myself as a human being, as a single individual, the leader of a human rights organization, and somebody who's unafraid to speak publicly. And what I've learned from the Gen Z movement is that a hashtag, a capacity to crowdfund, crowdsource, and crowd ideas around accountability is much more powerful than many of the public institutions that we have. It's much more powerful than a specialist NGO like Transparency International. But by creating a mass-based demand for change, the political will can be found, and that window does not exist forever unless the movement becomes perpetual. So we have to seize this moment to actually focus on very specific, enablers of corruption that exist at all the levels that are important to us. Lifestyle auditing was essentially destroyed by the very complex bureaucratic procedures that actually ended up being manipulated by people coming to the public offices to avoid public scrutiny. But I think if you remember several years ago, I think it's about 7 or 8 years ago, there was a campaign that basically generated information on all the pieces of all the assets, all the lifestyle behavior of elected and appointed leaders. And I think we've started to see that come back in the Gen Z movement. But we have to continue to hold people accountable in the public space for the lifestyles they are living.
Houghton, will you be receiving a call? You might have lost connection with us. Am I the only one, Obeds? Can you confirm?
No, he's missing. He's lost.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, kindly proceed.
Okay, sorry, there's a dip in the net. I think we have to proceed with this work, knowing that we may or may not be successful, but we will create ripples that will hold people accountable and will push back the dragon that seeks to breathe every time somebody is appointed. Even in this new cabinet, the pressure for accountability must be intense, and it must be not just with the Kenya Kwanza leadership, but for all those political formations that are prepared to go into this government, they have to feel that level of accountability so that they make the right choices, not the ones that will come to prey on us.
All right, thank you very much, Irungu there, asking us to go for accountability, but not just stop at Kenya Kwanza. The Gen Z movement in itself has created a different paradigm shift when it comes to political responsibility. But can it be sustained, and how well can this be sustained? It's one of the issues we are looking at as we discuss the issue of corruption and retooling integrity and accountability. The hashtag is The Reset. This is Mizani 254, where the scales of balance are restored and meaningful conversation thrive. I want to invite more speakers now to make their open remarks on this topic. We'll start with those of you who haven't had an opportunity. Maybe if you have a question or a quick contribution. Yes?
Eli,
Who is there?
I have a question. I have like two questions for
Go ahead.
Irungu
Go
just
ahead.
before you
Two
move on.
questions.
So the first one for Irungu is, look, so what next after having this conversation? Do you think that the laws that we currently have will actually help Kenya or Kenyans to fix the problem that we are facing? Because going into the future, if we continue like this for the next 10 years, this will probably turn into a public revolution, a serious one. That's number one. Number two, you actually say that the small corruption cases that you see here and there are the ones that build up into the big ones. But if we do not fix this problem today, then it will turn out, it can turn everything upside down. So are the legislative laws okay? Do we need to talk about legislation? Do we need to rethink this complex web of corruption? Do we need to rethink it completely? Is this a conversation that we should have today? Thank you.
Horton, just jump on it.
Yeah, no, great conversations. Let me be very specific. There are 4 acts and bills or pieces of legislation that I think we need to focus on at the moment. And if there are any parliamentarians listening, mine is a direct request to them to, first of all, to overhaul at the level of the Senate the conflict of interest bill, to accelerate a robust whistleblower protection bill, to overhaul the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Act and the Leadership Integrity Act. These are 4 pieces of legislation that are not fit for purpose. And as Gen Z have shown us, they are now within the possibility of being reformed if we focus in that area. So these are the 4.
No, sorry, I think you didn't get me. Just to put it clear, my personal view is we actually do not need all these systems working for the same thing. We probably don't need EACC being a harmony in itself. We have DCI doing this. We have ODPP as a different arm. We have the Auditor General as a different arm. We have so many systems working separately for the same thing. And my view is cases must be handled by one entity from end to end. They can have different arms, but the same entity. They should be reporting to the same channel because these cases are actually ending up getting lost here or there. They're getting delayed here or there because of these structural issues that we face. Is it time that we have a single entity, including a standalone corruption court that handles from the High Court to the appeal, everything? It handles that channel. Is this a time that we need to fix the legal channels to handle these corruption cases? Why is the Auditor General auditing things that happened 8 years ago? When we cannot even, the person is no longer a governor, the people who are in office are no longer in office. Why are we auditing things that happened 15 years ago? That's my question. Like, what is this that delays these issues so that by the time we are going to audit them, we can't even get the money? Is it a system problem that we must relook at the structure?
Maybe
Thank you, Irungu.
maybe a quick response. No, so you've raised a number of issues. So on the issue of the Auditor General, the problem is not so much now the delays in the reporting. The problem is that the actions are not taken to hold people accountable for the Auditor General's report. If you read, for example, the Auditor General's reports that have been released even this year, and follow up to see who has been prosecuted based on those reports, you will find probably very disappointingly very little action has been taken. So I think the Auditor General needs to be, resourced adequately. They need to be positioned so that when they pronounce a crime has taken place, that is immediately pushed to the investigation and prosecution arms of the government.
Thank you very much. For the interest of time, I'd like us to move ahead. And Stella, you had an issue you wanted to raise on the issue of our money, if you don't mind. Can anyone hear me? Stella, please.
Sorry,
Yes,
can you
I
hear me?
can.
Okay.
I can hear all of you. Yeah, we can hear
I
you.
think the system is playing the tricks. So maybe, Irungu, you can take some coffee with us as we wait for other speakers to give their insights. And if there's something being raised, you can be able to respond to. But for now, we want to welcome Stella, followed by Redemptor, and then we'll have Brief Scoop and Mike.
That's fine.
All right, thank you, Eli. I would just love to start by referencing what Mizani always says, that people are generally indisciplined. So it's even worse when you have an indisciplined individual in a position of power where he or she can easily get away with what they do. And basically that is what we are mostly seeing in our government today. Like, we have so many people in power and in governance with a very bad reputation with regards to corruption and even with regards to integrity. So basically, if you don't have oversight over people, and in this case, Kenyans, they will automatically unleash their evil virtues. And that's why we have law, I believe. That's why we have law and we have a legislature. So on my end, I have a slightly different view because I think in addition to what Paula, Irungu, Diamonds, and every other speaker that has said with regards to it starting from the grassroots, starting from a personal perspective and a personal initiative where you do not accept to give bribe to police, you follow the law the way it's supposed to be. I believe that we also need to vouch for the empowerment and independence of institutions. Institutions like the Auditor General, like we've mentioned before, institutions like the EACC, I don't know, and I don't think there's too much independence as is on paper. I also believe that we spend a lot of money on them for us to be struggling with the kind of, or with the level of theft and with the level of drag and delay of cases, having to see cases remain investigated for over a decade or so. So we put a lot of money, I believe. So as I maintain my view that we have enough legislation and laws. As someone mentioned, I don't know whether it was Diamonds or it was Obeds. I think it was Obeds. You say that is it an issue of legislation or is it law? For me, I really believe that we have enough legislation and laws in our country. And it's the implementation. The point of implementation is where the rain starts to beat us. For example, I will give an example with NSSF because it has had, again, its fair share of corruption cases. So the NSSF Act, corruption laws provide that any person who is found guilty of corrupt practices, and this includes things like fraud, embezzlement of funds, or even misappropriation of NSSF funds, is again required to pay double the amount involved in that particular fraudulent activity. And this is supposed again to serve as a punitive and deterrent measure. So this person can also is also liable to can face criminal charges, and this will include even imprisonment and fines. So in line with that, I'm trying to show or justify my point that we have enough laws in Kenya. We recently saw the High Court uphold a 2.6 billion Kenyan shillings fine and also gave a 14-year jail term for the former NSSF investment manager. The guy is called Francis Muturi. And this was again in connection with the 1.2 billion loss at the pension fund when he was the funds manager or the funds investment manager. So you see, here the law was followed. The law was followed and this guy was punished for even more for what he stole. It's not an issue of seeing people steal billions of money and they pay just a fraction of it to not even feel the pinch of what they did. And someone also mentioned the issue of people stealing a lot of money so that they are able to pave their way through, to pay the judge, to pay the lawyers, and to even delay the cases in courts. So I maintain my view. It may be a bit different, but I believe that we have enough laws in Kenya. We have enough legislation, and it's the implementation point where it becomes the problem. And again, overall, Kenyans are not people with integrity. And this is not a virtue that most of us carry. And it's just a lack of opportunity for many Kenyans. They lack the opportunity to steal. And if they are put in that position, they will steal. So I believe we have two issues, and one of them is implementation of the laws that we already have, the many laws that we already have. And number two, the issue of integrity and the good virtues not being engraved in us deeply. Back to you, Mizani.
Thank you very much, Stella. You talk about integrity, and it's quite an elusive conversation when we speak to us as a people? Do we value integrity, or we just talk about it because we are not in a position to steal, like you put it, Stella? I'll go to Redemptor, followed by Mike, and brief scoop in that order. Redemptor, please.
Thank you, Mizani, for the opportunity. Thank you, Oriku, for being co-host. I was going to ask Irungu a question, but I think he addressed it, and I also realized he's just one man. So it's easy when we see some of these people represent institution to load it on them. So there's something you said when you introduced the discussion about integrity being doing the right thing. So I'll not focus on corruption. I will focus on doing the right thing. I speak as a writer, human rights defender, and as a parent of someone who's been in the streets. So when doing the right thing, why are the young people outraged by what we've put up with? The difference between them and us is that they speak it. We know it. We know these things happen. So I'll give you an example. And that's the question probably I would have asked Heaton. Is it possible to fault the CS Interior for what he did not do? Because if we seek to find what he did, we will never find it. But what did he not do? Under his watch, what happened? As we speak, and I know people who work in this sector of human rights defending are overwhelmed. We have a quarry killings that are not being they are being documented, yes, but they are not being acknowledged by the state, so that the body retrieval is being done by citizens, by active citizens. People talk about Matiang'i a lot as someone who implemented policy, so that's what he did. But the same Matiang'i in the interior docket, there are things that he did not do. We had post-election violence under his watch. Civil society organizations do a great job, but I've now come to compare them with crabs in a beach. You know, as soon as you step there, they all disappear in their holes. And I think that's what Irungu has highlighted, that the GenZs have humbled us with very little resources. We saw the kind of money Ford Foundation gives to these organizations. Now, imagine if you took that money and you gave to 1,000 young people with their cameras to do production at home and to talk about corruption and lack of integrity. So the young people have introduced the freedom of expression. I can see ASCC is here, and I want to address a bit of what they can do differently. I saw for the first time, is it a commissioner of IPOA go on a TV station and give an interview? That voice was given by the young people. So I think unemployment is what makes people like me, who are free agents, speak out. I have diligently documented the Shakahola massacre, and I was so afraid of speaking up because I was threatened. But the young people have shown us that you can speak out and nothing happens to you, because we have this, we fear because of knowing what happened during Moi era. So I think what needs to change from now on, the Kenyans in the diaspora today yesterday went to the IMF with a list of all the people that have died, that have been executed, and the people who are missing. And I think that's what the young people are teaching us to do differently. Naming and shaming. EACC took people in court this week, and it ran like a bushfire. It was tweeted, retweeted. And I think that's what needs to happen. So the not doing the right thing is now what we need to focus on. Not doing the right thing. Because doing the right thing is very hard to prove that someone actually stole, but they show you that they have been stealing. So integrity, lack of integrity. And I'll go, because it's a Sunday, I want to talk to the people who are here, who are Christians and who are in leadership, that there's a verse that says, he has shown you, oh man, what is good and what God requires of you: to live justly, justice, to have mercy, stop killing our young people, and to walk with humility before God. Humility is what has lacked in this regime, is what has annoyed the citizenry. So doing the right thing, I think that's what we need to focus on, so that if someone did not do the right thing, when they were the CS, that's what we focus on. Because if we focus, we come here and rant what's not broken. And the last thing I want to do is the arms that counter check corruption, what is it called? A crime. If we combine these agents together, it will be a catastrophe, because some of them have their own evils. They have their own methods. The DCI finds and hides criminals in equal measure. So if you combine them with somebody who wants to do something differently, like blowing up the whistle. So I have a lot to say about integrity and accountability. And I thank you for the opportunity because there are many speakers. I will cede the mic.
Thank you very much, Redemptor, for your grace and actually realizing we have more speakers. But you raised fundamental issues, and I'm hoping that as EACC comes in as part of the speakers to this morning, we'll be able to address those issues. Now, I will move to Mike. Mike, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Mizani. Can you hear me?
You are loud and clear. Proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm speaking from Kisumu, and there are some issues concerning corruption that maybe if the EACC will come in, they'll maybe talk about. We've been wondering, this conversation has been going on, I think, since 2002, when we had that regime change. And the GenZs speaking about it is not something new. I think if you look at the likes of Okura Ekot, who is here, they've been speaking these things on TV since time immemorial. So again, speaking about it makes no difference. It's about the change that we want, and that's why the movement is really pushing for change on integrity. We talk about we want maybe GenZs, maybe in those institutions. Nothing will change because for Kenya, as Speaker mentioned, it's the opportunity that is lacking. If somebody else is put in that post, they'll continue doing the same thing that has been happening. It's all about making our institutions work. Our institutions are not working. EACC is not working, and we have to accept that and look for a change. Make it work. EACC, the way it was formulated, it can work, but it's not working as we want. For me, I think it's the leadership at the top. We cannot talk about Kenyans changing their views on corruption or stopping corruption one at a time. No, it's about the person at the top. If our president today declares a war against corruption, a real war against corruptions, our institutions will work, and it will trickle down up to that police who is taking 50 bob, up to this person giving the police that 50 bob. So it's all about the leadership at the top. I remember the Moi days when we used to be in school, where we had the environmental push by the national government, and it would trickle down up to an individual. So it's all about the person at the top. If today the Kenya Kwanza government decides to fight corruption, one, they will start repossessing all the proceeds taken from the people. And that's how people, the next person, before they decide to do a corrupt dealing, they will have to think twice what will come after. But we've not had a serious government doing this. And until that time that we'll have a government that focuses on real fight against corruption, it will never change. I have a question for EACC. We have, for example, the Aurora and Kimwarer scandal, where money moved from government coffers to a particular person's account. How is it that to date we are still going to court following up where this money went to, and we don't have a dam? If even, for example, 100,000 went to somebody's account, why is this person still free to date? Because I believe monetary funds should be easily tracked. A project should be easily tracked. You will see the project and you will see the money. So if the money went to so and so, how comes these people are still free to date when we had no project available? And that's why I say the fight against corruption is not a real fight. We'll continue talking, but until that day that we'll have a regime that comes out to actually fight corruption, we won't see any changes in our system. Yeah, thank you for the mic. Back to you.
Thank you, Mike. You say a real fight. Brief scoop. Welcome to the conversation. Quite a tough one tonight, this morning, wherever you're joining us from. We'll want to hear your perspective on this talk, and then quickly jump back to Irungu and Paula, and then open up more space to the new speakers. In the meantime, if you're interested to be part of the conversation, kindly request the mic. I know there's some waiting list, but we do our best to enjoy this conversation with all of you. It's quite unfortunate EACC's handle has dropped off the speakers channel, because a lot of questions being raised here surround their docket. It would be interesting to know what they think about this talk and how best can we have a reset talking about accountability and integrity as a country. For now, let's have brief scoop.
Thank you, Mizani. Thanks, Obeds, for the space. And of course, thank you to your guest panelists for helping us navigate these questions. As you know, Eli, I'm a bit of a one-trick pony when it comes to these issues, in the sense that I am very much focused on the global aspects of everything that affects us, including corruption. And I do really think that there is a big component missing when we do not. It's a discussion that's never had, and it's a discussion. It's a focus that seems to be completely absent, because for any big scandal to happen, in particular, especially because we are focused today on the big scandals, on the big corruption cases, there is always 99% of the time, if not 100% of the time, there's always an international partner that is also included. And I think that this discussion is missing when we don't focus on those. So, for example, with the airport, the current discussion about what is happening with the airport, with JKIA and the attempts to auction it off. There's ALG Global, a Madrid-based company. I don't hear Kenyan organizations that do this work focusing on those elements. And by the way, 70% of the corruption, I think it's around that number, and I will find those figures to be more accurate. 70% of corruption in general that happens, not just in Kenya, actually not even just in Africa, but generally in the global south, usually involves international actors. And so we are left fighting over and arguing over the breadcrumbs that are left, the 30% that is left, which is usually not even sufficient to actually complete any projects, right, locally. So for example, the Kimorel Dam, yes, there was 16 billion Kenya shillings that had been that got lost in that dam. But actually, you can't complete. For example, if you compare a similar dam for the delivery of electricity, the Ethiopian dam was built with $5 billion. 16 billion Kenya shillings is only $160 million. So the international actors, in many ways, they leave us bare to two things. Not only do they leave us bare, so first of all, they are very much participants, in this case with the airport, ALG Global, for example, the consulting firm, the Spanish consulting firm, with situations like the dam, lenders, international lenders, lending us money that is only going to create white elephants, because that money is simply not sufficient. $160 million is not sufficient to build a dam. So yes, the money was stolen. Yes, we should focus on that. But yes, we should also focus on the IMF's role and the international lenders, the London Club therein. What were they thinking? Why are they lending money for a project that is not feasible? Because the amount of money is simply not feasible to complete the project. And
brief while you're that, and sorry to interject. When you say that, if you go to a lender and ask for resources, and you tell them, sometimes you need to justify why you need the money. But does the lender have the responsibility to follow you through to find out what you're doing with the money? Because I think it's really up to you to decide what you do with the money. If you take a bank loan, for instance, and you took it for development, but then you decide you're going to buy a car and other things, would the person who's given you the money follow you up to ask you why you decided to do the opposite of what you had said? Is that
well,
what I'm hearing?
I cannot buy a house and pretend that I can afford that house. The bank will simply not let me if I cannot demonstrate that I can afford the house, or that I can afford to complete the house. Yes, so those questions actually ignore the fact that not only do lenders have those responsibilities, but in addition, lenders such as the IMF and the World Bank and their partners, because they include government partners, actually dictate in many other ways. So why is it that when it comes to the responsibility of ensuring that these projects are feasible, they are not so willing to dictate? They dictate to the
No,
extent.
brief. Allow me, and I just for purposes of clarity, and I don't want to make this a podcast. What I'm looking at is this: you go to a lender, they give you conditions that you need to meet for you to be able to get the loan, and once that is met, according to them, after they do their evaluation, they give you the money. Is it their responsibility to follow you to find out what you did with the money, or it's up to you to be judicious to what you promised to do, so that you have a way of returning that money when it's due?
It's actually their responsibility to ensure the feasibility of what you're borrowing the money for. What I'm arguing, I'm not suggesting that they should be following where the money goes. That's not their job. And that's not what I'm saying. Maybe you're missing the point. The point that I'm making is that there is a responsibility. My mortgage lender took the responsibility of ensuring that I could, that the house I was buying was worth the value of the house, and B, that I could afford to pay for the house. These people, they deliberately lend to white elephants for this very purpose. And I find it incredible that we excuse colonizers and somehow believe that these colonizers, despite the fact that these organizations were built in the 1940s at the height of colonization, when they were brutalizing Mau Mau warriors and other freedom fighters across the globe, that somehow these organizations were built for our own interests. It is naive beyond imagination. And so we do need this conversation is incomplete without including the international actors and targeting them and focusing on them. The International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, they go as far as dictating that we cannot have minimum living wages. Why do they do that? Well, when government workers are earning 30,000 Kenya shillings, are they going to spend that 30,000 Kenya shillings going to the supermarket? If you go to Quickmart today and fill up your shopping cart with basics, not with luxuries, with basics, you're going to spend that 30,000 Kenya shillings. So corruption is built in with the international systems that we are a part of, with the international financial systems that we are a part of. These people, they know that people cannot afford to live. So when they insist that government workers must not have living wages, they are also ensuring that this same government, I'm not justifying that they should be, the corruption, but please tell me who among us on this panel is willing to live on 30,000 shillings? Well, of course, some of us have to, but the majority, a good number of people on this panel cannot live, are living on thousands of dollars a month, including in Kenya, and would not foresee themselves living on less than that, right? Because that's what life costs in Kenya. So when we don't have living wages, we ensure this system. So this conversation is incomplete without that international component, and these international organizations definitely ensure that that paradigm exists to start even to cause that petty corruption that we are discussing at the level where people are willing, have no choice but to pay money to get their IDs and driver's license and stuff like that. I'm going to yield there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brief Scoop. I don't want to editorialize everything you've said. However, you mentioned the international players and what role they have in fostering corruption in what we would refer to as developing countries. To also to just defend what you've just put across. I remember the last time we had a conversation on where is our money, and some of the issue that was raised is the money that went to the Kimarere Dam. And Howard here was able to illustrate how the procurement process in itself creates opportunity for public funds to be lost. So there's procurement that went wherever way it went. And in so doing, people actually steal public money. And some of this money is through loans. We have had the issue of printing of ballot papers in the UK, I believe so. And if you go close to it, you realize that there are international players involved in the whole circuit. So I do want to say, indeed, it is correct to put it that we cannot have this conversation minus including the international players who foster corruption in the country. However, how do we retool integrity and accountability in this country moving forward? The reset is in the conversation, we have Irungu Houghton from Amnesty International and Paola Kahumbo, who is a conservationist. And tonight, bringing in, well, I'm used to tonight because of time difference, but this morning, bringing in the conversation back home. Paola, you've heard what Kenyans are saying, and definitely you might have to bring in your 2 cents to it. I will give you the mic, then I will have Irungu, and then recycle the speakers. Paola.
Thank you so much. Great points from everyone. And I really like the idea that we are inside of a global system, yes, and we are also dealing with a local problem. I remember this whole thing started about the tax bill, right? Kenyans are saying we can't afford to pay this tax which is being imposed on us. Corruption, bribery is almost like another form of tax, right? And so that's why this is such an important, vital conversation, because it basically means for every 100 shillings we're making, we're having to lose a significant chunk of it, which is why we go to Quick Mart and we're surprised at how little we can buy with whatever our earnings are. I'm really happy with what Irungu has put out as what needs to be done in terms of legislative overhauls. He's named 4 particular pieces of legislation. We've talked about transparency and accountability and the importance and the use of technology to help drive that. I'll give you an example. At the Kenya Wildlife Service now, as annoying as it is, you can't get into the national park or any museum of Kenya without going through this e-citizen. And as a result, all of the money is being collected. Whether that money is being used wisely is a different matter. But in the past, most of the money was getting lost just in the process of paying for your tickets. So in theory, technology could really play a very key role. We've talked about improving our oversight bodies. We've talked about quite a few institutions. But I'm really interested in 3 particular areas. I would say law enforcement to me is a big one. The police, they really are at the heart of everything for me. And we really need to foster a culture of integrity, which means as citizens, we have a very critical role to play because we are dealing with them on a daily basis. The second thing we really need to do is improve and increase the amount of public participation, because what we're seeing is angry people. It's not just Gen Z, by the way. It is all Kenyans are really disappointed with their inability to actively and effectively participate in some of these decisions or getting access to information, because even the Access to Information Act doesn't work properly. And then finally, I would say what's critical and what's missing is awareness and even education about some of these things. As I'm listening, I realize I don't know enough about so many of these issues. Whatever I learned in civics as a child is no longer relevant in Kenya today. Where do I learn? And what are our children learning in schools? And I wanted to suggest 3 tools which I think could be really, really useful to help maybe to manage the groups of people that we have across this country. Everybody is moving to the streets and moving as a huge body of people. But to be honest, even when you read on social media, people have different ideas, different disagreements, different things that are upsetting them, different ideas of solutions. And there's a methodology that is really amazing. It's called open space technology. We use this technology to bring people together around an issue that they all are concerned about and want to do something about. And addressing, for example, legislation could be one of them. Another one might be dealing with the police. You bring all these people together and they engage as equals. Whether you are the head of EACC or a child in Standard 5, you are all engaging equally and all ideas are captured. Then everyone gets to engage, participate, discuss, and identify solutions. And what you discover when you bring people together who are on polar different sides of a big issue is that new solutions emerge that could not have happened if it wasn't for the bringing together of all the intelligence of these different people. And then after we have created all these new ideas, then we vote. And what you find is that actually, it just as Irungu suggested, there are 4 key things he thinks just need to be done. Well, what happens in open space technology, and it's usually only a one-day event, you'll find that the vote reveals there are only 4 or 5 real priorities that we can work on together that will address 80% of the problem. And this is a technology that could be done at the scale of a village, a community, a residential estate, a county, or even at the scale of the government. So that's something that I really would love to see happening in order to bring up the solutions, because we have heard so many problems and it becomes a bit exhausting hearing more and more. There's so much evidence of the problems. What we now need are solutions. The second idea that I think we could deploy is called human-centered design. Now, we keep talking about problems in agriculture, or let's say the government decided it's going to go and build thousands, tens of thousands of houses. I don't even know how they came up with that idea, but maybe it's another corrupt scheme. But really, the people of Kenya should have been involved in thinking through what is it that we actually need. The human-centered design really allows us to engage the people who are affected, people who have experienced these challenges. You know, like if we're dealing with corruption in a human-centered approach, we'll be dealing with people who are affected by corruption on a, you know, on a very personal level, and you work together to ideate solutions. And this is a very, very powerful way of coming up with I guess with new, it could be a new technologies, or like, let's say we're going to use some kind of a technology to help us to combat corruption or map corruption or whatever it is. And then the third one is called participatory budgeting. This is a really cool tool that is used in many parts of the world. You know, at our county level, they have a budget, and even within the county, you've got the budget is broken down per maybe per ministry within the county. But the participants of making those decisions, and I've seen this, like for example, tomorrow the Kenya Wildlife Service is going to launch their new strategic plan, and they've asked conservationists to come, and they've said uh, basically to come and review the strategic plan with them. But we had nothing to do with developing that strategic plan. It hardly makes sense for me to go and sit with an agency that has already written a 300-page document when I had nothing to do with designing that document or coming up with those ideas. So what we really and those ideas, whatever they've put into their strategic plan, are actually linked to the budgetary implications. So they've come up with some ideas which they want to implement, and they just want me to endorse it. They're making Kenyans rubber stamps, and I think we should actually demand to be part and parcel of planning and in the budgeting side of it, so that I, as an individual, maybe the Kenya government wants us to do, I don't know, something on captive breeding, let's say, of endangered species. Citizens should be able to pitch their ideas in order to get some of those funds. At the moment, it happens in a very secretive way. Maybe those tender documents are very secretive, but no other citizen knows what another person is pitching to a county government or to central government. What if we actually had better, more open, transparent, participatory approaches, all the way down to budgeting, where as citizens we can say, yes, that person or that organization is the best placed to do this piece of work, and this is how we as citizens are going to hold them to account, because we have put too much responsibility and power into the hands of a few people and a few organizations. Those are the three, big things that I just wanted to close with. And thank you, everyone. This has been the most interesting conversation, and I hope that it leads to really practical solutions for us to address the problems that we've been talking about.
Thank you very much, Paula. They are detailing some tools we can use to improve integrity and, of course, accountability in various sectors. That is the public and the private sector players. Irungu, a lot has been said. I don't know what you make of this conversation so far.
So first of all, I have two takeaways. One was a conversation around whether we have too many interlocking and bureaucratic systems within the criminal justice space, and whether we need to, for example, give the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission the power not just to investigate, to also prosecute. So, our constitutional promise was based on the spirit of the Constitution was based on this idea of the separation of powers. It was designed that way because of the rampant misuse of state power during the 1980s and the 1990s under the late President Moi, where you simply from a phone call out of State House, you could have somebody investigated, prosecuted, and convicted, because the chain of command essentially went from the president right through to the judge. There was a real fear that the imperial presidency, the concept of this all-powerful presidency, was just too rampant to abuse. So this is how we ended up with the separation of powers, that investigating agencies do not also prosecute, and prosecuting agencies have to subject themselves to the judgments of a judicial officer. I think, despite the frustrations I have with the nature, the delay in the judicial system, a little while back, 10 years ago, a number of us under the Society for International Development with advocate Willis Otieno developed a comic book called 60 Ways to Undermine Economic Crimes Cases. And we had asked him to develop 100. He got to 60, and it included everything, in terms of how files would get lost, people would get bribed, others would not be available for mentions and hearings and so on. But I think even with that frustration, I think we basically have to keep those three arms separate, so that we do not have misuse of public power. The question for me in some ways is, how do we resource the Auditor General, make sure that the Auditor General, and not some ad hoc commission of inquiry that doesn't include the Auditor General, is managing the public purse? How do we ensure that Nancy Gathungu, who is empowered to be able to essentially not just report like a journalist on what's happening, but actually be able to move the Director of Criminal Investigations and the EACC to investigate, to turn those turn that into investigative cases that can be prosecuted. Should the EACC have prosecutional powers? Should the DCI? There's been a battle really for the Director of Criminal Investigations to also be able to prosecute. And I think what I would say is that no, we basically need to keep these systems separate. I do believe in the idea of economic crimes courts, and specialized courts for large cases of corruption. The second takeaway for me is around Redemptor's point. Should we now shift the discourse, the accountability for criminal liability, to negligence and the failure to protect, not just the presence of graft and malfeasance? Is chapter 6 a ethical standard that holds all state and public officers responsible to protect public resources and to protect the public? I think so. And therefore, as we look at the appointments of the cabinets, the question that we would ask each and every one of the 5 or 6 that have been returned, what is it that they will do differently that will protect us, for example, from the kind of police violence that we saw in 2017, 2023, 2024? Are there new policies that are being introduced? Is there a Damascus moment for the Interior Cabinet Secretary, for example, that with new leadership at the Inspector General level, that his leadership style will be different from what we've seen over the last 2 years? And I think that's the starting point for any step forward for this process. Lastly, this moment for me feels a little bit like January, with an exercise routine, right? So we're all in either the gym, or we're running, or we're exercising, playing on a pitch, and it feels great. However, the question is, how do we keep the faith for the year? Let's not squander this opportunity in the area of corruption. Thank you very much, Mizani, for the opportunity to participate, and thanks everybody for this conversation.
Thanks, Houghton. I'd like to, just before you go, to ask you, you talk about separation of powers, and I think it's a very critical element in any democracy, and that's how we structured and agreed to govern ourselves. The concern I have, and it's common knowledge right now, that the executive holds virtually every arm of government at ransom, and partially, I would speak with confidence that Parliament is not independent at all, and that's a big problem. And at the same time, independent commissions were put there as, in quote, a fourth arm of government because they gave people security of tenure and allowed them to do their job without any intimidation. Have they served the purpose for which they were to? And if not, the question you ask about empowering them differently, is it what we need to pick up and go on with? And how do we ensure that Parliament is not captive?
Yeah.
From the executive?
I mean, state capture, as Kenya Kwanza itself said in the lead up to the elections, is a major destroyer of the Constitution and the way that we've designed our government. State capture essentially undermines the balance of power. It also reduces key institutions that grew out of the violence of 2008 and the misgovernance that we saw during that period. So state capture is the problem, right? The problem is not necessarily the institutions themselves. So, for example, I work very closely with the Independent Policing Oversight Authority. Do I think that they have responded to the police brutality that we've seen during the process? No. But would I call for their dissolution? No, because when you remove even a weak institution, you actually leave the ecosystem with very little capacity. And therefore, I think it's really important to protect the space for these independent institutions, to demand that they are properly resourced. I mean, at the moment, just before the finance bill, many of these institutions were facing up to 40% cuts. With the rejection of the finance bill and the changes that we're seeing in the appropriations bill, these cuts may go up to about 50%. And we have to demand that, cutting the budget of institutions that are designed to monitor and to act on corruption is essentially, another exercise in destroying the state and the nation. And therefore, we have to demand that they are properly resourced, and secondly, that the leadership and a number of the agencies are going through leadership shifts soon. So the Independent Policing Oversight Authority in the next 3 months will be appointing a new set of directors. And we need to demand that those positions, like the Inspector General, should be based on open recruitments. It should be based on competitive, a competitive process based on merit. And even, I think, as the Inspector General is being appointed, that is also a place that we must challenge this idea that system or state loyalty is the first criteria for an Inspector General. What we need is an individual who has the capacity to look beyond the violence, to look beyond the confrontation that we've seen in our streets, and create systems that are reformist, if not radical reformist, and also are able to de-escalate the tensions that are essentially not policing tensions. They are ultimately issues of poverty, inequality, and neglect that the police are now having to manage on our streets. So I think that's the kind of positioning I think that we have to demand with regards to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the National Police Service, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. These institutions must be given the space to do what they are constitutionally mandated to do, rather than to be an extension of the presidency.
Thank you very much, Hilton. What a way to finish your presentation on this morning space. It is exactly 10 minutes after midday Nairobi, Kenya's time, and we are discussing corruption, retooling integrity and accountability. And here we're calling it the hashtag, the reset. I want to request all of you who are tuned in to actually ask EACC to come back. They were here and disappeared. So whoever has contact to their social media handler and anyone in that authoritative position to come back and speak to the issues we are raising. So tag them, ask them to come to the Mizani space. We are having the corruption conversation. Now, to this extent now, I want to welcome more speakers from the listeners panel in order to make their presentation and raise their questions, and then we can progress the talk moving forward. I will go to Mariam. You have the mic. You have 3 minutes. Kindly prosecute your case.
Hi, thank you. Before Irungu goes and Paula, I wanted to make reference to something, an example. So once upon a time, the three of us used to do debates. There's a time we held debates using having youth in universities talk about and debate issues of elephants, because there was something going around. There were issues around the wildlife at that time. There's a time we were talking about housing rights. And I am using this example to say that I'm noticing that we are doing a lot of these discussions in these spaces, and they are not reaching people down there. And I'm using these examples to say that way back, there was that normalization of bringing the issues down to the people. For example, that if you ask someone right now about housing rights in Kibera, someone in, let's say, 2014, somewhere in the streets, they'll be like, oh yeah, this is information that we had access to from Amnesty International, or and similarly with Paula's organization. My point is, we need to start disseminating this information and trickling it down to the people it matters the most to. Because right now, if you go on the ground, it is just, people still think it's a Gen Z issue, and we are starting to become a nuisance to people. And I'm saying we, even as a millennial, people don't understand what exactly we are fighting for. If Mama Mboga doesn't know why she's paying an extra 10 shillings to buy hamburger, and she doesn't understand it's because of the debt issue, then she'll still think that her son telling her to go to the streets is a nuisance. Like, why can't you just stay home and help me sell these things? We need to start normalizing trickling this information down to the majority of people. Stella, analysts talked about values and morality. That's a very tricky place to go. But one thing I've learned from some countries like Israel and is it Singapore, what they used to do to be able to thrive was because they were rallying around themselves, having created a common enemy. So for right now, corruption is a common enemy, but that common enemy needs to be known by everyone. And how to do this is by letting everybody know that this is a common enemy. It's true, values and morality. If anyone got an opportunity, I always ask this question: if it were you, would you do the same? And obviously people are like, yeah, of course. But the moment everyone in this country knows that everything is affecting them, this corruption is affecting them, then they will want to rally around that cause. They will stop seeing Gen Zs as a Gen Z cause. They will stop thinking, we will stop doing these discussions only in space, on Twitter, and trickle it down to social media and trickle it down further. And the other strategy I had for this is we need to start infiltrating ourselves in the system. For example, EACC, we call them here. We need to start normalizing calling these institutions to such spaces and demanding for answers, because we have a lot of evidence on Twitter, but it doesn't go down to anybody. We don't demand answers. We don't receive any, and this information still doesn't trickle down. So we need to start holding town hall debates. We need to start having this information somehow reach Mama Mboga. I still insist on that. And the other way on the issue of infiltrating ourselves in the system, imagine ourselves just talking every day, having Twitter spaces. It's like standing outside a brick wall and shouting to the people inside the tower. They don't even hear what we are saying. They'll continue doing business as usual for them. That's what we are doing. So we need to start looking for a way to bring them outside the tower and listen to us and demand answers. Then after they give us shoddy answers, we publicize those answers to Mama Mboga so that she can now see what really she's contending with. And then the last thing I want to say was, that's all. We need to start normalizing spreading the right information to as many people as possible, because right now it's very abstract. Just telling people to go and occupy airport or state house, people are like, we don't know why we are doing that. We need to start lighting fire under the why. The why needs to be felt throughout the country. So yeah, we can always come up with ways to do that. My way is to have institutions start demanding institutions to start coming to give us answers. For example, even if it's every day, county government Mombasa, there's a day for, I don't know whether it's Joho who's the governor there. Joho comes to a space and we ask questions and we publicize them. The next county, 47 times. After that, we go to the auditor. Someone talked about them just giving us information like the news. No, we don't want news. We want statistics. We want information. We give the evidence and then we publicize it. That way, we are going to have something is gonna give eventually. But just talking about it and then talking about it in just the technocrat level or just the Twitter level is not gonna make so much difference. That's my contribution. Thank you.
Miriam, I would like to say thank you very much. It's good to know that what we have tried to do, especially on Mizani 254, is much as we have conversations, we try and compile some of the whatever ideas that are put across, and we're trying to push and find a way to be able to publish this and be able to put across to the people who are responsible. At the same time, you talk about counties. Yesterday, we had a conversation about devolution, and we were highlighting the cases of Kiambu counties and Murang'a counties. And if you have time, you can go to that space and listen to what was discussed. So what we also endeavor to do, we are a budding organization, and what we're trying to do is to ensure that we contribute actively in issues of public participation so that our voice can be added. They might not be able to do what we are asking, or they might not take on board what we're asking, but we need to be actively contributing and be active citizens to ensure that we put our ideas across. So I thought I need to clarify that for purposes of the fact that, and also saying that on just making noise on Twitter is not good enough. Trust me, it is changing a lot of things. And people are starting to look at what the legacy media has done. Like Citizen have decided to incorporate their X spaces into their news. So it is important, and maybe this is a sphere people need to consider. But as a beginning, we must start somewhere. And what is the civic space is expanding. And the reality is that there's a shift in how governance is being done in this country. And it's important that we continue doing this because people must begin somewhere. And then we need to, augment this and add to other things that can be able to contribute better. I think, Ms. Anne, that's what I had to say. Go back.
Definitely, Obes, thank you for that clarification. And for the interest, Miriam, if you want to know who is the governor of Mombasa County, that is Abdul Somad Nasir. Joho is trying to become a CS, but we will see if that works. With this government, anything is possible. Moving forward to the next speaker, let's have 254 for life.
Good afternoon, Eli. Good afternoon, Obeds. Thank you for the space. I hope I am audible.
Sure, proceed.
I joined a bit late. I wanted to go to church this morning and just pray for our country. I believe we're going through very tough times. But I've just been listening to Miriam, and part of me sort of agrees with her, because when I look at the topic of retooling integrity and accountability, I'm thinking of grassroots level, like she says. And I think part of the biggest problem has always been civic education. And if you go to any place around the country outside of the urban centers, most people will talk about civic education in terms of the right to vote, why you need to vote. And it only comes up when we are going to an election cycle. And part of it is, I think, is the failure, because civic education starts with us at homes and the kind of values we hold true to ourselves. And part of the problem of corruption is that, much as Irungu was talking about the institutions being there, that's right, they should be there and they should be independent. But then when you look at it also from the whole system perspective, you even find that we're even being failed by institutions like the Registrar of Political Parties. We're being failed by the judiciary in different elements, because when these corruption cases come out, ideally you expect that, like now, for me, I don't expect somebody like Didmas Baraza to be a member of parliament. Why? Because it's out there in the public that he shot someone. Now, the investigation being done, yes, we are not part of the investigative arm of government, but ideally when an investigation is being done, these things should have been properly placed in the public eye, in the sense that if he needed to be suspended from house committees or being suspended as a candidate for election, all these things should have taken shape in the first place. So that in itself is a corruption system. Number two, same thing happened with Babo Wino. He shot DJ Evolve a few years ago, and nothing seems to have come out of that from a leadership perspective. So you have leaders who ideally their values are very questionable, and that's why I stopped calling them leaders. I call them dealers these days, because all that they seem to do is strike deals. Either it's a deal for this or a deal for that. And unfortunately for me, we have a problem fundamentally in our society. And my thought process is, if you want to retool integrity, start by educating everyone. And that's where I agree with Miriam, because I think part of this civic education is,
we need to be telling everyone what is our expectation. When you want to call somebody an honorable member of parliament, what is so honorable about them? And partly we can see this as having very good examples who exist. My personal opinion is we have certain leaders that have exemplified that role, and people like Irungu are doing a very good job by talking about it. But then again, you look at all the stations that go into the vernacular, like Citizen that has all this Ramogi FM, Inoro FM, Kameme FM, all these stations, they don't invite people like this to talk to the people outside of urban areas. So the people out there, you'll find this is where politicians get a lot of joy, because when they go to their home areas, all they do is talk about the politics, and all they do is they politically charge people. And I'd hope that one day we have a system and a leadership that looks at communicating with people as if we are all equal, and not tribal as per se, but equal in terms of you deserve as good as I get as a leader. So if I get good healthcare, everyone should get good healthcare. I shouldn't have to go to a region and tell people that, people from this side are against us and they're fighting me because I'm from this community. And that's the problem. So part of that civic education should be, one, we should be able to say leaders are talking from the same script as everyone else. And then number two, it's also to interrogate some of these institutions and what they do. So for example, like Miriam said, yes, you don't call leaders to spaces and be accountable. And the Auditor General keeps giving us reports of the rot that is in government. But then again, our question should be, once that report comes out, I'd like to know, and I'd like to question, for example, the EACC chairperson and say, listen, you've been earning a salary for, let's say, your tenure. I don't see any prosecution going on. If it's a judge, if this case was assigned to you, what is the progress on this particular case? What is the closure of some of these cases, so that we don't have things going years and years and years into the legal system, and these people keep being leaders and yet they have very questionable character. Then number three, and probably just to ask Irungu and Paula, what is the ideology in a vacuum, everything held being constant and everything being in a perfect system? I'd like to know what independence of these institutions looks like, because I honestly feel like most of these independent institutions we say are independent, they somehow keep being channeled back to the executive, and the executive has a role to play in the appointments and how they exercise their duty. So I'd like to know what their vision of independent institutions looks like. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we need to allow Dr. Ekuro to make a quick remark, because he had requested to leave quite early? And Irungu, if you don't mind, we'd love to have you here. Questions are coming that you want to respond to. Kindly be patient. We'd like to get what the rest of the members think about, so that you can respond effectively. Dr. Ekuro.
Thank you so much, Mizani. Thanks, Obed. And thanks to Irungu and Paula for their submissions. I hope I'm very audible. There's been a lot of interference, keeps on dropping off.
Yes,
Excellent.
you are. Kindly proceed.
We can hear you.
Okay, so for me, just quick two or three submissions. Number one, and maybe Irungu and Paula can also comment on this. I think for us to retool integrity and accountability in this country, we now need to begin a rigorous process of deconstructing the occupiers of those public offices, starting from the president himself, the executive, the government, and all those people up to parliament. Who are these people that we are entrusting with our public offices, so that we can handle this question of corruption? And I'll come to that question of corruption. So if you look at their political pedigree, the executive today is actually installing their own puppets, their own loyalists into public offices, including EACC. And I've got a very radical suggestion to make here. And that's my second point, which is that I think we need to disband EACC. We have not seen any value whatsoever. We've seen EACC only chase police officers who are pick 100 bob, 50 bob from matatus, but they are not going for the big thieves, the thieves of our public money. So I think for me, talking about the law, and I'm happy that Irungu categorized 4 pieces of legislations, but I think we need to simplify this so-called corruption. And I will pose this question back to the audience. Think about the word corruption in your own mother tongue. Does it exist? And my final point is that what we are calling corruption is actually theft of public money. So if you promise people that you're going to build a bridge or a road, but we don't see that road, we don't see that Kimwarere Dam, but money has moved, what have you done with that money? The penal code in Kenya is sufficient enough to be able to punish thieves of public money or people who defraud the public. So we need to simplify this conversation around what we are calling corruption. I want us to stop using the word corruption. Can we talk about thieves and theft of public money by public officials? So retooling, look at the individuals, the kind of people that we elect into government. Our responsibility as citizens of this country. Who are we entrusting with our public resources? With our public money. And when that money disappears, let's not call it corruption. I don't even believe in the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. I don't believe in the corruption. Corruption and crimes, economic crimes court. I think we should just do this the normal way. We invoke the penal code that you, as Governor X, we have a report from the Auditor General, and the Auditor General has said you have not accounted for X billions of money, so you have stolen that money, and you must, you must take charge. The last point, Mizani, is that we need to deconstruct the institution of parliament. You see, when the Auditor General submits a report, an audit report that says County X or Department X of government has not accounted for money, it is Parliament, the people's representatives, that actually turn audit findings into audit queries. They have no business, in my view, and maybe this is an amendment we can push through the popular initiative on Article 257 to say that Senate or Parliament should not begin to summon governors to question them on the loss of money, or ministers. These people should straight away go to DCI, record statements, DPP to open up charges against them. Parliament has no business now turning into auditors. They don't have the competence. They don't have the capacity. And I think that's where we're missing the point. So to retool, I repeat again my main point, to retool integrity and accountability in our country, we must deconstruct office holders. But over and above that, all us people who are speaking here, who are lamenting on these spaces, which is still a good thing to lament, still a good thing to express our displeasure, but can we also offer ourselves for leadership? Because our leadership today in Kenya, government today in Kenya, parliament in Kenya is attracting the deplorables. Thank you. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Dr. Quote. Again, you say very radical, and I must admit that is very radical. But it looks like Kenya needs to have that serious surgical experience in order for us to change. Is that the way to go? Retooling, integrity, and accountability is our topic tonight. Under corruption, and we have the hashtag The Reset. Tweet us, let us know what you think about the talk. Now, I'm going to invite Richard, followed by Wakili, and then Irungu, and then finally we'll have EACC in this next set of speakers. Let's find out what they think about the conversation. Richard.
Thank you, Mizani, and I hope you can hear me. So again, a lot has been conversed, and the beauty about where we're headed with this conversation is we're now starting to, talk about action points. But may I actually suggest and say that there are 2 levels or even 3 levels where we'll actually be fighting this. You have mega corruption institutionalized in governments or in institutions. Then you have what the citizens participate because they've been, boxed to be able to participate in corruption, not because they are corrupt by nature, but because people have decided that services or certain functions should not work, thereby inducing citizens to be forced to participate in, things they actually not be able to want to participate in. So again, for people who've said that Kenyans, we have a corrupt culture, but who brought us there? It is people who've made us, not receive what you're supposed to rightfully receive, and thereby forcing us there. So I think there's something Irungu actually mentioned, that we can actually cut these systems down. at these various levels, whereby we as citizens can say, you know what, I'm not going to give you money. I would rather sleep in that cell, go to court tomorrow, get my justice. If we as citizens can start with those low-hanging fruits, because the corruption question can be fought in multiple facets. I mean, this is a mongrel of a problem that we actually have to address. And I agree with our court that it has to be radical, because the people who are corrupt do not care. They know that the systems that are in place would always protect them. So where we as citizens are responsible, we can start by taking back that responsibility and saying, I'm not going to pay you money to get my passport, much as it's going to really affect me. I'm not gonna, pay money to cut the queue in a hospital line. I'm not gonna do these kind of things. And with the movement we've had recently, we can actually use that, sort of energy to actually say there are things as a people we can decide and say no to. But again, when you come to what the institutions actually supposed to do, and I agree, they should be independent. I fundamentally believe that institutions that are independent do not want to act independent. Yes, you can be under-resourced, you can be underfunded, you cannot be given all the monies you have in the world. The DPP's office is protected by Kenya, so the DPP should actually just do his job. You fail to do your job because you have restrictions of money, then we as Kenyans can listen to you. If it's the ESCC, let them actually say, this is what we've been able to do. These are the people we've been able to, investigate, but we are unable to finish these cases simply because we don't have money. But show us what we're actually doing. Because let the Inspector General of Police do his job. Why does he have to hold brief with the president, and have people shot hereby when they actually know protest actually supposed to be protected by the constitution and all that? So if all players who are saying that we've been hijacked, we're no longer independent when the constitution has clearly spelled and given you that responsibility, I think I would agree with our court and say these people should just be coming out and saying, I have tried to do my job in the best line possible as I'm required to, but I'm being frustrated because of 1, 2, 3. You actually have to do your bit, because what finally I'd say, Mizani, is most institutions that are independent to do is, without necessarily bashing them for no good reason, is to actually say that they are simply waiting for some Hail Mary saving grace from the executive to give them direction, when they have been mandated by the constitution to actually do their jobs, which they do not want to do. So sometimes we might blame it on the funding, we might blame it on all these things, but what are we as a people in these institutions actually doing? Now, to arms of government like parliament, who are supposed to legislate, who are supposed to hold people like executive accountable, make sure that the budgeting process is actually done right. Moses Kure was on the space sometime and he said even cabinet is never decided. It's never unified on what happens with budgets. You have a few people who are going in there, they don't even have enough time to consult and all that. Okay, be as it may. But I'm happy because there used to be hope. I think even when you're coming to the next budgeting cycles, we can start that as Kenyans and say, yes, we cannot fight the major corruptions. Maybe the institution can fight that. But we'd want that process from budget making to the time we have the finance bill and all that. We'd have to be vigilant from day one before that process begins, building that public participation and saying, why are you allocating money for things that do not make sense? So I think, Eli, as part of the solutions, civic education will be my last point to say, we really have to keep doing the civic education. And I'll urge Irong, the rest of the guys who've been doing the citizen assembly, let's do this, because those assemblies may not necessarily bring action right now, but they'll be making a self-aware citizen, so that as we keep this struggle, it's also a mindset shift that we're trying to have here. So as we take these conversations off Twitter to the assemblies, let's bring it down. Yes, let's bombard these radio stations. Let's request for audience. Let we as Kenyans on Twitter even petition and say we've had enough politicians on morning shows. Let's actually have people who actually, speak to issues that are going to, bring discussions of where we want to head as a people. So again, the civic education bit, we should not relent and be tired. The movement can do what it wants to do right now, but in the long term, you're also looking at the end game. Are we preparing unaware citizens like the GenZs have been doing to help us in the long run shift the mindset? Because that is where the greatest battle would be won when it comes to corruption. I would have many things to say, but I'd want to come in later when other speakers are spoken to.
Thank you very much, Richard. I will cross to Wakili. Welcome to the talk. The mic is yours. And just a quick correction here. After Wakili, we will have Irungu followed by Howard, and then we'll have ESCC speak to some of the issues being raised on the space. Wakili, please.
Thank you very much, Eli, Mizani, for hosting the space. So first of all, because we're talking about retooling accountability and the issue of corruption, I want to bring in an institution that is less talked about and probably not known by many, but it's become a big problem and it's affecting many people. And I'm talking about the Council of Legal Education. As I address this, I would like to bring this to the attention of Irungu Hilton, Dr. Ikuru Okot being one of the framers of the Constitution, and ESCC. Why do I bring in the Council of Legal Education? Because there are many young lawyers who've suffered in the hands of the Council of Legal Education, in the sense that people have gone through the institution, that is the Advocates Training Project program at the Kenya School of Law. But now what happens is someone goes to the Kenya School of Law, registers for 9 units, sits for classwork, coursework for over a year. Then when it comes to examination time, they are paying for the normal sitting 5,000 shillings to sit for the exam. So someone sits for the paper, passes 8 papers, and then he fails 1 paper. What happens? This paper, people have researched for the paper for almost 11 years, a majority from 11 years, 5 years, and a number numbers that I cannot mention. For you to remark a paper at the Council of Legal Education is 15,000. For you to receipt a paper at Council of Legal Education is 10,000. So what happens? Someone fails an exam, they're given, let's say, a 48 or a 49 because the pass mark is 50. And then after that, you go for a remark for 15,000, you're given the same mark. So it means your 15,000 has been washed down the drain. Now, because you cannot pass, now you have to receipt the paper. You receipt the paper with 10,000, again, you fail, you get the same mark. Tell me how logical is it that someone who's been reading or not reading for whatever reason can be getting the same mark in the same unit for over 5 times? The answer is simple. Either these people are not marking or they are playing money. So these people are doing what? There's a lot of people who are going through depression, anxiety, because every other time you're just thinking about exam or results. Your career has come to a standstill. You can't do anything. There are people who've lost sponsorship because some of these young lawyers have become an SI unit of stupidity in the society, because people are wondering how on earth you've been doing the same paper for 5 years, 6 years, 10 years without passing. The impression the society gets is you're stupid, which is not the case. I'll give you a scenario that happened recently on the 9th of July. There's a cohort that researched the exams in April 2024, and then the results were released on July 9th. So what happened this time around? Results were sent to to individual student portals. So when people started noticing a certain pattern. Everyone had gotten the same result they got in the previous receipt, which was in November. So people within their circle started, hey, by the way, my marks, I got my results, I failed, but I still got the same mark. So people noticed the same pattern. So the students formed a group. Now they started raising the issue. What happened? Some of the CLE staff and some people infiltrated, and then they noticed the outcry that was coming out, which was an exposure on their side. So within a span of an hour, they went to the portal, altered the marks. And what happened now with the altered results, now there was a pattern again. Either everyone had gotten a +5 or a -5. You see, that is the pattern. So when students went to CLE to demonstrate, asking them what is happening, because the only way they'll be accountable is if people will be given their booklets, they look at it, because the booklets are handmarked. If you give me my booklet and I've gotten whatever marks I see, this is what I got, I'll be convinced. But what happens? CLE now starts giving people, these booklets are not here, they are stored in a warehouse somewhere, they cannot be retrieved. It's a process. You know, if you want to see your booklet, you have to get a court order. We're doing this because of data protection. And then you ask yourself, this is my booklet. Whose data? I'm asking for my own data, not anyone else's data. Why should I get a court order for me to get my booklet? The same government attitude. They'll always find someone to throw under the bus. So when we ask them what was the reason for the similarity in the marks that everyone had gotten the previous receipt, they said, you know what, the IT guy is a new guy. He's just been in the institution for 4 weeks. He was given the results to publish. So instead of publishing the April results, he published what? The Instead of publishing April results, he published November results. So you see now the secretariat, the council, the board, they're trying to run away from the issue and throw this ICT guy under the bus for the mistake that was done. This is an institution. What isn't there a counter-checking process before the results are published? Because when they release a notice, it means they have checked everything is okay. So how do you go ahead and release a notice of release of results when real sense you know that the results were wrong? People have been asking for accountability, but no one is speaking about it. They're asking for people to go again and remark, which is again people spending a lot of money, people's career at a standstill. No, nothing is moving. Just accountability of this happened, because if you're not convinced with your marks, this is your booklet, look at it, this is what happened, and everyone will be convinced. Why is it so difficult for them to release the booklets to the students to counter check their marks? Spend in at the Council of Legal Education, people spend lots of money. There's screenshots that have emerged where people have been asked for money. If you want to pass, people have been asked money to a tune of 70,000 and 100,000 for you to pass a single unit. Why would you study, pay that all that amount in terms of fees, and then still someone is coming at the back door to ask you for money for them to give you a pass? This is Council of Legal Education that is preparing lawyers. How would they be preparing people who is supposed to fight for other people's rights when they themselves are sitting on people's rights? I think this is something that Irungu Hilton, I would really urge you to take up, because there are many people who've been silent for so long, but they only came up because of the environment in the country where now everyone has been demonstrating. So that this is the moment they found it was the best time to approach the Council of Legal Education. Eli, I beg to hear there, and I'll come back there should we need any clarification the same.
Thank you very much, Wakili. Quite some interesting issues you're raising, and not interesting because they are very entertaining, but very disturbing. Irungu, the mic is yours.
No, I think Wakili, the point that you've made just reinforces the argument that corruption is less of a I guess a vice that is seen in one or two spaces, but it actually exists in all the spaces that we occupy, and wherever there will be power, resources, and privilege, we need to introduce integrity to those spaces. There are a couple of lawyers on the group, I think, and I think I saw an older friend who perhaps could speak to that a bit more. Allow me to speak to the question that had been raised earlier about the independent officers. And actually, as I was thinking about this, I was remembering a moment back in 2017 when a few of us went to Parliament to stop the Parliament from essentially cutting short the mandate of the Office of the Auditor General. And that time, there was a gentleman, and he was, by all intensive words, a gentleman called Eddie Ouko. And there had been 15 attempts to intimidate him, to prosecute him, to cut funding and curtail his mandate. It's probably one of the worst attacks on a constitutional commission or an independent office that Kenya has experienced in several decades. And as we went to Parliament to try and block that particular case, we were successful. But what was really present in my mind was not just the stability of an anti-corruption institution, and that's essentially what the Auditor General's office is. But it also, risked the the possibility of an honest accounting and audit professional class for the entire country. Because I think if you corrupt that institution, then in a sense you've opened up the floodgates for corruption in all the businesses, in all the non-profit sectors, and all the informal spaces, the small and medium enterprises as well, right? So I think we have to protect these institutions, and just in terms of the history of them. And there was a question about can they ever be independent? So Kenya has about 18 independent offices and constitutional commissions. As I mentioned earlier, we introduced this into the constitution because we felt that executive power unchecked was dangerous for the country and for the mandate of executive officers themselves. So over the years, like elsewhere in the world, we have generated these institutions to regulate elections, the appointment of state officers, the judicial system, financial integrity, human rights protection, policing, even the complaints around administrative justice, and the media, and of course revenue share as well. So there's a whole range of these institutions that are there, and I think one of the things we have to do, we have to resist the opportunity, or rather the temptation, to essentially declare that they are useless, simply because the problems that they have been designed to address continue. It may be the case that they are imperfect and that they are ineffective, but imagine the situation without them, right? Imagine, elections without an election commission. Imagine, human rights protection without the Kenya National Commission for Human Rights at this time. Imagine a national police service that is, directed from State House. And, again, institutions are not perfect, but imagine if you had no separation of powers in the way that our Constitution develops this. I think some of the concerns that I've had with the conduct of the independent offices and the constitutional commissions is twofold. One is a lack of bravery and boldness in terms of challenging the executive where it needs course correction. Right? I'm not a favor of challenging without cause, but where there has been cause, and sadly there is a lot of cause historically, those institutions tend to be, cautious, and part of that is to do with the fact that either the individuals do not have that run these institutions do not have the right training, they do not have the right values and ethics, and also they somehow feel dependent on the state for their careers. That's one problem. The second one is that they don't have enough resources. So each statement is weighed against, will this be another reason why my budget will be cut by 10%? So I think these are one of the concerns that I've had. The second one is really the concern around the absence of these institutions protecting each other. So if you think about it, these are 18 independent offices and constitutional commissions. There has been historically committees that have been set up for them to come together and collaborate, to learn from each other and so on. But, since I guess the constitutional, the Commission on the Implementation of Constitution, I've not really seen a collective response by these institutions to issues, for example, of funding, to issues of intimidation, to issues of disrespect for the mandate. So when the Independent Policing Oversight Authority says, we do not get cooperation from the National Police Service. Why is that just an IPOA issue and with a few human rights organizations? Why is it not an issue for all the 18 commissions and offices to champion? And I think, when we start to see them acting together, the power that they have collectively will begin to push back and see some space open up for them to carry out their constitutional mandates. Hens have been known to eat their own eggs. Nile perch have been known to feed on each other. But as I reminded the executive back in 2017, cannibalizing an independent office or a constitutional commission whose mandate it is to protect public funds is not in anyone's real interest, and definitely not the public interest. So I think we have to continue to demand more from these institutions, demand that they work more collectively, and protect each other and demand bravery and courage in ways that we have seen from the Gen Z leadership. And for me, the Gen Z leadership is not just an identity, it is a kick ass attitude that says we don't want issues that are systemic and that are hurting this nation to be postponed any longer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Houghton. They are stating we cannot postpone these issues that are systemic and hurting this nation. I want to invite Howard to make his quick remarks. Howard, welcome to the talk. We are happy to have you once again on our spaces. And then after that, we'll have ESCC to really raise some issues, respond to some of them that have been raised in the talk. Howard, please.
Thank you, Eli. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've been listening to Kenyans and I've been following events for the last couple of weeks. This morning I was sad, not just this morning, but a couple of days ago, especially when His Excellency the President appointed half of his cabinet, and it emerges that he is going back to recycle the same people that he had fired, and you wonder why he didn't just do a reshuffle and he had to fire someone and then go back to appoint the same person for whatever reasons. And my frustration was because I felt that the president missed an opportunity, because someone and the action of the protest that happened recently had handed the president a golden chance, a blank check to right some of the challenges or the wrongs that people have been struggling with as a country. The fact that he hasn't been able to utilize that raises questions, and the questions that are raised perhaps are the ones we are grappling with now on this forum to discuss under this topic: retooling, integrity, and accountability. Because the protest in the first place came about as a result of people being frustrated with problems of lack of accountability and integrity issues. They came about as a result of struggles and anger built up over a long period of time on questions of governance. Before the action that happened 2 or 3 days ago, if you followed social media, you'll notice that there appeared to be a huge group of either bloggers or citizens or leaders in different quarters, religious leaders and politicians who had been mobilized to start a counter narrative to paint the protests as merely anti-government and problematic people or people who want to create problems for other people. This was intended to shift attention from the real issues, which were governance issues, and demonize an otherwise genuine action from the public and from citizens, so as to justify the decision that was just about to be done. It appears that whoever engineered or whoever mobilized those people, including the goons who are mobilized to make the protests look like they are now deteriorating from issues to destruction of property, that person, I want to believe he had premeditated a situation where they are going to make a decision they know from the word go that is a bad decision. But so as to justify that bad decision, you create a scenario like, that the story we are told that when a hyena wants to eat their children, they first begin blaming them of looking like or smelling like goats, so that they can then justify the action of eating their children, which they already know that it's bad. I'm saying this because one of the biggest frustrations I see about corruption is messaging, is the issue of either exaggeration or misinformation that usually creates too much frustration in the quest or the fight against corruption or in the quest to get integrity. Allow me to state that corruption, quote unquote, is part and parcel of every business enterprise. It's like the norm of the business architecture anywhere and everywhere in the world. What has been happening is that different parts of the world give it different nomenclature. What we call a bribe here or what we call a kickback here, somewhere else someone calls it agency fees. The difference is that in that place where they call it agency fees, they make it contractual, they make it legally binding, they make it enforceable in court so that we agree. I'm giving you a job worth 10 billion shillings, and you're going to pay me 10 million shillings in return for my effort to help you get that job. And we enter into a written contract, and if you do not pay, I'm able to walk into court and through court proceedings, I get orders from the court to enforce that 10 million shillings that you have to pay me. In our context, we call it bribe and we call it kickback, and there could be many other names that could be given to it. The only difference is that in the places where they have legitimized it and given it a name, they're able to do it perhaps and control it so that it remains enforceable. In our context, because it is not yet quote unquote legitimized, there is no law that governs it, people end up doing obnoxious kickbacks. So that someone is packaging a deal, and in the deal, 1 billion shillings is supposed to go toward doing the job, and another 1 billion shillings is supposed to go toward a kickback. It's not documented, and if it does not reach the person that demanded for it, since it cannot be enforced, then everything has to be done underhand and everything has to be done behind the curtains. And the only way to enforce it perhaps is using methods like abduction, methods like torture, methods like methods that are extrajudicial, that are outside the judicial framework. So the whole fight, and I say this because having many years worked in the Kenyan context and interacted with other international businesses, and also especially been in the spaces for infrastructure contracts where a lot of attention is. Misinformation is one of the biggest impediments toward investigation of any nature. Sometimes I hear big names, people who are very knowledgeable, thoroughly knowledgeable on economics, on law, sometimes making statements that are outrightly according to them, they are making a genuine comment and they strongly believe in what they're saying. But if you come down to the details, you realize that the statements they're making are not correct. And the people who have been charged with the responsibility and the powers to fight or perhaps to clean the system leverage on this so that, when confusion is created, you do things and disappear in that confusion. Today, a couple of days ago, I saw people had been arrested because they purport to be from ESCC, and why they purport to be from ESCC is because they know being in ESCC is good business. You can threaten people about corruption here and there and get paid for those threats and get away with it. They have been arrested. But I can tell you for sure, another group somewhere else is also posing the same, either posing as though they are from DCI or from ESCC or from any other agency, so that they can push and squeeze money out of someone somewhere else. I'm struggling to find a way of how to summarize everything in my mind, but perhaps the point I would want to make is that I do not know what we will ever do to deal with the problem of misinformation, intentional creation of narratives that are supposed to create confusion, to make things get away. Maybe allow me to try and draw an example in a Kenyan context, which might help us to make sense of
What
what I'm
does
saying.
1 minute suffice?
The 1 minute is pretty short, but I'll try. I'll try to summarize it this way. We at some point around, was it around 2017, 2016, coming to 2018, 19, when someone had proposed that they want Kenya Airways to take over Kenya Airports Authority so that Kenya Airways can survive. Kenya Airways is a company that has been making losses in billions and tens of billions consistently for several years. And someone had the audacity to table a bill in parliament to achieve that. To explain the problems with that arrangement, it might take more than a minute. But generally, companies that are doing well are normally supposed to take over companies that are doing badly. The moment you find a company that has been posting losses consistently for several years, trying to take over a government entity that it looks like it's doing well, there is a problem. Someone, and that someone was quote unquote the Tanga Tanga team, managed to mobilize parliament and defeat that purpose. But what followed after that was the so-called the Aurora and Kimwere scandal, which I always believe was the source and the reason why there was a fallout between President Uhuru Kenyatta and President William Ruto. The narrative that was pushed about Aurora and Kimwere, and I've had our court talk about Aurora and Kimwere. When I sit as a professional and look at that, everything that happened, I read a lot of stories about it, and I could tell that the contract has no scandal. The scandal was in the investigation. The investigation lost more money than any of the contractual problems from a strict contracts perspective. I could need more time to explain that, but the point is, the whole thing about the dam scandal, somehow it came in quick succession with the troubles that were happening at the airport, so much so that it caused so much confusion. And most of the stories that we're hearing was a lot about misleading information than factual information. To the extent that at the end of the day, the process of investigation, in my own estimation, lost probably amounts to the tune of 10 to 20 billion shillings. The investigation lost the money. Any little money that was lost in the contract could actually easily be recovered through contractual remedies without having to go the direction of criminal investigation or even corruption investigations. Coming back to my point is that we are likely going to go through a lot of endless back and forth and fights for this corruption, particularly because we try to create a forest and we try to create obscurity about it when someone is facing the president and telling him, look, we need to fix governance issues. But then the president starts telling us about Ford Foundation financing protest. He starts telling us things that look outrightly silly, but because they are spoken from a very high podium, they create confusion and they successfully reduce the energy that is within people's minds and hearts to go out there and demand for governance, to a point that people now begin buying fear when they are told that, we can become like Sudan or we can become like Somalia, forgetting that Kenya has got a constitution. There are so many things that are very different between Kenya and any other neighboring country. Allow me to conclude. For us to be able to fight corruption, I do not know what we will do, but we need something that will help us to get a bit of clarity, something that will help us to get, I don't know how, but something that can help us to distinguish between what is real, what is true, and what is false, and ruthlessly focus on what is factual and true so that we can separate between the chaff and the wheat, and so that we can get the wheat out and burn the chaff and get a country that is better and a country that is moving toward prosperity. If we continue draining and creating wastage to the tune of 40%, 60% of our revenues, it is practically impossible for us to ever grow as a country, because we will end up consuming and diverting most of what we are supposed to be using toward productivity into purposes that are not intended to be applied. Thank you. I hope there is a bit of clarity that has come. The time was a bit short, But that's let me bring it to the end there to allow someone else to speak. Thank you. But if there is any clarification you need, you can ask.
Thank you very much, Howard. I think you paint a good image of what we're dealing with, including information, disinformation, and misinformation, which plays a big role when it comes to combating corruption. But in this case, equally retooling integrity and accountability. And that's why we are asking us, what more can we do to change and shape this conversation? Our main speakers today included Irungu Houghton, who has been gracious enough to sit in through the session from Amnesty International Kenya, and Paula Kahumbu, who has also managed to be part and parcel of this conversation. Well, let's just say the conversation keeps going and moving as we welcome a set of new speakers. I will welcome my good friend Obeds to carry us to the next session, hoping we'll have more meat and beef to chew on from ESCC. Obeds.
Thank you very much. It's been really an engaging conversation. I'm really impressed with the fact that Kenyans have a lot to say about this. I'm happy to see that we are interested in resolving the issues that are affecting this country. But, you know, we have people who believe the status quo is the right thing for them. And there's a bunch of us who believe that we need to move forward from this nonsense. That said, I'm glad to see Professor Kibwana up here. And also must note, there's a pal of mine, a former schoolmate, Dr. Eric Komolo. I'd like to hear what he has to say about this conversation. I hope we can request for the mic. There's a long queue of people who would like to speak. We're trying our level best to ensure that everybody else contributes to this conversation, but we can only do so much. And thank you so much for your patience. Now, I'd like to engage with the EACC. And I'm sure whoever is behind the handle has taken time to hear what people have said. What I'm curious about, and before that, actually, before I ask, I also believe that as Kenyans, we probably complain about corruption, not because we want a change, but because we want to be a part of the people who are eating at the table. And that's part of the problem, because we are complicit. We are not necessarily engaged in it because we want a real solution. That said, I would like to ask the EACC. A lot has been said. Some have suggested that probably we need to disband the EACC. Maybe that would work, and maybe it wouldn't work. I would want, for the beginning, for you to justify your existence, number one, and show us what you've been able to do. And thirdly, if there's anything that can be done to make sure that your work is made practical and you're able to deliver, because Kenyans feel that EACC, from where you are, you haven't been able to deliver on the promise, and that's why some would feel there's no need to have you.
Thank you so much, host. I believe I can be heard.
Very well.
My name
Loud
is
and clear.
my
Loud
name,
and clear.
my name is Eric Ngombe, the spokesperson of ESCC, and I want to appreciate and commend the organizers of this forum, particularly on the topic of retooling integrity and accountability, because this is a conversation that as Kenyans we must continue to have so that we continuously respond to the emerging challenges in terms of the fight against corruption. I want to begin by appreciating that it is true that corruption remains widespread and institutionalized. At the same time, I'll also mention that a lot has been done by the Commission and other institutions, but what remains to be done is much more. When we are talking about corruption, we should not focus on the EACC because the business of fighting corruption is actually beyond EACC. EACC only investigates, hands over to the DPP to prosecute. The DPP, after agreeing with us on sufficiency of evidence, hands over to the judiciary to take over from there. Away from that, there are many other things that we expect other actors to do. For example, Parliament is expected to ensure that we have good and effective laws. We have the executive, treasury, and others who should ensure that we have resources. We have stakeholders, Kenyans, who are supposed to expose corruption, because the people stealing our resources are not men and women who fall from the heaven. They do it, then they go back. It is our brothers, our sisters, our friends, our professional colleagues, and many more. Today, when we talk about corruption, we need to appreciate that the environment in which Kenya fights corruption needs to be revamped, particularly the legal environment. We do have many laws governing the fight against corruption, but many of them have escape routes, and that is what corrupt people take advantage of to slow the process. And that is why EACC has continuously engaged Parliament to strengthen the laws that are inhibiting, that are making it difficult to effectively tackle some of the issues that Kenyans continue to raise. For example, you'll hear Kenyans wonder why so and so is in office, a high office, despite having corruption cases. This is because at the moment, we don't have a law that says that when you are under investigations by EACC, you should step aside. And that is why recently 6 chief executive officers of state parastatals were suspended by the head of public service on a recommendation of EACC, but they were all returned to their positions by the court. Why can't we have a law that says that once you are under investigations, step aside until you are cleared? That is one of the provisions in the conflict of interest bill that you saw us talk about at that time, because one of the provisions that were deleted required persons to step aside until they are cleared. We have also had Kenyans also wonder why people who have integrity issues are sometimes appointed or sometimes cleared by the IEBC to vie. EACC does not clear people for the purposes of election. What EACC does is to provide an advisory on the integrity status of the candidates, aspirants, and we give that advisory to the IEBC, and secondly, to the people of Kenya. Last year, that's the last general election, 2022, you will recall that EACC flagged out 241 aspirants who had outstanding integrity issues, and the people who, in the eyes of the EACC, were not suitable to be cleared to vie. IEBC had to clear them. Why? Because again, there is no law compelling them expressly to bar people. We have, as a country, adopted an interpretation of integrity to mean conviction for a criminal offense. EACC consistently holds that the threshold for integrity for public office has nothing to do with a conviction. Because if you say that an individual must exhaust all the avenues of appeal, taking into account that cases in our country can take even up to 15 years due to the inadequate capacity in terms of human resource, you can have a governor serving 3 years while still waiting to exhaust the avenues of appeal. So these are the issues that we need to be having in these conversations, as opposed to saying disband this one, disband the other one. Because disbanding institutions is tantamount to saying that because people are still getting sick, let us disband hospitals. Because my son has gotten an ID in school, let me ask them to stay at home. Waache kwenda shule. Or let us disband churches and mosques because people are still sinning. We need to be asking ourselves as a country, what are the reforms that we require at every stage? And I've already highlighted that one of them is the gaps that exist in our legal frameworks. On the issue of election, there is need to make it clear that a person without outstanding issues, whether cases under investigations before the EACC or the DCI, or if those cases are with the DPP, or they are actually in court, those people should not vie. Today, the integrity threshold for election under Chapter 6 still remains elusive. It's not clear. An attempt to give a very clear standard of that integrity was given by the judge who recently revoked the appointment of the chair of KRA. But even the judgments and the rulings of the courts that exist in terms of what that integrity threshold is are still conflicting. So that is one thing that needs to be resolved. In terms of the other laws, we need to have the gaps exist in our laws today sealed, and we always have those identified, and many of them are actually before Parliament. And that's why I was saying that talking about corruption is not about EACC. Can Parliament also work on those legal reforms based on the recommendations that the Commission has made so far. The second issue that the country needs to address, ESC included, is leadership accountability in our institutions. An effective strategy for fighting corruption has to be two-pronged. On one hand, we do have the personal integrity of the people holding offices. And I've already talked about that one, starting from how people get into office. Because how people get into office will influence how they will behave when they get there. A man or a woman elected when they have corruption cases in court to go to parliament will not enact a good law to fight corruption. An MCA who has cases or who is hell-bent on thieving and has been elected to the county assembly, they are not going to vet people properly and ensure that we only have men and women of integrity sitting in the county executive. So how people get into office is important. In terms of these institutions, because I'm talking about the two-pronged strategy. One, institutional integrity and personal integrity. So for personal integrity, we should have people get into office when they are properly vetted and they are clean, and then continuously mechanisms for holding them to account should be included in our laws. When I say this, I have in mind the many cases that EACC has written letters to CSS, county secretaries, and many accounting officers, and advising them that persons scheduled for interview as candidates before them have cases either in court, at EACC, or the DPP. But because there is no law that makes EACC recommendations binding, we rely on the goodwill and the patriotism of those heads of institutions to enforce those recommendations. Many of them ignore. Recently, CS Linturi, as it then was, got a letter from EACC asking him to consider not to appoint a CEO who had serious issues, a case before the DPP. CS ignored and continued. So when we have this kind of trend and we have people with integrity issues appointed against the advice of EACC, after they steal and they loot, you come back. EACC is not working. Even last time when we gave the 241 names of people who had issues, a third of them were elected, they're in parliament. When they engage in malpractices, the same Kenyans who had access to the list will shout, EACC, what are you doing about so and so is now stealing? Because this is very important, let me talk about it. That is the vetting of persons for election. Integrity vetting of individuals for election has 4 stages. Stage 1 is the political parties that nominate aspirants. The Constitution makes it an obligation for every person to uphold and defend the Constitution. Do political parties nominate persons of integrity as aspirants? After that stage, the next one is EACC, where EACC looks at the nominees from political parties and independent candidates. Then we flag out those who have issues and we send to IEBC. We do not make a decision on it because the law allows IEBC to do that. After IEBC, which also requires an effective framework, law allowing it to do that. After IEBC, the fourth and final stage is the people. So even if the first, second, and third, political parties, EACC, and IEBC, if people with integrity issues are able to get through those 3 stages, what did the citizen, the ultimate decision maker, do with the information that was available? So the fight against corruption is a collective responsibility. And if we look at it from that broad perspective and look at the responsibilities of every actor, and every actor does their part, I can assure you a lot will be achieved. Another critical actor, from where we sit and on the basis of the investigations that we do, the men and women looting our resources in Kenya are our own professionals. They either do it directly or they advise the thieves. Accountants, advocates, lawyers, valuers, engineers, and the rest. Each of those persons belongs to a professional body. I've seen high-profile professionals talking out there about what institutions have not done. What are our professional bodies doing about their members who are facilitating or who are being hired by thieves to scheme scandals? Because in Kenya, corruption is planned. People don't just wake up and loot. People even take months and years to plan a scandal, all the way from budgeting until execution. They even look at some of the loopholes that might be used by investigators, and they seal. So that when ESCC or other agencies begin investigations, you have to begin by, first of all, removing the obstacles that have been put by the experts. So the level of skill that goes to planning corruption in Kenya is amazing. So what are we doing about our professional bodies? Are they doing anything about their members to contribute to the fight against corruption? Therefore, the Commission remains committed to its mandate. I've heard and seen people say that, oh, some cases done by ESCC have been withdrawn. I want to clarify that no case today investigated by ESCC has been dropped. And that also raises another issue. Okay, nini yangu imezima.
All right, thank you very much. I believe that was Eric, and Eric has raised a lot of issues that most of us might not want to listen to, but I do appreciate the fact that he's been able to bring them to our attention. And I know there are a couple of questions being sent to our DMs, but I'll give the opportunity to the speakers that are joining in to make those demands known to Eric. Without forgetting to recognize IGAD Head of Mission to Kenya, Ambassador Dr. Fatuma Adan. Thank you for joining the conversation tonight and this afternoon for that matter. We appreciate you being here. Now, Stella, you have a question. I'll give you the mic, followed by Western, and then we'll have Diamonds, Howard, and then we can go back to Paula before we can go and engage Dr. Kivuta, Dr. Okot, and the ESCC.
Thank you, Eli. I have listened to Eric, and I can feel or see the independence with the EACC. So I have one question with regard to the dragging of the cases. What is really the challenge when it comes to cases taking ages and ages to be investigated and having some tangible output or outcome out of it? And then there's also that issue of the EACC having recovered only 31 billion since 2003. So again, with regards to that, what is really the challenge? Is it that assets have to be recovered after the case has gone through all the lines that he's spoken about, or what is really the challenge with that? Thanks, Eli.
Thank you. I believe we have lost the ESCC spokesperson, but once they rejoin the call, we'll be able to bring these questions back to them. We have Western. Kindly proceed.
Thank you, Mizani. Thank you so much. Greetings to the listenership. Mizani, what I wish to say is that the epitome of corruption in Kenya is at the apex, at the office of the president. Because before I get and delve into the meat of what I want to share with the listenership, I wish to remind those who are listening that Mwalimu Nyerere gave members of his cabinet an ultimatum. Those who want to go and do business should leave his cabinet and go and do business. He's not going to tolerate people who sit astride government, make policy, make laws at the same time, do business, effectively making laws that economically benefit them. He drew a line in the sand. We didn't do that. In Kenya, we had the Ndego commissions of this world, legalizing and normalizing corruption at the highest places in government. And that has been our legacy to date, such that it doesn't really matter how many layers and layers of commissions and offices and bodies we create. It is not going to work because we bought into this, what I would call Western triumphalism.
in the aftermath of the collapse of the Cold War. The rubric of liberal democracy, capitalism, human rights, that is one rubric that we bought fully. And we thought, as we were being told by, the West, the state is corrupt, all that you have to do, you have to create commissions here and bodies here, ESCC, and what have you. In Nigeria, they've got economic and financial crimes commission. South Africa, they've got public protector and those kind of things. And then, you can patch up things and the state will work effectively. But the private sector is the in thing. That is the one that is supposed to hold center stage as far as the development is concerned. And the lie was that the private sector is immune to corruption. But no, that's not true. If you hear the kind of anger Kenyans are expressing against, for instance, Safaricom, because where the state is corrupt, there's no sector, there's no aspect of the society that is immune to that corruption. It is high-level corruption, grand corruption, that is the problem. And EACC can only arrest police officers, by the roadside taking small money, but they will not go for the big fish. Because if the president is not going to tolerate corruption in any given polity, overnight people will wake up and find that corruption is a thing of the past. A thing of the past. But where a president or a prime minister, whichever position that person holds, tolerates, abates corruption, all other things and laws that are created are only a game of musical chairs. They are not going to work because the bureaucrats, the cabinet ministers, and people in high places take it after the person at the top. Jomo Kenyatta tolerated this behavior. Daniel Moi did it. Mwai Kibaki did it. Uhuru Kenyatta now. William Ruto. So it is, as I put it, the way our politics was set up from the beginning, the way the Kenyan state was set up from the beginning. It is a predatory state. It's not a state that is set up to empower people. It's not a state that is set up to act as an engine of development, because that's what a functioning state is supposed to do. Act as an engine of development. Tackle issues of corruption, issues of poverty, issues of inequality, and bring people who are on the margins into the mainstream economy. That's the function of the state. In Kenya, we don't have that kind of a state. And therefore, you have layers. Commission for Legal Education, as a speaker here was bemoaning, it's nothing but a citadel of corruption. It's a conduit of corruption. Teacher Service Commission, nothing else but a conduit of corruption, just frustrating teachers. You go talk to engineers, they'll tell you about all sorts of frustrations they face. Why? Because this corruption cascades from the top to all sorts of places and, sectors of the society. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we can create as many laws as we want, we can create as many bodies as we want, but we are not going to make much headway until we get leaders, and specifically a leader at the top, a president, who is disinterested in the decisions that they make. I'm making laws, but I'm not going to benefit from these laws. I'm implementing policies, but these policies are not going to benefit me individually and my cronies and my friends and my family members. We don't have that kind of a person in Kenya, and we've not had it for years. So these small people here, heading commissions, heading, I don't know what have you, statutory bodies, Kenya Human Rights Commission, and what have you, I think they will not achieve much. They won't achieve much until there is a paradigm shift at the topmost office in the land, such that we move away from creating more layers and layers of corruption, whereas we think that these layers will tackle corruption. More and more bodies, whereas we think these bodies will tackle corruption. Control of budget, Auditor General. Well, they can only do so much. They can only do so much. They can make
I request
recommendations.
you to
But
land,
unless,
Western.
let me land, unless there is somebody and the president who is going to implement those recommendations they make, act on those reports, how people are arrested and locked up, have no sacred cows in his government, no, I'm afraid we won't make any headway. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Weston. Not so optimistic unless this begins from the very top you state. I will now invite who is the other speaker who didn't make their question to the speakers. We have Informer, kindly. You've been here for a long time.
Yes. Hello, everyone.
Greetings, kindly proceed. 3 minutes.
Yes. Yes. Hello, everyone. Hope I'm audible.
Sure you are, kindly proceed.
Fine. It has been interesting listening to Eric Ngubi, and listening to him, it appears that ESCC, after doing investigations and making recommendations, thereafter it is helpless. But the issue I want to raise with ESCC is not about after investigations and making recommendations. Before doing that, okay, there's a team in Busia County called Busia Yetu. I do some consultancy work for them, and in the areas of public accountability. Now, recently, or last year, the county government did some advertisement for positions of directors and deputy directors. Thereafter, they did a shortlist. Interviews were done, and then they went ahead and employed people. But the issue is this team, Busia Yetu, they informed me that amongst the people that the county government, the public service board employed, 13 of them were given work or positions in positions where they did not do interview. So you are given a job and you did not do an interview for that particular position. You're given a director, you're given a deputy director. 13 out of 43 were given positions, were given job in positions where they did not do interview. Now the question they're asking, after analyzing all those issues and coming up with that, they came up with data, and then they reported the issue to ESCC at the Integrity Center, and they went there anonymously. They didn't want to reveal themselves, because the fear is that when you report an issue to ESCC, the next day, today you are there, before even you leave that gate, the person you are reporting is aware that you are there. So the issue is, who in ESCC gives information to these people that there is an issue here? But then that is not the case. The main reason why I want the thing I want ESCC to address, what I want them to address is this. These guys reported this issue around January. Okay, they gave documents in support of their argument to a lady called Eva at ESCC. Now, this lady told them that it's going to take like between 1 to 3 to 2 months to approve whether it will proceed for investigations or not. It suffices to say that it is very clear. The issues were very clear, and the lists are very clear. Everything. If you look at the list, if you look at the short list, and the persons who did the interview and those who have been appointed, you will see clearly. If you compare, you will see clearly there are people who've been given jobs where they were not even shortlisted. So when they called back this lady after like 3 months, they were told that we have so many issues pending. We will just come to your issue. As that is happening, these people are already earning salary, which they are drawing from positions which they did not even do interview for. But the commission is taking their sweet time. They are dragging themselves. They are not even right now. Even these people are not. In fact, they are just even giving up, because it appears like the commission is in bed with the county government, and these issues cannot be addressed. Now, after they complained, after they inquired again the second time from this lady called Eva, the county If you go to the county website, the county service board decided to remove the shortlist, the entire shortlist from the county website. That is after they talked the second time to this lady. So we are wondering, how come we talk to the commission? They're asking me, how come we talk the commission? Then after talking the commission, again the shortlist is removed from the website. So the issues, the questions then that need to be answered is that why even those things that are very straight, the commission cannot make decisions on a way forward so that people know if you've cleared the issue. If you say the process was okay, then it's fine. If you say the process was not okay, then action should be taken against these people, because 13 out of 43 is a high number. And then if you look at the political class, it appears there's a conspiracy against the people. In that particular context,
Maybe I'll give you another
those
30 seconds.
advertisements.
Otherwise, we can't follow your questions.
Yes. I'm winding up. I'm winding up. I'm talking about the political class in the county. Every member of parliament was given a person for appointment in that particular case. So these people have nowhere else to run, because the senator was given a position, the women rep was given a position, every MP, all the 5 MPs were given positions. So EACC, what is your position on this issue of Busia County about the employment of directors and deputy directors? A group called Busia Yetu is waiting for your response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The question is now clearer. What is the position of EACC on the Busia 2 case, which is challenging the appointment of directors? In this case, looking at possible corruption being the issue here. Now, I will cross over now to Howard. Howard, I think you have a question. Kindly front your question. If you can make it quick, that would be appreciated.
Thank you so much, Eli, and thank you, Eric from EACC, for the presentation. I'll go straight to the questions. First, what Eric presented gives hope that something is happening on the other side. Second, I agree with Eli that professional bodies have done less to be helpful on matters of building integrity. I think professional bodies would have if they mean to, the law is on their side, they would do a lot more to help the situation. Thirdly, I wanted to note that EACC budgets and resources have been growing over the last couple of years, but corruption is also growing at a faster rate in terms of frequency and magnitude. Perhaps, Eric, if he could just throw in a word and help us understand what is the nexus. We cannot be growing the resources of EACC while corruption is growing at a higher rate, both in frequency and in magnitude. The size of corruption we are seeing, it's bigger, and the number of times they're happening is more. Number 4, there is a question of weaponization of investigations. I know Eric tried to explain the initiatives that they're doing, how they investigate, how they hand over. But one of the biggest fears why it might be difficult to have a law that says if you are under investigation, you have to resign, is because in many instances, it has appeared like investigations are weaponized and used to settle personal scores. So perhaps you need to speak to us and help us understand, how do we have any safeguards against weaponization of investigations? I hate someone, I send a letter to EACC so that they start investigating him so that he can resign and he becomes incapacitated. You need to give the public safeguards to know that you will be immune to that. And then finally, number 5, there is a time that EACC was publishing the list of who is perceived more corrupt than the other. And I'm asking myself, if EACC was to be doing that, what would be the job of Horton Irungu and Transparency International? If you have issues to do with who is being perceived more corrupt than the other, leave that one to institutions like Transparency International. Focus on getting actual corruption cases, nailing them, and leading prosecutions that lead to actual conviction, and not just that, but also recovery of the monies. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard. I think we have a lot of questions, so EACC's handle will be noting them down. and try to compile what is within the same bracket and respond to. But because I want to engage the listeners as much as possible, I will give 2 more spots to Diamond, and then we'll have Kidiguyo to make their quick remarks, and then we can have Professor Kivuda and Dr. Equotes in that order. Well, that's quite a long list, so we'll allow Eric to actually make some correspondence so that we don't bore you with too many presentations. Diamond, please. Diamond, are you there with us? Kindly unmute and proceed. All right, we don't have Diamond. Kidiguyo, kindly proceed.
Hilai, hi, sorry, I was a bit far from my phone, but I was listening.
Do you have a question for the EACC team?
Yes. Now, I think the EACC team made it very clear that there are quite a number of actors in this game. And the game here is the fight against corruption. There is EACC itself, there is DCI, there is ODPP, there is Parliament, and everybody else. My question directed to him is, do you think it's time to relook at the structure? Because the current structure seems not to be working. Cases are taking 20 years, 15 years, 18 years, and every other thing. Do we need to relook at the structure completely on how we are going to handle corruption cases? Do we need to have only one stop shop that deals with investigation, it deals with prosecution, it deals with every other thing until they close a case, including a judicial arm that deals with the first point of case, the appeal, and every other thing, because we need to fasten the race at which we close corruption cases. I think that's my question.
Thank you very much, Diamond. Now I will allow Paula, and then we can have Prof and Dr. Quote, followed by the EACC team. Kidiguyo, if you are there, raise your hand. Otherwise, we'll just proceed with the queue. Paula, please.
Thanks for that. I think that I was really moved by the commentary from the EACC. A lot of very important issues which we should be following up on. I hope that we're going to have a mechanism, Eli, to actually document actionable points out of this discussion, because it's been really amazing. I'm going to just go back again to the police. I was looking at the comments. Somebody said, why is nobody talking about the police? Really, we have to go to the foundation of the corruption that is infecting young people, from children being affected by whether it's, small petty, what we're calling petty bribes, but it's not petty. It's the slippery slope. We know from science that nobody starts becoming corrupt on a big case. Everybody starts small. And so if our children are already being inducted into corruption from a very young age, whether it's to do with things in school, things at hospitals, or the police on the roads, their parents' small businesses, then we have actually gotten the whole country on a pathway towards more serious corruption. There's nobody we've mentioned here, who's doing grand corruption, who didn't start with small corruption. So I'm just going to emphasize, I really think we need to do something about that. And a big part of that is going to be around how do we change the incentive structures? How do we reward people for not being corrupt? But also, how do we create a national culture of integrity? I was looking at the issues of definition. What is integrity and what is corruption? And there seems to be different organizations have different views about that. And I'd really love us to actually have some clarity so that we can inform the Gen Z who are making a lot of demands to government, and some of them are related to what we just heard from EACC. But we all need to be speaking about the words when we understand that what they mean, because I think it was mentioned earlier, some people call it corruption and he was calling it theft. We need to actually have very clear definitions and distinctions for some of these words. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I see now Kidiguyo is there. Kindly proceed. If you have any questions, raise them. Please unmute and proceed if you're there.
Oh yeah, I'm here. How are you? Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes. Kindly proceed.
I do. I might try. I might not even need that much. I'm so glad that Paula was able to mention the police. I know we've touched on so many things in relation to the organizations that have been set up to fight corruption, but I think this is all complete waste of money. Most of these organizations, first of all, are run by civilians. The commissioners we have are civilians. Perhaps they might have legal background somewhere, but they don't all have that detective skills that are required. I might be a little bit controversial here to say that ESCC in particular, first of all, I've never been a fan of NCIC. I ran a column, by the way, in the Daily Nation, and I remember saying that we do not need a NCIC because it's a complete waste of money. Why? Because these organizations are set up to run or look after their affairs or that are of a criminal nature. These are not civil matters. Corruption is not a civil matter. Every other theft that is happening, hate crime, is a criminal matter. So what the problem we have in Kenya is that we don't have a streamlined way to tackle all criminal matters. So the fact that some of them have been hived out and, if you like, outsourced to questionable institutions, or rather, if you like, lame duck institutions, if I may say that, such as ESCC, it makes it easier for them to be taken advantage of. That's one. They are vulnerable in that sense. The other issue is that the police is the only institution that has the mandate to investigate all criminal matters. And if I was to be asked, I would say, and I pose these questions across the board here, what do we think about making sure that it's just the police that will be allowed to investigate criminal issues? In that sense, anti-corruption unit can easily become a small a department within the police. All the money set up to run these other commissions could be used to fund the police. So the police is weakened for a reason. And it doesn't mean that they cannot do these jobs. In Mombasa recently, they arrested somebody, one of their own colleague, for having taken a part in an act of crime. He tried to swindle somebody. It's a fraud case, clear case of corruption. So my point here is, what do we think about giving the police the responsibility of dealing with corruption matters? I know they are corrupt. This sounds controversial perhaps to some people, but I think that is the way we need to go. For the simple reason that it would make it easier to hold people to account. Then we have one institution that we can focus upon, and we say it is the police that is failing. At this point in time, we don't know who to go after. We go for ESCC, but ESCC has been compromised. We know that. ESCC really needs to be disbanded, I think. And those powers, because the police have good constitutional powers to investigate, ESCC do not have all the powers that they need. And that is very deliberate. That's one thing that we need to see. And my point is, what do we think about making sure that police are the ones investigating all these criminal matters? I know it sounds weird to some people. Many countries do that. In the UK, they have the National Crime Agency, which is staffed by detectives who have experience in police investigation. FBI is exactly the same. FBI, I'm not sure, I might be wrong, but I don't think the United States, for example, has an independent body that deals with corruption. It's the FBI that goes for everybody else. So what we need to do is to bolster our police. All this money wasted to NCSC, ESCC, IPOR, it needs to be poured into the police. We need to fight for a police that is independent and a strong police, and making sure that by having one centralized system where, excuse me, I've just come from a rant, so you have to forgive me. So to make sure that it will make it easier for accountability. But the other point I wanted to make is we also need to fight for the fact that these cases that take long time in court, that is a very deliberate move. Kenya is the only country perhaps that does this. cases, once they hit the court, there has to be a time frame within which cases are had and concluded. So what do people think about giving the responsibility of investigating criminal matters, including corruption, and getting that funding, disbanding all these other organizations, and making sure that our police is funded to the hilt to focus on crimes, including corruption? And I think that way, then we won't be confused by all these other sent on a goose chase, if you like, when it comes to corruption issues. Yeah, so that's my point of view. And thank you for the opportunity, by the way.
Thank you very much. We do appreciate you coming on this morning as we discuss matters corruption and retooling integrity and accountability. Unfortunately, we don't have the ESCC guys on anymore, but I believe they'll be able to do a follow-up on the issues being raised. So I'll quickly go to Prof. Kivutha and Dr. Kot in that order. Some of the issues that are being raised, you are gentlemen within the justice system. You understand how it functions and why maybe we have this gap. So what proposals do you have and how do we move forward? Dr. Kivutha, Professor Kivutha, sorry.
Thank you very much, Mizani. This is really a very important conversation. And I think this is what actually the GenZs are telling us about transparency, accountability, no corruption, implement the Constitution, like Chapter 6 of the Constitution on integrity, leadership and integrity. And so, you know, I'm happy to be in this space, and I've listened to the main speakers and to everybody else. I think we need perhaps to accept that in many ways our system has broken down. I will not say irretrievably. And when systems break down, people rent corruption to get by. So that even when we say that it takes two to tango and the ordinary people are doing corruption and everybody is doing corruption, some of the people who are at the edges, the periphery of the economy, who don't have a lot of power, they, you know, will rent corruption so that it can help them. Like you get your ID, you know, maybe you can get a kid to school, a particular school, and that kind of stuff. And that's a big problem. When you look at the people who are elected, like to get elected, and you spend 50 million shillings, for example, and that does not equal your salary for the 5 years when you will be elected. It means that you are investing and you are not depending on your salary to recoup what you have spent. And therefore, the perception is when you get into those positions, you are going to be able to amass, you know, more money than what you have invested. And we must remember the campaign financing law has up to now not been activated, so that whatever money you can spend for elections, there is a ceiling depending on whether it's the presidency up to MCA. And every time there's an attempt to firm up that law, that is resisted. So that whoever has more money, whoever, you know, can mobilize tribe, whoever can mobilize stuff like that, they end up getting into leadership. Meaning, actually, we were forced to have an anti-corruption body by both the IMF and World Bank during those days of structural adjustment. It is not like something that we wanted to do ourselves. And that is why the initial people who corruption, you know, entities.
Prof, pardon me, but you seem to be having a network issue. I don't know if you can hear me, Prof. You seem to be having a slow connection.
Yes, I can.
If you can get a more stable connection, that will help us a lot to follow. But you're discussing about Kenya being forced to have the anti-corruption commission during the structural adjustment program that was happening in Kenya. Maybe you can pick it up from there and let's see if it works.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear
Yes,
me
Prof,
now?
we hear you, though you have some ups on and downs on your connection. I don't know what's happening. Are you far away from your signal?
Okay. No, maybe I don't have a lot of charge. Maybe that.
Yes, maybe look into that, and then we will actually come back to you,
But
because
you
the
can hear
issues
me.
we are raising are connected to our talk this afternoon. If you don't mind, fix that, and then we'll have you back here. We'll love to listen to you. Oh, Lord. This is not working. Dr. Kuhot, maybe you can save the grace here.
Can you hear me now?
Prof,
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna
as
drop and add you back. For now, Dr. Kuhot, you've heard what Kenyans are discussing and raising a lot of concerns, especially around the integrity of the country. There's been an issue around if we need to have a conversation about the police and their role, among other issues. And I'm happy that the ACC are back, so we'll be able to go back to them in a few. But for now, what do you make of all these issues being raised, including the CLE conversation that, to some extent, you are told the senior practicing, people from the legal team are actually gatekeepers? What do you make of that? I'll allow you to proceed.
Okay, first of all, having taught at the Kenya School of Law back in the days, of course, I'm very much appalled by what is happening to lawyers, keen on practicing law as advocates. I've never made. I was also in the group that developed the current curriculum for the Kenya School of Law, the CLE curriculum, but I don't understand, and I think this is a question we must really put forth strongly. Why, as a teacher of law, somebody else will set an exam for my students? Because I know the kind of questions that I want to pose to my students, and I want to mark those exams myself to satisfy myself that the students have communicated to me based what I taught them. So there is that big disconnect, and we need to fix that problem ASAP. So yes, there's corruption, I think, and in the CLE, and for me, this duplication of these many institutions. So you have CLE, you have Kenya School of Law, you have got all these regulatory bodies. I think we need to shrink them, and this is part of the reason why I was so keen on the Punguza Mizigo Constitutional Amendment Bill of 2019 to kill some of the institutions, because it is too much bureaucracy that is actually manufacturing the subject we are discussing today, corruption. And that's why we need to retool on the question of integrity and accountability. When there's too much bureaucracy, accountability is actually lost, because then you're not able to focus on one specific institution or one individual that is heading that institution. So that's why we are losing. So my second point is this, because this internet keeps on being disrupted, probably because of this very important topic that we are speaking to. I think I will say the following. The fight against corruption, or what I personally choose to call theft of public money or resources, is a leadership question. As I said earlier, we now need to begin to actually interrogate who are these leaders? Who are these people who are leading the fight against corruption? Be they the president, and people in government, parliament, or institutions. It's a leadership question. And are we really short of people with integrity? People who can account for what they do? So it's the whole question of a leadership. And that leadership cascades downwards. So if you start from, say, the executive, if the executive is corrupt, then you expect corruption to cascade downwards. So that is point number two. Number three, I hope EACC is listening, and I want to challenge EACC. One of the most lucrative businesses in Kenya today is to investigate the corrupt, thieves of public money. Let me explain. If you are an investigator, probably taking home 50,000 or 60,000 or even 100,000, then you are sent to investigate a thief of somebody who has stolen billions and millions of Kenya shillings from a county X, from department this, and they compromise you, because that's exactly what happens. They write very shoddy reports that cannot actually sustain a conviction in a court of law, or even before that economic crimes court. So they refer this to DPP. DPP is not able to formulate a proper charge that actually pins these people. So my second point is that ESCC needs to come out clean. Their officers are complicit in the investigation of crime. I heard the spokesperson earlier on say it is a societal issue. Fair enough, but your officers are also part of that society, and they're actually not getting the thieves of public resources, public money into court. So my other point is this: a corrupt government cannot fight corruption because it is corrupt. Whether you snookered your way into leadership, you bribed your way into leadership, like Professor Kibwana has rightfully said, you cannot buy your way into public office because then that becomes an investment in itself. So you're actually commercializing public office holding or that office. That's why people, they spend so much money. The next thing they do, they must recoup it because it's an investment. And also, to some extent now, let me agree with the ECC spokesperson. As members of this society, why should you accept handouts in political offices from politicians? So we are also enabling, we are contributing to that corruption. My other point is this. There was a question raised about the LSK, the lawyers being enablers. At least at the disciplinary committee of the LSK, and I'm prosecuting a number of cases right now, we at least prosecute our own members who either steal clients' money or who are corrupt or their conduct is unbecoming of an advocate. We strike them off the role of advocates. So it's not entirely true that as the members of the legal profession, we are not punishing our members. We actually do. And you can actually attest this. You can join the LSK disciplinary tribunal every Monday from 10 a.m. and you will see the number of lawyers that are being prosecuted, the number of lawyers that are being questioned on questions of integrity and their accountability to money. So not necessarily to defend bad lawyers, we, as long as you bring a complaint before the Law Society of Kenya, the disciplinary tribunal is very active. I want to make a suggestion now that we must agree on timelines when to complete prosecution of corruption cases. One of the proposals that we had in the Punguza Mizigo Constitutional Amendment Bill was to link the Auditor General findings with the Office of DCI and DPP and the court itself. And we had put a timeline of at least 30 days because I work very closely with accountants and auditors. And what they tell me that they spend like at least 6 months auditing a public use of public money. Now, after the and we all know this. I mean, people in management will know that you always get a letter, management letter from the auditors. They ask you to comment. If you don't comment sufficiently, then they do their report. And when they make a finding that money is lost, auditors have told me, accountants have told me that it will not take them even 1 hour to testify, because the questions are very simple. And that's why for us, when we proposed Punguza Mizigo, we said, let's have timelines. 30 days is enough to convict thieves of public money. So we need to, lastly for me, on the question of IMF, World Bank, structural adjustment programs, I think as a country, to be honest, I don't know, I may sound very radical, we need to get out of the IMF program that this country was put in. Because recently, I had a very honest and brutal conversation with a PS. And I asked this PS, I have had my car for the last 14 years. It is serving me right. I don't even need to see the use of buying extra cars. But now you've got a proposal in the finance bill at that time suggesting that my car that I've had for these many years be taxed. The house that I've been paying mortgage for a number of years, now I must contribute to build another house, which formula is not known. And ask him, whose proposals are these honestly? And he said to me, bluntly, those are IMF proposals. So that's my suggestion, that we need to get out of the IMF program ASAP. Over to you, Mizani.
Thank you very much, Dr. Coates. Unfortunately, you didn't respond to the issue of the police. I asked that intentionally because you are part of the constitution making process. Do you want to say something about that? Because Kiduguyo here is concerned about it.
Kindly remind me, what was the specification on the police?
Well, he believes that all criminal cases, including those ones linked to public theft, theft of public resources such as money, which we call corruption, should be investigated with the police and all the other institutions we talk about to be gotten rid of. What is your take on that? Is this a solution?
Well, Mizani, if you recall my first contribution when I joined this space, that was my suggestion. I said that we need to disband ESCC because, like I said, ESCC is actually making a lot more money investigating criminals, thieves of public money. If we strengthen the institution of the police and actually give them those powers, and I suggested that the penal code is sufficient enough. And my earlier proposal was we need to stop talking about corruption because it doesn't exist in our mother tongue, in our lingua. We need to talk about theft of public resources, fraud. Those are crimes known to the penal code. And yes, I want to agree with that speaker that we need to make sure that these public money are investigated the way you can investigate and charge a chicken thief, a person who steals my mulika mwizi on the street, or who robs me. How come ESCC is not investigating those crimes? So this is just a normal crime of defrauding the public, falsification of documents when they change documentation so that they can escape being tried. So I agree. We don't need this as an economic crime, honestly. Let's do this as a normal crime committed by somebody holding public office. You have not accounted for money. Where is the money? You have either directed it. Like, look, for example, on the question of IFMIS, I'm sure you all know that about the IFMIS system. Honestly, how can you say that 35, for example, when Gachagua said that billions were lost within minutes, it must have left one account into another account. So let DCI follow that money and say, okay, because every day as practicing advocate, I see police coming to the court with a miscellaneous application to be given orders to investigate this account, that account. The banking fraud, the DFIU, as you call it, Department of Banking Fraud, they have this power. These are part of the DCI. They can investigate and follow this account, money left in this account. It went into what account, and who actually signed for this money. Okay, so really we should simplify what we are now calling corruption, because for me I believe it is theft, and theft is adequately catered under our penal code, and it can be tried even by the most junior officers at the DPP. I hope Mizani have now answered that question.
That is well noted, and maybe at this juncture,
and just to request your permission, please. You know, I'm a minority in my own house. There are too many women. It's normally family lunch on Sunday, so I can stay only for 5 minutes before I go for lunch. I'm even too late. Otherwise, I'll be thrown out of the house.
We are not planning to disband families. We are disbanding corruption. But thank you very much, Dr. Okot, for coming in. As always, we do welcome your presence on our spaces. Now, the ESCC name has been mentioned here. I also see a lot of your contributions in the chat section. So I'm going to request the ESCC now to start responding to some of those issues, including why do Kenyans need to continue giving you an approximate of 4 billion every fiscal year? Conduct your businesses. And when we come here, you will tell us is either you're getting frustrated, you cannot do your job, you can only recommend and nothing further than that. When you talk about combating and preventing corruption and promote ethics and integrity in our country, do you honestly feel we need to continue budgeting, rather supplying you with that budget, ESCC, and some of the questions that we'll have Annalise Stella raise later on from the speakers? ESCC, please.
Thank you so much. Eric Ngumbi, spokesperson, is back. I've keenly listened to the contributions from the members, in addition to the questions that you have put to us. Some of the questions are similar, so I will combine them and respond to them in one response. One of the things that Kenyans should know is that the fight against corruption, that is combating it, is not a walk in the park. You must give evidence as per the threshold that is in the law. So it cannot be expected that if today somebody says that, oh, this country is stinking up to high heaven, so we need to see the governor arrested, then you want to see ESD there tomorrow. That is not how it works. There is an elaborate process. Evidence has to be gathered. These thieves don't hide their money locally. Sometimes you have to go to do a mutual legal assistance, process with other countries, etc. So one thing that Kenyans appear not to be aware is that actually a lot has been done in the fight against corruption. To summarize, the Commission annually recovers from thieves an average of 6.5 billion. That is in form of cash, money that is returned if it was unexplained wealth, or even land that was in wrong hands. I know in the website we are talking about that 1 billion, then indicating around 8 years. It is because these recoveries were done in the last 5 years after the court developed very progressive jurisprudence in the Amuti case. It is now no longer easy in Kenya to possess unexplained wealth as a public officer, then you escape in court. And we do appreciate the milestones in that area. In addition to the 6.5 recoveries annually, there is another thing that we do, which Kenyans also appear to be unaware, and that is disruption. The very existence of the commission on its own deters people who would have otherwise engaged in corruption. And in terms of what we have disrupted so far, once every year we deter corruption or prevent potential corruption of approximately 12 billion Kenya shillings. This is where the good men and women working in departments such as finance and procurement would blow the whistle and tell us, look here, the governor wants to do this. These people are about to pay these billions for no work done. These people are about to issue this contract to this MP, and we disrupt very many of those things. And that is why we do appreciate the whistleblowers who come to us, because that information assists. So we're able to disrupt and prevent potential loss of up to 12 billion every year. In terms of investigations, every year, the Commission issues an annual report indicating the details of the investigations that are undertaken. Every quarter, you have seen us publishing names of so many high-profile persons every quarter, the files that have gone to the DPP, and we do complete investigations of up to 100. There's a list that we do in a year of high-profile cases, and we forward those files to the DPP. The DPP also takes those files to court. We have 80% concurrence with the DPP. When they go to court, every single day we have people being sentenced. Perhaps these cases are not reported as often as people may need to know. As we speak, we have 10 governors, former governors in court. If you look at the total sum of the money involved, cumulatively, multi-billions. And there are two aspects of these cases. We have civil cases, because nowadays, as the criminal case continues to punish the thief, we are also recovering what people have stolen. Governor Waitito, Wahiria, and others, they all have cases revolving around theft of public resources, conflict of interest. And so far, 2 of them have already been found to have a case to answer. Cases involving 2 of them, that's the civil ones, have already been completed. We have already recovered property belonging to the former Samburu governor. Those are examples of the many cases, many heads of state corporations, etc. We have many files before the DPP involving former CSS, cases such as Turkana Windmill and many others. So the fight against corruption is on course. Why it appears that maybe there's a lot of corruption is because every day people are stealing. It is not that people have stolen, stopped doing it, then ESG is doing the cases. So as we do the cases of what has happened in the past, every single day we have thieves stealing afresh. We have individuals innovating new mechanisms. So the war is on course. And what we need to do is to identify things that need to be done differently by all actors and do them. Number one, we need to seal the gaps in the law. And I also want to challenge the National Assembly to also consider dropping some of the bills that are currently pending in Parliament. That would do a major blow to the fight against corruption. We have a bill by Ruku MP. Sorry, Bere North, the MP, Ruku. A bill where the MP seeks to have a Section 45 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act repealed. The effect is to decriminalize corruption cases arising from procurement and have them dealt with administratively. That is despite that 90% of the mega scandals that we deal with in the country are all procurement related. So those are the kind of things that we need to advocate for, so that we have the requisite reforms. I agree on the issue of timelines. The law currently has a timeline for election issues, election matters. Can't we have the same also for corruption cases? But the main reason why cases take long, and that's another question that I've been asked, is not because the cases are not being investigated, but it is due to the institutional capacity, the volume of the cases at EACC, DPP, and the judiciary. Because anytime we are talking about the fight and the institutions, you cannot delink EACC from the rest, because one hands over to the other. The DPP goes to court only after agreeing and concurring with evidence from EACC. So if we strengthen EACC today and you don't do the same for the DPP, the problem will not be over. If you strengthen DPP and you leave the judiciary, that problem will not be over. Like now, if I can give an example, EACC has 700 members of staff against the structure approved by PSC of around 1,500. From the 700 members of staff, we've got slightly less than 200 investigators spread across the country in our regional offices. So if, for example, in Mombasa office, you have 4 investigators, and for transparency purposes, our investigations are done by teams. So that team can only deal with a case. I'm not giving you Mombasa, which has 3 counties and the port and all those other offices there. It can only deal with 1 case at a go. What if we had more cases? I mean, we had more investigators. That means more cases at the same time. Lawyers, we have around 98 lawyers. These are people who go to court to file civil suits to recover what has been stolen. If we had more lawyers employed, that means you can have more cases at the same time, because a lot of public property is in the hands of criminals. In almost every town, every county, government plots are in the hands of individuals. But we cannot file all these cases at the same time. So, in our view, we've done a very good job looking at the available resources, and we are calling for strengthening of those institutions involved in the chain. About investigations, a number of issues have been raised as to whether even people reporting can trust the institution. I must announce that EACC has got a very stringent investigation process. It is not a question of someone walking in, making an allegation, then EACC picks it from there. We are alive to the fact that there are people who would want to, let me use the word finish. That people use to finish others, thinking that they can use EACC for their agenda. We have seen some members of the political class walking in. For instance, a senator would come and talk about what they consider a very hot matter about their governor. Unafuata, there is nothing. So EACC will not advance the political agenda of anybody, because that's not what we are created to do. But where there are issues, the commission subjects them to that elaborate process to also ensure that there is justice for the one who is accused. Every year, we get an average of 7,000 reports. In the history of the fight against corruption by EACC, the cases within our mandate from the reports that come have never gone beyond 35%. So after you analyze the cases that come, it is between 30 to 35% that are pursuable. That is after you remove gossip because you can see it after you remove matters that fall under the jurisdiction of other entities. We make referrals there. So from the 30% of the cases that remain, we have a 4-stage process to just ensure that a person we are recommending to the DPP is a person who really has to face the law. And the courts are aware that an investigation that has emanated from that kind of process has very high chances of success. So why do we have that process? To ensure that we don't have any investigator compromised. A team of investigators collecting evidence, they will come and make a presentation to a committee of seniors. From there, it goes to another committee until the final committee of commissioners that listens to the matter. And when it is satisfied that there is evidence, that is when we refer to the DPP. There are many cases that are reported, but we find that they really don't have anything. And this takes me to an issue that was raised about Busia. We have quite a number of cases from counties relating to recruitment, and Busia is one of them. There are cases where you would find merit, and where there's merit, like in the Busia case, then that process has to be followed. The only challenge is that we are not able to go there the following day because people reporting corruption sometimes want instant action. We have an office in Bungoma that is working on that matter. We have we initiated that investigation, and of course, it has to be the investigation has to go on alongside other ongoing investigations. So that appearance of delay is basically due to these capacity issues that I'm talking about. And that is why you are seeing people coming to EACC and saying that they are being asked to respond to issues of 10 years ago. You saw Panaja wondering why he was, being subjected to an accountability process 10 years later. It is because these cases take time to investigate, and sometimes they are not acted on immediately because of the volume of the cases. In terms of the Mbusia case, I want to urge the person who reported to get in touch with us later. It is important to even be following up to find out where the matter is, but that's a matter that we are dealing with. And it doesn't matter that people have drawn salaries, because courts have developed very good jurisprudence. We will recover any money that has been earned on the basis of an illegality. We also appreciate the jurisprudence from the court to the effect that where a contract has been given to somebody outside the law, regardless of whether they've done the work, whatever has been paid from public coffers is recoverable in full. That is one of the questions that former Governor Samburu was asking the court. Look here, I supplied fuel to the county government, even if there was conflict of interest. The county should still pay me, but we have recovered in full what the county paid him because the contract was based on an illegality. So we could appear not to be moving as fast as Kenyans want to see, but there is very good progress. There are a few people that have been saying that unajua hii ni kama kitu ifanyiki. Unajua kama mtu hajafikiwa, sio vizuri aone ni kama kazi ifanyiki. It's only that probably hawajafikiwa due to these issues. But EACC can assure Kenyans that it is up to the task and it is doing that work very well. Only that we need support. If we make recommendations that certain people have corruption issues, we expect those who are appointing to take that into account. One should not argue that, they have not exhausted the avenues for appeal. If today, members, you want to employ somebody to work in your farm, and you want them to have some 3 or 4 years experience, and they tell you that they were working at the farm of Mr. So-and-so, you call that person and they tell you that this gentleman is very good, he worked for me, but he's a thief. Are you going to employ that person because he has not exhausted all the avenues of appeal? If you cannot do that in your home, then as a CS, why do you want to employ such a person in the public service? So those are the issues, and that's why I want to agree with Dr. Okot that the question of leadership at the institution level is very important. The other thing that is important is that 80% of the things giving rise to corruption can actually be administratively dealt with within the institutions by having strong internal controls. It cannot be anticipated that ESC will be present in every institution and every county government monitoring what people are doing. So if heads of institutions, and that's why leadership accountability is important, if every governor, every CS, every head of a state corporation was to ensure that they do not tolerate corruption within their dockets, they have internal controls that make it difficult for people to steal, that would declare over 80% of the corruption that we are talking about. So that those who are not able to do things right then are the ones that are subjected to the criminal process. But it is not just about arresting people, taking them to court that will end corruption in Kenya. As we speak today, over 30 out of 47 county governments do not have functional internal audit units. And the few that I have, those internal departments make recommendations that are not complied with. ESC has already undertaken a thorough corruption risk assessment in 28 county governments, both the assembly and the executive. And given every county governor a report on the loopholes that need to be fixed and how to fix them in order to end corruption in that county. And that is looking at all the functional areas, financial management, procurement, HR. But because there is no enforcement mechanism, so it is only those governors that are committed to integrity that are able to implement those things. And that is why, again, we are engaging Parliament to amend our law to make recommendations of ESCC binding on those heads of institutions. It is not about going to court every day. If that preventive measure, systems review, strengthening systems, internal controls, if we have people committed to leadership and integrity, that can help us. And we are pursuing that. And we are not saying that all governors or all heads of institutions are bad, but that leadership commitment can help a lot. There is another issue that has been raised about having all these investigations put together in one institution. ESCC is a member of the international community. We are a party to the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, UNICAC. In fact, Kenya is on record as the first country to sign and ratify that. We did that in 03 when there was that clamor for good governance. And a requirement under that convention is for every member state to have an independent agency to focus on corruption. Why is it necessary that way? Corruption is not an ordinary crime. It is not a crime like the others. Because of the magnitude of its effects. Like now in Kenya, we can say that corruption has a hand in most of the national challenges that we face today. So that is why it needs to have its own framework, a specialized agency. And why a specialized agency? First of all, unlike what my senior Dr. Okot was saying, corruption cases are complex. They are planned by experts. So to have the benefit of specialization and also apply uniform standards, that is why that convention requires an independent agency in every country, and Kenya has done that. So even if one was to say, let's disband ESC today, we would still need to have another agency to fight corruption as a specialized agency. At ESCC, our investigators are experts in diverse fields: engineers, surveyors, accountants, tax experts. So that if today we are talking about a road where we want to say that the cost has been escalated fraudulently, it is only an engineer who would tell that. You are talking about issues, cancer, medicine, quality. We have doctors to do that. So our expert investigators are employed from those professions. Then they are now trained on the investigative aspects, and that is why UNICAC requires that we do have that. Therefore, what is the way forward? First, it is for Kenyans to acknowledge that corruption is a big threat to the welfare of the nation and affects us in many ways. Many Kenyans, and you'll forgive me for saying this, many people who talk about corruption are actually not honest about it. Some of those who talk about it, it's because they were involved in a deal, it went haywire, or Mutu aliwaruka, or there is something else adverse to them that would make them report. So a number of those who report cases, it's not because they are patriotic. So we want to call upon every Kenyan to take up their individual role in the fight against corruption, and that is there under Article 3 of the Constitution. Every person has that responsibility. Let us report cases not because we are fighting other people, but because we are committed to having a good country. Today, there's a paradox that we see where Kenyans appear to hate corruption, but sometimes they appear to have no problem with those who perpetuate corruption. Many other times we have a huge following of individuals coming to EACC when people accused of stealing their billions are being interrogated. So one, we change our culture as a country and we accept that we have a role to play in this and everyone does their bit. Electing people of integrity, because we're not elect a thief and you expect them to go and support initiatives that will protect your resources. Today, if you allow me, I will say that most politicians, once elected, engage in looting for three purposes. Purpose number one is to recoup, compensate themselves for what they had to give Kenyans, because it has been said, and correctly so, that elections in Kenya are very expensive. The people have expectations that if you are not giving them money, they will not elect you. And that has made people want to accumulate, including what I want to call a primitive accumulation, in order to buy their way to public office. So reason number one for them to loot is to return what they spent. Number two is to have enough to take care of the next election, because they know Kenyans will want money, a listening allowance after every meeting. And then number three, to have enough to take care of themselves in the event they lose in the next election. So we have to reform our social aspect and our political culture also, where we expect money to be used for one to win a seat. Then the other thing in terms of way forward is to have mechanisms for holding heads of institutions to account. This could be attached even to their contracts, that look here, you are appointed to head this institution. So one of your responsibilities is to ensure prudent management of resources, and there be mechanisms of ensuring accountability without putting the threshold too high. Oh, I have not, exhausted mechanisms for appeal. I think those are the things that we need to deal with. Our judiciary has done well in terms of jurisprudence, but we still feel they can do much more to unlock and they give a very clear direction to the country on the real integrity threshold for public office under Chapter 6 of the Constitution. Because different interpretations by the actors that are involved have been given to Chapter 6 of the Constitution. Today, an effective implementation of Chapter 6 is sufficient to bring down the levels of corruption a lot. But the reason why Chapter 6 of the Constitution has not realized the much progress required is because we do not have, as a country, effective enforcement mechanisms. We have the enabling legislation called the Leadership and the Integrity Act, which from where we sit, I can call just a list of public wishes on the behavior of state officials. Because the act will say, do not do this, you shall not do this, you must do this, but it doesn't say what happens when you do what you are not supposed to do, or you fail to do what you are supposed to do. So that is why strong laws are very important. The other thing is, and I'm now finalizing so that I don't take too much time. I know there are many people who would wish to speak. The Commission relies a lot on institutions to facilitate the fight against corruption. I know there are some institutions that engage in issues aimed at frustrating the fight. Where that has happened, we have used the law to deal with it. But I want to give one example. There is a time some institutions were burning offices. When an investigation starts, then some fire would come from somewhere, burn the finance department, it skips the other departments, it goes to burn, the procurement office. I'm happy those incidents have reduced. But we have one case of Migori that has been talked about, the case involving Governor Obado. Most of the things that have been said about that case are falsehoods and not informed by accurate information. So what happened in this case is that when an instance of corruption occurs, there are two routes that the Commission can pursue, either separately or concurrently. The criminal one, where after investigations, we take the file to the DPP. We have a lot of back and forth, working together to strengthen evidence. Then it finally goes to court. That's one way. And the second one, so that people do not benefit from their loot, we go to court to first of all freeze those assets until the case is over. Then we finally recover them. So in the Obado case, despite the county of Migori burning their offices when a whistleblower talked about the alleged theft, they were not able to ban IFMIS. And that is why the Commission pursued financial investigations. And the very first finding, because we move when the allegations are made, and we don't act based on what has been alleged. We act based on the outcome of the investigation, and that is what is expected. So in Migori, when we commenced investigations, our very first finding after preliminary review of the allegation was that close to 2 billion had been paid to several companies. Actually, 17 of them. You see, that does not mean that the 2 billion was lost. And that is where many Kenyans do not understand it. Because Kenyans were expecting, okay, wapi billion mbili, wapi mbando billion mbili. So this is what happened. After we commenced that investigations to know why this money was paid to these companies, we quickly, because there were no documents to rely on, so we presumed this to be corruption and quickly put a case for recovery before the court. Of course, these companies have to respond now and explain, and we issued the notices as required by law, explaining why you received this money from this, and this, and this. So we found that some of these companies had actually undertaken works in Migori. A verification team was set up, and we verified that some work had been done. But where there was no explanation, we treated the money paid to be proceeds of corruption. We also found that in the course of their engagements, Obando and those companies, kickbacks were given back to Obando and his family. Money sent to pay school fees for his children abroad, other money used to purchase properties in Nairobi, cumulatively 73 billion. So that is how he directly benefited with his family, to that tune. And then he was also linked, to these companies to the extent of the non-explanation for the 162 million for which no work had been done. So cumulatively, that came to 235. And that is why when the defendants, the companies, Ombado and the rest, when they requested for ADR, because the law allows the commission to engage in an ADR, because we're in court with them. Initially, talking about 2 billion until explanation was given in terms of what was done and what was not done. So we recovered everything through ADR, that which was lost. And it did not stop there. The criminal case is ongoing because of money laundering, because of fraudulent acquisition of public property, these monies that they are received. So Obado is 4 children, and these directors are in court. The criminal case is going on. So sometimes when Kenyans are commenting on these things, you're able to see that disconnect, because people would say, oh, hii ilikuwa bilioni mbili imeenda wapi? Sometimes you can investigate a case, an allegation, along the way it is explained, or along the way you return a negative finding. So I wanted to discourage the culture of mob lynching, sometimes without all the information. So let me conclude by saying that the EACC supports this kind of conversation. EACC is open and available to accountability, objective criticism, to be engaged. Recently, we were talking about the conflict of interest bill. I would have loved to see LSK and others asking us, oh, you people, where is that problem? How can we come in terms of, helping every stakeholder understand where we are? So let us support the fight. I think bashing and political attacks are not the solution. There is a lot that we can do together as stakeholders. And I want to end by encouraging these kind of conversations, because they depict that role of the citizen, and that the fight against corruption requires all of us. Let preachers rebuke it from the pulpit. Let Kenyans hate and shun it. If we are talking about Kenyans, sometimes on the roads, people ask, what are you doing about the police? I don't know whether you'll be surprised to learn that a bigger part of corruption on the roads is actually initiated by motorists, because people find it an inconvenience to comply with the law. Your license has expired, your insurance is expired, you still want to drive. So when the askari approaches, mkubwa tufanye namna gani? Now is the one that has brought this Kenyan to do that. So we need to avoid this impunity, because impunity is one of the problems that we have as a nation. Let us not lure people into corruption. There's someone who said that ESC investigators receive bribes. I want to say that the safeguards, I'm not saying that people working in ESC are angels, they are not. But we have mechanisms in place to ensure that does not happen. And if you have any matter or any case, any suspicion of anything that may have happened, please let us have that, and it will be dealt with. But I must clarify that, and this is very important for all of us, and let us pass this message to others. We have emerging criminal cartels across the country. Dr. Okot was right. Investigations into corruption can be looked at as lucrative business for those who are hell-bent on engaging in corruption. We have people almost across the country who are going to public officials claiming to be ESC officers and arresting people. As we speak, we have in custody 5 suspects who tried to arrest a senior official in Kitui. That was on Friday. They even include a police officer. So they conducted a purported raid in the Director of Revenue as a residence, claiming to be from ESCC. They've done that in many other areas, and we have others. So when somebody comes and says they are from ESCC, particularly counties, wanaangalia tu yule mtu anakaa ni kama, wakimwangalia ni kama ameiba. Wanaenda, wako na vitambulisho, hata zingine iko na majina ya ESCC. If some IDs have my name, others have the name of the CEO. So sometimes we look at this courage, we call it courage in the negative. This courage that sometimes Kenyans have, and it puzzles all of us. So let us not say ESG is doing this because of those kind of things. Recently, last month, we also arrested a person
I'll give you
who
a minute
almost
to finish your submission, Eric.
Let me finish. On that issue of imposters, we have a person who nearly became an MP for Kitui. He lost to the number 1 by around 100 votes. A person who is allegedly running an office giving fake EACC clearance certificates. You said to have branches. So let us expose these people and let us not mistake them to be EACC officers. So let's continue engaging. Invite us when we have this kind of engagements, and we are available to respond to whatever is there and also get feedback on what we can do better. I stop at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eric. I think it was only fair to accord Eric and team enough time to respond to a lot of issues that you've raised, including those limited and not limited to corruption. I will be unfair if I continue speaking. I would quickly allow all our speakers to make their remarks, quick ones, and see as we try to close down the spaces. But for now, Obeds, take over as you invite in Dr. Kuro, Paola, and all the other speakers that are in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's really been a big struggle for me to get back to the speaker, but thank you for a very wonderful conversation. I do like what Eric has done, and I think from here on, Mizani, we need to listen to what he has said and also get ideas from people, put them to ESCC for implementation, because I think it's important to ensure that whatever we discuss sometimes has to have some sort of an end to it, something that is tangible and can be followed up in a way that is productive at the end of the day. Thank you very much, Eric, for your time. I think maybe Dr. Kuru and Paula, maybe a quick reaction to what has
I
been
just
said.
Obed, I really need to go, but I just had one question for
Thanks.
ESCC.
I think there's so much has been said. I feel like we really need to find a way to condense everything into the key points. I'm particularly interested in what's being said by the EACC and the challenges and what we can do. And I'm very happy to hear the speaker talk of the need for more of these public engagement. And I think that X spaces are a good starting point, but I think we do need to look at some of the other tools that I'd mentioned earlier so that we can have more in-depth conversations on the specifics. But I'm very concerned that so many of the problems we're talking about, they seem to be so complicated and so complex, almost to be, we can't put our fingers on it and we cannot solve them. And I don't think that we should be left in that kind of a helpless state. We do need to figure out what needs to be done. As Irungu had stated, we need to address these 4 laws as a priority, or what we've just heard from EACC. These are the key issues that need to be addressed so that we can hold our leaders to account and we can prevent people who have cases against them from actually standing or taking up positions in government. Because I think what I really get is that if you're in government and you're there and you know there are cases against you, you will fight any reform in the law that will come for you specifically. So we really need to take this on and find ways of empowering, whether it's Gen Z or the public in general, to actually drive these very specific action points rather than talking generally about everything. We need to identify what are the 4 or 5 top things that need to be done immediately, and they need to be part of a request or a demand so that we can address the major issues that are driving the corruption in this country.
Thanks, Paula. I think we already have a group of that we can listen to the tape again and pick out the key issues standing out and what ESCC has said and probably find a way to progress them. And with your indulgence, I think that will be possible. I wish to allow Dr. Ekuru court so that we don't break the family in court, for him to go for the lunch. So please. Go ahead.
Yes, that's true, Obed. Thanks so much. I'm the only man in this house, so I can only enjoy the power of veto sometimes if I can. But anyway, let me say this. I've listened to Eric very keenly, but I think the critical question that is emerging is that Kenyans are not feeling the effect of the fight against corruption by EACC. And that's why the proposals we made earlier, which is that why don't we just criminalize these offenses in the ordinary way by way of the penal code? So I think if, for example, EACC were really to fight and even have some interagency working mechanism, we say the judiciary or the other arm of the executive, and jail some of the big boys, big girls who are actually stealing money, I think Kenyans will feel the effect of the fight on corruption. For example, we know that there are people who are turned up billionaires during the COVID time, the COVID billionaires. But where are they? If people are not ending up in jail, if this information is not reaching out to the people as much as possible, as far and wide, then that effect is not being felt. And I think that's why, Eric, Kenyans are saying EACC is not being felt, and the fight against corruption is just cosmetic, that your own officers write very shoddy reports that DPP is not able to actually use effectively to jail. Yes, you used the example of Abado. But look, if you look at the Auditor General report, all governors in this country, all departments of government are thieves in equal measure. Billions of money is lost, not accounted for. But honestly, where is the result on that? Secondly, and I want to make a proposal, and I don't know whether Eric will agree with me, we had proposed to amend the constitution to make it, especially chapter 11, to cite the governors or the governors particularly, because of the devolved funds, as the chief accounting officers of the county. The reason today you're having difficulties actually in nailing some of those governors, even though you have cited a couple of them, is because we must make sure that they are the CEOs, not just the political heads of a county. The accounting officer for all the devolved funds. That way, Eric, we are able to nail them. And that's why earlier on I made the proposal, if we make that amendment to the constitution so that the laws can then become effective and self-executing, then it's possible for an auditor, an accountant to testify within a few minutes. And we create a special jail for all the thieves of public money. And in fact, we should make those jails very transparent so that it can become a museum of the thieves of public money. And I think that way, people probably bad manners of stealing will change and it will reduce. Thank you so much. Over to you, Mizani. 1 minute.
Thank you so much.
Obed, are you suffering the consequences of public fraud? Your mic is muted, Obed. Maybe clarify, you can hear me. Okay, can you try and see if you can proceed, please? And thank you, Dr. Okot, for those remarks.
I can't.
Unfortunately, Obed, I'm having struggles getting you from my end. Can any other person hear me? Kindly show me with 100%, all the speakers that are tuned in. Great, that means you guys can hear me. Can you hear Obed? Show me 100%. Or thumbs down. Looks like Obed, we can't hear you. Well, Obed, we are having problems connecting to you, but that means we'll be able to figure out what next. I will love to get a number of issues that are being raised towards the EACC presentation, including what laws can we put in place to ensure that you can effectively perform your duties. Maybe we'll come to that later on because we want to hear more from the speakers that are joining us. Esther, the mic is yours. Is it Esther or Easter? Easter.
Yes, it's Easter. How are you?
We are okay. Kindly welcome and prosecute your issue. You have a maximum of 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I might actually take less. I was of the same opinion that Dr. has mentioned, that honestly, speaking from a layman's perspective, trying to also imagine what the man on the ground is feeling, I don't honestly feel the force and the effort that the gentleman at the EACC tried to explain. And the point that I actually wanted to comment on was the point at which he said that EACC prevents crime from happening. I can assure you without a shadow of a doubt that that is not true. I don't think there's any Kenyan you can interview on the streets and if you asked anyone if they thought of stealing, that EACC crosses their mind. The other time there was a poll that had been undertaken of young people being asked if they had gotten a chance to steal, if they could actually loot, and they said yes. anything to get to where they wanted. So an honest opinion from a citizen like me today, I would say that from the record and the past that we have seen, I will just say that unless things change moving forward, I don't see what EACC does, and my opinion is that it should be disbanded. Thank you.
All right. Unfortunately, there are some instrument peace within the international community, but that's a story for another day. Esther, thank you for your remarks. Jean, welcome to the mic. Jean, you have the mic going once. Jean Leanjoroge. All right. Jean can't hear me. I'll drop and see if I can get her back. Eunice, the mic is yours. Eunice, are you speaking? I can hardly hear you. If anyone can hear Eunice, give me 100%. Otherwise, thumbs down. All right, we can't hear Eunice. Thank you. We'll be able to get them back. We will give this priority to Redemptor. Redemptor, please. The mic is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for having me back. And I will speak as a citizen. I think we owe the young people the truth about these institutions. I had seen Dr. Okot has left, Professor has left. There's a reason they were set up. And there's a danger of throwing the baby with the bath water because we do not understand. And I highly fault ASCC for having all these good points I'm hearing for the first time. I have never encountered ASCC. I have never been to their offices. But as someone who is an end user of when people are corrupt, when there is no integrity, people steal, kill, and destroy. And so the end product of this is injustices, which is what the citizens are experiencing. And I feel like Gen X were in a fleeing mode, Gen Y, they froze, and now Gen Z is fighting. And I want to believe they will fight until they win. Make no mistake, they will fight until they win. This is the reason why they will win. They have something called a truth meter. As soon as someone starts speaking, they can identify this person is hiding something or is telling us the truth. And so that's one reason they will win, because the words you will not buy them with just words. The other thing the young people have that we seem to lack is the courage to use the information they have. We have a lot of information, but we don't use it because we fear if we speak up, the boogeyman is going to come and get us. And that's what happens, steal, kill, and destroy. So you've destroyed people's courage to speak up. So the young generation is not afraid. Now, I'll talk about institutions very easily as someone who helps those who have faced injustices. There's a speaker who has written articles about EACC, and she has nothing, no kind words about them. But some people have also talked about IPOA. And I will tell you, when you say you merge IPOA with the police, I will not walk into that police station to report an injustice. But I will comfortably walk into the IPOA offices because these are the conscientious cops. They know how to treat people with dignity. These other ones, I'm not saying they are bad people, but the whole environment of a police station is that a citizen is an enemy. I haven't been to ASCC. I will make a point to visit because once you get to these offices, you get to know. So we will not now disband all these institutions because the people who made the constitution had experienced an unjust government in terms of dictatorship, silencing the voices of the people. And it's the same reason why we'll come back and say, I think the Gen Z are challenging ESCC and IPOA because I'm seeing them coming and speaking up. And so the big challenge, even with Amnesty International and all those other organizations, is they hide their information in reports. Nobody reads reports, but people listen to videos. TikToks are the finance bill. I heard the president saying the communications team failed. When you give information and it's not truthful, I've told you the young people have a truth meter. They can tell you when you're not sincere because you cannot keep coming to citizens who are oppressed with the suffering. Sorry, my phone keeps ringing. I'll switch it off. That people who are so oppressed because of economic hardships, and you send people who are full to talk to them. So they read and they say this is not truthful. Let's empower institutions instead of saying because they did not work. An example is I'll name names if they come after me. The media houses have played a part in this because during elections, I have walked into a a media house to ask them to cover a case. And what did they say? All cameras are covering this party's campaigns, the other cameras. So all the media houses start running after the politicians. And so we are left, we have cases that we want to highlight, we have issues we want to be highlighted. And I don't understand why EACC is not going to these talk shows and talking about what they've just presented to us. And I wanted to ask a question. I'll leave a question. Is it illegal for government departments to speak up? Because we have the presidency, have three mouthpieces. They have the presidential press unit, they have the government spokesperson, and I think there's a third one. So they are paid billions of money to speak on behalf of the government, but then the departments cannot speak. So when we had, for example, the biggest scandal of sugar, so now we are taking poison. The other one was the one that interferes with food security, the fertilizer. We only saw a few talk shows here and there, people fighting for themselves, but the agriculture department didn't come. A long time ago, government departments used to give talks, and that brings me back to information. Our two sources of information, one of the biggest is the church. And so what happens on Sundays? The politicians go and take the microphones, and so because we are talking about integrity, the policing of our morality, because we have a moral issue, not a legal issue, then gives the power back to the politician. So they start telling wale majama every Sunday, so they never address the decay in our morality. They receive money from these people, so they cannot tell them, if I'm going to give you a permission to speak, I'll also allow a citizen to speak about how they're experiencing the government. So before I sum up, I'm seeing Mizani's hand is up. Maybe I've gone over my time. The last submissions I have to make is, we have people who've talked down on the younger generation, and I have news for you because I'm talking to them. They're not going to listen to you. Because when you go to talk shows, you just bring politicians to talk about this side and this side. So you pitted the citizens against each other with the two divides, and now the citizens have turned on you. And they have these young people who have information, and they're not afraid to share the information. So I would like IPOA, EACC, Amnesty, and all the other organizations to make TikToks and give this information to the young people. I am impressed that people have made a poster of all the missing persons and the people who have passed, and the ones who are unidentified. I'm praying they will be identified, because only the truth will set this country free. Thank you. Those are my submissions.
Thank you, Redemptor. I had to give you some grace in order to bring up a few issues that you had mentioned earlier. But you direct your concerns towards the EACC in terms of the communication, especially when we have a country that believes this instrument, or rather this arm of administration, is not really delivering the things that Kenyans want to hear and see happening. But when we listen to Eric, we are starting to question our intelligence and our belief system on how corruption is being tackled in our country. Eunice, earlier on, I gave you an opportunity. Let's see if this works. The mic is yours. Eunice, if you're using an external mic, it is not working for you. Just use handset free option. Or if you just install the app, go and check that you've enabled access to mic. That happens quite a number of times. I will cross over to the next speaker. Let's give this to Jane. Jane, if you're there, the mic is yours, going once. All right, we don't have Jane with us.
Hello.
Okay,
Can you
Jane
guys
is
hear me?
there. Proceed. Yes.
Yeah, I have a little problem with my mic as well. If you give the next person so that I can fix it, then I'll come back.
All right. Actually, we could hear you now. So if you don't mind, you can proceed.
Okay.
All right. Let's go to the next speaker.
Hello. Yeah, it's muting me. So that's why I'm saying.
All right, let's see if that works. And if you are also having the app, sometimes you can clear the cache that works out for you and restores the normal functionality of the app. Stella, any question? Quick one to you.
Thanks, Eli. I have listened to EACC as well, and I wanted to follow up with a question on and I've seen someone ask, I think it's Abdul Rahman on the comments, he was asking on whether there are proposals that the EACC has forwarded to push for legislation or amendment of legislation, because Eric is consistently telling us that the buck does not stop with them. They have to push the cases to DPP and the judiciary. And then he goes ahead to say that there are laws that they do not have power to implement some things. So the question is, are they following up with pushing up legislation amendment to the parliament? Because we cannot complain the same way. We cannot complain as citizens So there are other few questions, just two of them. I'll just mention two. Someone is asking, what is the boldness, or how is the boldness of EACC to follow up on corruption in the executive arm of the government or ministries and the judiciary? And also, what is their success rate? And then the last one, what is the work plan for the EACC? Because it looks like in fighting corruption with the new realities of technology and skill, they do not have that capacity. So what is the work plan? Thank you, Eli.
All right, Stella, thank you for that, giving us a summary of the questions from most of you. EACC, that is Eric. You want to give a 3 minutes quick response before we can go to other speakers?
Thank you so much for this additional questions. Dr. Okot talked about having cases dealt with under the penal code. The issues relating to corruption has its own legal framework. That is the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, which has even higher penalties, more sanctions than the penal code of the police that he was talking about. And then that framework also creates special courts, special magistrate courts that deal with the corruption. So there is much more really beyond what you had talked about. Secondly, whether the commission is aware of the reforms that are required, that's the legal reforms. We are increasingly engaging JLAC of Parliament, and they have many proposals on the areas that require to be changed. Remember, those who steal public resources don't just sit and wait. They are also planning. They keep on changing their tactics. They change the mechanism they use. So we should continuously ensure that the law responds to emerging challenges and new patterns of engaging in corruption. So such proposals are there. The other thing that I think is important is that, as I said, the fight against corruption in Kenya requires a multi-sectoral approach. EACC can only be a lead agency. It must be supported from the front and from the back. For example, today we have parents bribing to send their children to certain schools that they desire. There are families today that you walk into, and right from the gate, everything is corruption. From the gate, nyumba, the roof, the swimming pool, and the kids are aware. So when we don't teach our children of the need for integrity, responsibility, and that which is not yours, then we are also contributing to this problem. If your child comes home with a pen that you know you did not buy, a sweater you know you did not buy, and you are the parent, you keep quiet about it, that looks like a minor issue, but that is how we grow corruption. And these children at the time when they begin working in institutions, these are the same things that they will do. I want to talk about universities also and the issue of fake papers, fake academic certificates. Universities are to blame because from the investigations done so far, we realize that it is not just the individual holders of fake papers. There are universities today that are facilitating, that have engaged in the practice of selling qualifications to the extent of creating files complete with an admission letter, cut marks, all through up to the end. So that when you write to that university, in order to confirm whether one has a fake paper or not, they say the individual is okay. So you are able to see that there are many actors that are required to do certain things so that we address the challenges facing the nation. Let me finalize by saying that when you have a forum like this and you have recommendations that need to be acted on by different institutions, it should not be enough to, we talk and then air very good views and ideas and it ends there. It's important to channel these recommendations even to those institutions, because the moment you have information on the real things on the ground, that could actually inform the conversation in different ways. For example, if we could have sufficient information on the issues around the question of corruption in our country, you would realize that some of the things that people say, including calling for, disbandment of institutions, you realize that what we need to do is much more. What is the other one? I think I've responded to the question, unless there is one I've not responded to, and you can point it out so that I respond before you disconnect me.
Yeah, that's quite fair. Stella, anything? And maybe we can make it brief so that we interact with the other speakers.
Yeah, yes, there's one he hasn't responded to, and many people have raised the issue on focusing on small cases. So it asked, how is the boldness of the EACC to follow up corruption in the executive arm and ministries?
Good. There has been, that talk of small fish versus big fish. And to us as EACC, we do not have small fish or big fish in the fight against corruption. First of all, the law requires us to handle all corruption cases that are brought before us. I saw yesterday when we arrested the county land surveyor of Kericho because of demanding 200,000, somebody recommending that, these are small fish. Remember, that Kenyan who has lacked that service for 1 year because he is unable to pay the 200,000 shillings, the justice that they require is to have that kind of action. On the other hand, if you say focus on big fish only and you do nothing about the small fish, they will grow, and by the time you realize, they'll have also become big fish. And collectively, those small fish eat more. So to us, we deal with corruption regardless of the size of the fish, if people were to be caught fish. It's only that cases involving petty corruption, they are very easy to investigate. That's why you can see them, getting to court faster than the others. On the other side, the white collar crime will involve experts who have planned it. So to unravel that, you need time, money outside the country, that will take time. And I earlier said that we have over 10 governors in court. I don't know whether those are small fish. You have seen former CSS, Balala and others to the commission. We have people such as Oparanya who are supposed to be charged, but due to this emerging issue of orders stopping prosecutions that people would ordinarily go for, is yet to be charged, and others. So it's a mixture. Sometimes people say that kwa nini huyu ni wa chama hii? The commission is not guided by anything else other than the law. We follow corruption. If you find it inside a governor, now the party to which they belong does not arise. The other thing I also talked about is the fact that cases may appear, to be taking time, but as EACC, we are making progress incrementally, and by the end of it, those who should face justice need to face justice. Only if we could address the obstacles. In other words, if we address the obstacles that slow down the process, much more progress will be made. So there is no small fish or big fish. But let me also say this. Senior officials, including governors, are now using the people you call small fish to engage in corruption. We have governors, PSS, state corporation heads using children on attachment to open companies that are now used as conduits for corrupt conduct. So don't look at the designation of the person involved. Sometimes those who cause more fish are the ones who are actually involved. The other time you saw this case of a cleaner in the Ministry of Interior, Eric Kipkurui Mutai, whose 7 companies were used to swindle 257 million out of the entire 450 million that was stolen. You also look at what is happening in counties. They use those people. So that is why you see them paraded in court. You will see some crying, while recording statements explaining how they have been used. So all fish, whether small, big, fat, thin, or otherwise, are bad, and corruption is bad, regardless of who is doing it, and we will pursue all. That is all.
Thank you. I'm going to move to the next speakers. Now we'll have George, followed by Eunice and Kingori. Kindly, we are really limited with time. We've been here since 10 in the morning. I would love for us to be kind enough and spend it wisely. George, you have 3 minutes. Proceed.
Thank you so much, Mizani. And I'm so glad that we are able to communicate and interact directly with the EACC. And I want to bring to the attention of most of us that before EACC, there was Kenya ACC. And Lumumba, ile jamaa wa kizungu mingi, was the director of KACC. And at the time, he was getting paid 1 million shillings a month to aid corruption. Well, if you go back, before him, there was John Githongo, permanent secretary of ethics and governance. And I'm bringing both cases because what Githongo found in Kibaki's government, that the same ministers over him were the ones involved in corruption, is exactly what Lumumba found in Kenya Anti-Corruption Commission, that the person who was involved in the water scandal was the husband to one of the powerful people in government. And so my question is, what would you, EACC, want implemented constitutionally so that if we have the appetite to amend the constitution, we put it in there for you to be fully independent so that you are able to do your job. Every time, when you were speaking earlier, you said you go, you have the power of the court, you investigate these cases, then you give them to the DPP. Where are the disconnects in exercising your duties? And where does the failure come from? So that we can know what is your wish list, so that when we have a backbone as a country to change or amend the constitution, we give you those powers, exactly the same powers that the FBI has over political interference. I mean, the FBI is best known for investigating the Watergate. The president was involved in it. They had the power to wiretap the president. They have powers to investigate governors. They have powers to arrest CEOs of companies because they are a system devoid of the interference of the politics. The same case applies to the IRS, the tax body. When those investigative body of the IRS go after corruption And we saw what happened with Enron in early 2000s. They get incentivized inside of the system. And I go back to the FBI. If they seize properties, including private jets and boats and wads of money, they get to keep those things to help them advance their jobs. All those things are protected by the Constitution. So for you, EACC, a very narrow direction, there are things that frustrates you in your duties because you do not have the powers, or you are working with one hand tied to your back, or you have to depend to a DPP who may not see the things you do. You tell us that you want a constitutional court directly working with you, directly giving you these express warrants, directly giving you these powers, directly giving you access to expedite prosecutions. And as somebody also indicated, special jails and prisons for these kind of crimes, so that you are working as a system devoid of political interference. So you overlast politicians and political cycles of 5 years. What is it that you is in your wish list, that if we had this power from the court, if we had this power from the judicial system, if we had this power from the justice system, then we would have been able to expedite our duties? And don't forget, a means at which to incentivize the people working for you, so that they feel that they are doing a contribution and their contribution is rewarded. The same way they had given ridiculous money to the Lumumba guy when he was running KACC. Thank you. I think my time is up.
Thank you, George. I believe your question is well put. We'll wait for Eric to respond later on. Let's go to Eunice. Is your mic fixed? All right. Eunice, you seem to be having a serious issue with your mic. Kindly reinstall your app and see if that works. Jean, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you guys. So thank you so much, and thank you for the patience. You know, I'm gonna echo George's sentiments here, because there seemed to be a really big disconnect, between the Mwananchi, the institutions, the politic leadership, right? And so when I hear you speak, the EACC, I hear you saying we are doing our job, right? We are doing our work. The only constraint here is like the EAC, the capacity to do the work, right? And so I think George's submission was, from one point, what is it that you need from a legality perspective? My question to you also is, what do you need from the citizens' perspective? If you can say these three things we need from the citizens, and when the Gen Z movement and the Kenyans in general are agitating for change, you also need to be agitating for these three things, right? And so that way, from the legislation perspective, it's working. From the citizens' perspective, it's working. But also, I want to understand, probably from you too, what are you doing from a digital perspective or technology perspective to help, help with, maybe automate processes? Because the biggest challenge, I heard you talk about is we don't have enough capacity, to to look at all these corruptions cases, right? But also the disconnect is like, there is so many youth on the street saying, oh, we don't have jobs, right? We don't have jobs that to go to on a daily basis, but they have the technical know-how, they have the digital know-how, right? In a week, in a couple of days, some of these youth created, a website to recall ministers, and all of them were there with their constituency, right? And so there seemed to be a disconnect, just within even the country itself, saying, youth, you guys don't have jobs, so we look for jobs outside the country for you guys. But then the institutions like yours, and I have talked to a few big people in different institutions, say we do not have the people to do or to automate or to help, digitize, our institutions. So would you please maybe speak a little bit on that, right? The three things that the citizens can help, right, while also pushing for the legislature, and also this disconnect between the technical and the capacity. How can we bridge that gap with technology to help expedite some of those things? Thank you so much, Mizani. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your submission to that. Being warned here that we haven't been paid enough to stay online. It's a really kazi kwa wananchi, and it's free. Therefore, we will want to use our free bundles until 4 p.m. East African time. So to all the speakers, be mindful of that. Let's go to the next speaker, and then I will welcome Obeds to steer ahead the conversation. Abdurrahman, you have 3 minutes maximum. Proceed.
And real quick, if I may interrupt, do you have a system through which we can help you stay alive, stay afloat by contribution towards your BADO payments?
We will. I will talk to my colleague about that. But for now, we are very Kenyan, and we are allowing this conversation to happen free of charge. Thank you, George. That is very mindful of you. We appreciate. So let's have Abdul Rahman.
Thank you so much. I want to let the EACC know that we appreciate for the times they have for us this afternoon, on a weekend, on a Sunday afternoon. I also want to let them know that we are engaged in a robust national discourse on the future of our country, and we don't expect them to pull us back. Because in the next course of weeks, in the next couple of weeks, we are having discussions, and corruption keeps coming up. Corruption keeps coming up in form of where we come from, public appointment. People have to pay for recruitment to security forces, whether it's the army or the police service. Corruption in the form of the universities, in hospitals, in tendering processes. And we need to exactly know what is ailing them, as opposed to coming and crying with us online when we are helpless as the Kenyans that have mandated them, and we pay taxes so that they can work. If it is constitutional timelines you want, because I know the discourse we are engaged in and the kind of future that we want for our country, there is no reason, and I don't see any stumbling block towards a constitutional amendment. Just like the healthcare is positioning themselves with formation of a healthcare service where they can centralize training and appraisals and hiring, firing, and allocation of healthcare workers to ensure efficiency in healthcare system and delivering good quality standards of healthcare for the Kenyans. We expect them to have a roadmap, not just telling us they are involved in a discussion with JLAC. We need them to have a roadmap of their vision of how they see themselves in the new Kenya that we want as the youth of this country, where they're having, if someone is suspected of corruption, or if someone is giving or receiving corruption, whether it's having prosecutorial powers like George mentioned, in having their jails, in having their prosecutors, in having their way of witness protection, in having their way of evidence preservation, and all that, to ensure that there is no short there is no weak link between investigation and prosecution and either acquitting or conviction of the people that are suspected. If it is reviewing including it in the capital offenses in the penal code, so that it becomes a capital offense for someone to steal money made for dams supposed to create water for millions of Kenyans. If it is ensuring that healthcare services are available in hospitals, this is mass murder that people are involved, and we cannot give corruption or theft of public funds sweet names like, bribery, corruption. We need to call it like this is a genocidal terrorist individual involved in killing the future of people, the future of youth, the future of kids in school, instead of sugarcoating things and no mentioning and all this. Lastly, I want to talk about the wealth declaration forms, and I wanted Eric Gumbo to comment on it, because wealth declaration forms no longer work for public appointments in officials, because someone, if for example Miriam Rose is to be appointed for a CS position, she'll come and tell us, I've inherited this amount of land in my country, I have this car, I have this house, and I have all this. But then on the side, she we know her income through the monthly income, through the proceeds of maybe her rental income, her farm produce, if she exports products of that. But down the line, 2 months, 3 months, Miriam is wearing watches that cannot be sustained by her salary, and cannot be sustained by her whatever she declared. Then EACC is here telling us, it's because we do not have prosecutorial powers, because we are being hindered and all that. What magic is Miriam doing in that office where we know her salary is this, that she can afford to pay for a CS a watch that is equivalent to her 1 month salary? So we need to be creative in the way we measure how people progress without being malicious, obviously, for people that choose investments and all that. But we need to be creative in the manner that we capture how people progress in wealth. But again, we can have key indicators of this person, much as they are saying they are investing whatever they're having and loans they are taking against their pay slips. These people are engaged in when they are recruiting. If they're in charge of defense, they are recruiting. The recruits are paying this money, and this money is reaching to them. If they are hiring the people that are being hired in that ministry, or those state departments, their budgetary allocations, they've been instructed to have some allocations that is being deposited for this particular public official, and this is why they are doing to have this. And then lastly, I want to talk probably about the NIS. You might need to use the NIS. I don't know, for security reasons, maybe you may not expose this in your investigating work, but you could having those tigers that serve in ministries and in public offices, informing you and being key informants in the fight against corruption. But this is a narrative that we want in the next couple of weeks, as the rest of the country is fighting and saying the future they want. We do not expect EACC to be left there crying and telling us, we do not have a way out, we do not have anything we want to do. We expect a clear roadmap, a clear vision, a clear plan, a clear key interventions you want. If you want us to force MPs to change the law, if you want us to collect signatures to change the things that you need to be changed to fight corruption, it has to work, because our future depends on it, because it's our future that is being killed by people when money meant for basic necessities or amenities are reallocated for personal comfort and girlfriends and boyfriends. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Abdurrahman. Quite a wonderful submission. I see Mizani's hand is up, but before that, I have seen in the comment section, and I think I need to clarify this from the onset. Kingori, I know you're next. I wish to clarify this. There is someone who has for a long time been insisting that we have been paid to sanitize EACC. For the record, we did not invite EACC to this conversation, but we are grateful that they joined. And we are open to collaboration if that would help to change the direction our country is taking. The fact that somebody suggests that we've been paid is totally neither here nor there. We are fighting for the best interest of our country. And if you feel you want to be paid, approach ESCC or anybody else and ask them for pay, but do not try to malign us because we're trying to have a conversation that is important to our country. That said, I would like to invite Kingori for him to make his submission. He's been here for some time. Kingori, feel free to air your opinion.
Thank you so much. I just want to say a few things about the ESCC, and my concern is the school capitation program that is sent by the government to schools. I have never heard or even witnessed anything to do with the ESCC or any reports about the capitation, how is it being misused, embezzled in schools by the heads of institutions. And that is why you'll find that most schools are closing earlier than the government date, which has been announced by the ministry. Because the few days that are, now if a school is supposed to close on 5th, it closes on 1st. The remaining 4 days, which of course was budgeted for, I don't know where that budget goes. And I've never heard of EACC questioning why the expenditures on those few days that were remaining. Then again, the embezzlement that is in our schools is too high, because you will find that a principal is sent in a school, he has nothing, but after a few months, he's a millionaire. He is driving very, very serious vehicles, very expensive vehicles, high-end vehicles, high-end buildings are being built at their homes. And we didn't know the salary of a teacher. We know the salary of every civil servant. Even all of us here, we know the amount of money that is paid to each one of us, those who are working with the government, with the organizations, and anybody else. Now, the EACC should tell us how they monitor the school expenditures and how the safeguards that they have put in place to protect the whistleblowers, because the whistleblowers are so many, but they are not safe when they maybe say what is happening in various organizations and institutions. So let the ESC explain properly on how they monitor the capitation in schools, and again, how safe is a whistleblower when they communicate with ESCC that there's something fishy happening in a particular that is organization. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I've seen, first of all, Kingori, you have a profile picture that is different from your voice. But that's beside the point. I would like ESCC, Eric, if you can write down as many of these questions, because I give you an opportunity to answer most of them, so that people feel like there's something that's being done. And as we said, we would really love to concretize this, have all the points that have been put across. We'll be able to channel them to you for further action if necessary and with your permission. I think the next person we have is Albert Nzengo has been here for some time. Then after Albert, I'll have Black Lion, then Joanita. Albert?
Thanks a lot, Obed. Nice space. Thanks a lot, Kama Kawaida, with Mizani and the team. I'll also want to pick from where George left on matters asking, is the constitution actually limiting the ESCC to deliver their own mandate? I also will not want to cushion ESCC. I think the responses we've gotten from from the spokesperson so far is a lot looking at the general public. It's like the normal way of talking to the public or giving a public lecture on how we should change our behavior or the norms of the society and how the office is actually working. But we can see that the office is not working because Waitito has been out of office for some time. The parliament or the Senate found them guilty, but he's not in jail. That's the thing. So for us, it's what's the end product. I'll want to say that I think for me, the fish rots from the head. I'm drawing an example from a country like Rwanda, which is neighboring. They have a different way of doing things. They have a different way of tackling corruption. We have ministers in Rwanda in jail. It's not wishful thinking. They are called out of office because of any mere form of corruption, and they are put in jail. But I want to again refer to the EACC. In 2022, the director, of course, gave us a very good statement. 241 aspirants are not clean. They cannot run for office. All this becomes a public stunt because the same 241 people find themselves in parliament. Then they pass the conflict of interest bill so they can still do business with the government. So they keep cushioning themselves in those offices. So of course then the EACC's battle will be an exercise in futility because you'll be trying to chase people who are already cushioning themselves, who are laying laws that are actually cushioning themselves. Then I think that's why, and then my statements comes in line with George. Does the constitution actually limit you to perform your mandate? Because we'll have one day that, imagine a head of state coming and telling us we are losing 2 billion daily, and he's telling us he has nothing to do. Like, there's nothing he can do. So there's no political will, of course, to tackle this. So for me, the issue lies on political will. I see that EACC is in bed with the executive, is in bed with parliament, is in bed with public prosecution, and they take us in circles until the electoral cycle is over. See that EACC is in bed with the executive, is in bed with parliament, is in bed with public prosecution, and they take us in circles until the electoral cycle is over. Yeah, I think I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're unmuted.
Eric, please mute your mic because you keep interfering with the contribution.
Yeah, I'm actually just concluding. So for me, it's to actually point out. Okay, sorry.
Albert, just hold on. I think Eric, please mute your mic because you're interfering with Albert's contribution.
Okay.
Albert, go on.
Okay, thanks a lot. I'll just finish at that. Say political goodwill, and let's look back at the constitution and see, with all this Gen Z movement and the current political unrest in the country, do we have an output out of it? Are we going to amend the constitution and actually relieve all political offices all this cushion that they have given themselves about doing business with government, and all these interlinkages between the bodies that should be actually putting them in check, but they find themselves actually working together with them? If you want to tell me the president already bought the Senate, the president has bought the parliament, all the political classes, he has even bought the opposition. You want to tell me the president is not clever enough to buy EACC or to buy all these public prosecutors? I think we have to be, it's counterintuitive, definitely. He knows that these are bodies that will be putting them in check, and definitely they are in bed with the executive, and this is what we are calling out. And I don't want, for me, this is what I want to finish at. If there's political goodwill in the country, like we see the example of Rwanda, ministers will be in jail. Corruption will be a thing of the past. And then the people down the scale, of course, there'll be a ripple effect. The population will learn that hard stands are taken about corruption, and if I'm found guilty, I will be jailed. So if Waititu was jailed, then I will not involve myself in corruption. But the moment Waititu is out, running around, doing normal businesses, and yes, he is telling us, oh yeah, we've convicted them, we are in court. In court doing what? In court doing what when they are running around after stealing? After you telling us 241 of these people are not worth of offices, but they are still in office. They still went to the IBC and got elected. Then, of course, ESCC's work is not relevant and should not be funded by the people's money. I drop it at that, Roberts. Asante.
Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Albert. Very pertinent questions. And Eric, as I requested, please try and note them down because we're going to ask you to account, at least somewhat, allay the fears and be able to clarify some of the questions asked. Next, I'll go to Black Lion, then I go to Joanita. I'm trying to do this so that we allow Eric to be able to address as many of the questions as possible. And to the people waiting on, there's a long queue of people who would like to speak. And we totally understand we're trying our level best to ensure that we allow as many people as possible to speak and make a contribution. So Black Lion, I give you 3 minutes max for you to canvass your point.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I hope you can hear me, yeah? So
very well.
Yeah, thank you. So I think my problem at this point in time, we We even don't need these guys like the ESCC, because now you're here coming and telling us uh, you're waiting for the DPP to prosecute these people. I feel like that's an excuse, you know. If the DPP is delaying the process, you bring these people to the public, we stone them to death. You cannot be fucking us every day. And clearly, even the public can do actually enough investigation and conclude this person is fucking up the country. But when
Black Lion, I would request, we've always emphasized that on this space.
It's all right.
Try as much as you can agree to disagree with anyone, but do not use uncouth language. We do not allow that.
It's all right. It's all right. But at this time, like, we just want to be honest, because these people are playing us games. It is obvious. It is obvious. If the public can do actual investigation and see this is not good. This person is guilty. They have stolen public resources. But when you go back to the ESCC, they're telling us, oh, we don't have this. There was no enough evidence. Oh, we handed over these people to the DPP, and that's how everything disappears like that. And the next thing you'll hear, there's another scandal coming up. We've forgotten the other one. Now there's another guy stealing money here. We start with a new case again. I'm saying this. These people have failed since you failed to recover stolen assets from people. There've been a lot of delayed prosecution, and the public even perception. People don't trust you no more. That's why I'm saying we just don't need you. Just resign and go. Maybe now let's now hand over the power to prosecute these people to the public. I bet you, bro, like the day we will get someone who stole the money from the public and we take him to the CBD, then we stone him to death or we chop his head. You'll never hear anyone stealing money again. That's how the things happening in China. You cannot steal money from the government like that. You will be finished. I bet you. Let us just use one as an example. We have enough evidence. This person stole money. Good. We take you to the CBD. You saw that, like the scenes during the Mandamano. We bring enough crowd like that. Then we deal with you ourselves. Because hii maneno nyinyi mnaweka vitu kwa ESCC, mnaweka pande gani, and you guys are being paid, you're going to bed with the government. Mnakuja hapa kutuambia ati sijui DPP hataki kufanya nini. We don't need you guys. We really don't need. We enough. This is enough. This thing is making people upset every day. Personally, I look at it like I have friends who work in the government, young guys. You see someone buying apartments in Kilimani, and you start wondering, bro, seriously, I know your salary is not actually even enough to buy a Vitz, but you cannot tell me you're buying apartment in Kilimani, penthouses of 30 million. Where are you getting the money from? You see, and and, and actually, like it happens like every person right now coming to the government, they know I can steal money and I can bribe and get away with it, including probably even these guys from EACC. They've been given money and si wako tu hapa wananyamaza tu, wanajifanya wanatetea haki ya watu. God is watching you people, by the way. That's what I'll say. Thank you, bro.
Thank you, Black Lion. You've said so many things, and I'm laughing because part of what you're saying is very true. We actually need to have an example of somebody has to be dealt with. Let us see big people punished. That way, a lot of us would worry about getting and engaging in corruption. And I think I totally agree with you. The way you suggest is probably the one that is making me laugh. That can be looked into. Let me allow Juanita to canvass your point, please. I give you 3 minutes max.
Very good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity, Mizani and Obed. First and foremost, I'd like to suggest, to say, the corruption in Kenya started way back, and it's not even corruption. I'll agree to Dr. Akuro. It's not something we started yesterday. It's something way back, because the theft in our country, it's too much. When we go back to the era of our first president, the second president, the third president, those corruption cases have been there all along. And what has been done to those people? Nothing has been done. Nothing has ever happened to it. So where do we where does the corruption in the country continue? It's because the people way back were never convicted, and currently they are not being convicted. So, something else I'd like to say is that in Kenya, I'm sorry to say so, it's like run by a cartel or a mafia, because the kind of politicians we put in power are the politicians who have something to hide. So what do they do? Or what do? They enter into politics to hide something. This is something they did before, and they are now into power to continue hiding whatever like they've done before. We look at the cases of our current president. He was mentored by the late President Moi. In his era, in President Moi era, it was like rolling with our fist, and that's what we are currently kind of like going back. But even in those years, there are cases if we date back. There are cases if we date back during that era. The current president still have things he did in that era, and he's in this regime right now. He's the current sitting president. What is going on? What is that telling us? That's telling us that the Kenya we are in currently, big executives or big people are not convicted for their crimes. This gives opportunity to the current to this thing continuing, like the corruption, the theft, everything continuing. So unless we deal with the mafia, the cartels inside this thing, no matter what we do, no matter even if we try to tell the EACC to deal with the cases, it can never happen. So something else is, these people are on top of the government. The EACC have, the guy Eric have said that they don't have the power. For them, they would really wish for them to continue with everything. But the people on the top, what are the top people saying? Like, what do? They are the ones that holding these people. They're like, hey, you cannot convict me. You cannot convict me. I'm a government official. I'll just give you money and life goes on. And that's the chain we are experiencing in Kenya currently. Nothing we can do can eradicate corruption. The only thing that can eradicate corruption is if we get a president or a leader who's fearless and ready to open the Pandora of corruption cases dated years back in our country, because there are many. And if you revive our memory, some people will be shocked. They've been in previous governments, they're in current governments, and some people we even don't know much about them. We'll be given people we've never had in our lives. Why? Because that Pandora, these are the people who are running the government in our country. They are hiding information in our country so that they cannot be taken front. So the moment we get that leader who's ready to face these people, it's the time we'll be able to fight corruption in Kenya. The theft, it's not even corruption, it's the theft. But until then, I'll tell you my honest opinion, corruption in Kenya will continue being there, because this, yes, Nam, just a minute.
Joanita, thank you very much. And there are quite a number of things you have said there. What we need to probably engage and look at ourselves is maybe we are the ones who elect these people. They don't come to power by themselves. We know they are corrupt. We still vote for them. But just for clarity, I need to find out something. Mizani, we said we are finishing at 4, but I don't think it's going to be practical because we have 7 minutes to 4. Should we continue, use our free bundles for as long as it can be? Because then I think there's clearly an issue here and a lot of people would like to contribute. What do you think?
I will consult with the team, but I still maintain it was important we end this in the next 6 minutes. However, the reality does not allow us to go with 6 minutes to the top of the hour. So what we will do, we will allow Eric to respond to some of the questions that have been raised. And guys, remember, Eric is doing this because it is his national duty as a public officer. But at the same time, if we have such an opportunity, it is in the best of our interest to bring out the facts as much as we have emotional attachments to what we are presenting. So it is not about what Eric is saying, but it's about what his institution that he represents has to be doing and in which way should we understand how it functions. That is important. Having cleared that, I will give you some more latitude, Obeds, to continue with the conversation, but we are limiting admitting more speakers. So the speakers that are there will be able to execute their matters, and hopefully we'll be able to land in about more 30 minutes on top of the hour. Thank you.
Okay, I'm guided thoroughly. So I know there are so many people, and I can actually see a lot of them requesting. We'll review and see how that goes. The next speaker here should be Sangomai, I think. Yeah, Sangomai. Then I'd have 254.
Maybe let's allow Eric to respond first. There are quite a number of issues they have been raising.
Okay.
It would be prudent for him to maybe he has other commitments. Yes.
That's okay. Eric, unmute and probably try and address some of the questions that have been asked.
Okay, thank you very much. I do appreciate those comments that are coming through. Some of the issues that have been raised have already been responded to, but I appreciate that it is possible that some listeners may not have been there when we started. I have repeatedly said that the problem of corruption in Kenya is way beyond EACC, which is one of the institutions in the chain. I have repeatedly said that when we are discussing the problem of corruption, we need to look at it from a broader perspective, acknowledging that even if today was to, if today EACC was to do 100% of what it is supposed to do, that alone would not be sufficient. And therefore, the questions that Kenyans should always interrogate when talking about corruption in the country are, for instance, could there be obstacles to effective investigation of corruption? Are there obstacles to effective prosecution of corruption cases? Are there obstacles in the adjudication of corruption at the judiciary? So that even those who say disband, then they should say disband EACC, disband on DPP, disband the judiciary. So the singling out of EACC is unfair, and that means that there could be lack of information in terms of the institutional framework. Those three agencies ought to, and are expected to seamlessly undertake their responsibilities, because each has a role, then it hands over to the other. But as I said earlier, what we need is to strengthen these institutions, because the volume of corruption cases emanating from the public officials that we Kenyans elected to office and those appointed to office at the county level, at the national level, the volume of cases is more than the available institutional capacity at DPP, at EAC, and the judiciary. And EAC is not crying. So I want to correct the one who said that EAC is not crying. We are not crying because a lot of work has been done. And I mentioned, and I want to repeat, that every year EACC is able to recover and return to the public an average of 6 billion Kenya shillings of property, and also prevent potential loss of up to 12 billion, money that could have been lost, but we stop the transactions. We dismantle the cartels before money is lost, that is 12 billion, against an average annual budget of 3.9. EAC is able to provide or finalize 100 files, high impact files. So let us not look at the problem in terms of what has EAC done. In fact, we are also supposed to ask ourselves, what have we done as Kenyans? After EACC flagged out and told the people of Kenya, look here, these 241 people have corruption cases, and they may still, if they go to public office, and they may enact poor laws if they go to parliament. Don't elect them. A third of them were elected. So Kenyans also have a responsibility. And it is important for everyone to ask themselves, what have I done also? I talked about professional bodies whose members, engineers, lawyers, are the ones that are assisting our people in the counties to loot. What have we done? What are we doing within the professional standards, the enforcement of professional standards within those professions? So each party Each person has a role in that cause. One of the listeners suggested that, we get corrupt people and chop their heads, or, put them somewhere on Uhuru Park and shoot them. That is not what our country is supposed to do, because we are a country that is guided by the rule of law. Every person is also entitled to due process. I know Kenyans want to see urgent action. I appreciate, and we appreciate, the problem of corruption is widespread. But again, that has to be within some due process. Because again, it is only 30% of cases reported to EACC that are worth taking to the next stage. There are people who report matters that are actually not corruption. And I can authoritatively tell you, listeners, that a bigger part of what Kenyans think about corruption is informed by perceptions. So I would encourage all of us to always familiarize ourselves with the information that is available about what has been done and what the issues are. In terms of a clear vision, somebody talked about a clear vision for fighting corruption. EACC has a strategic plan covering 2023 to 2028. And you would find a very good plan, which is operationalized through just annual plans. Someone mentioned that it should be in jail. We can't go and get people, send them to jail directly. Waititu is among 10 governors that have cases in court, both criminal and civil, cumulatively following billions. The billions that are being recovered and returned to the public daily, perhaps we should have another way of returning, so that what is recovered is channeled to, probably some property, maybe some school, so that Kenyans can be told, look here, this school was built by money that had been stolen from this place and this place, so that Kenyans can feel the impact. But a lot has been done. It's only that what remains to be done is much more. And for us to go where we want to go as a country, it is not about EACC alone. We even had cases where, sometimes in this spirit of accountability, EACC has opposed some cases that were being withdrawn in court. So institutions also check each other. We need to move to a situation where we also strengthen oversight agencies, such as the Auditor General, and the other one is controller of budget. These offices routinely make recommendations on what needs to be done. But again, how far can those recommendations go when they do not have an attendant, effective enforcement mechanism? Let recommendations of key offices not be wishes. Institutions should be able to bite. EACC will continue to take up cases from Auditor General and investigate them. Currently, we've quite a number of files that have been completed. The COVID file was completed. It is undergoing the next step at the DPP. We have cases involving governors, former CSs, and others. We are doing lifestyle audits on the top level officials, including some that you are talking about here. So this fight is on course. It needs to be strengthened. And we need every stakeholder, including every Kenyan, to take up their responsibility. Let me talk about corruption in the county governments. I think that has also come through. A county assembly, and the reason why we have county assemblies today is not just to represent the people who elected them. They also have oversight role on how public resources are used. One of the reasons why we have what one may want to call high levels of corruption in the counties is because our county assemblies have not effectively done what they're supposed to do. Majority of them do blackmail their governors for trips. They blackmail their governors to get tenders to do roads within those counties. So we cannot have EACC in every institution and in every county checking all those things. We need what entities should do done, so that EACC is now dealing with those who are not able to do their work well. For example, when you talk about budgeted corruption in the counties, what has emerged from the pattern of investigations is that a county assembly committee would collude with chief officers of state departments and plan and allocate money for projects that have either been done, a road that has been done many times, a social hall that has been constructed several times, or a project that is not intended to be done. When that money comes, what happens? Immediately after getting approval from the controller of budget to make payment, those transactions are avoided, money removed through proxy companies. So that is why we have thousands of county officials in court. So if a county assembly was to effectively ensure that funds are not mismanaged on the other side, by first of all removing their interest, because now if every MCA wants to be the one constructing roads, how are they going to do oversight on the other side? How are the county assembly committees going to vet nominees to those offices of CEC and the rest? When EACC writes and says that, look here, this person who you want to clear to be the county secretary has these issues. So the county government can perform better if county assemblies were to be effective on the oversight role, because we are talking about financial management. And that's why I want listeners, you take into account that the role of EACC is minimal in the whole equation of fighting corruption. Under the Public Finance Management Act, every accounting officer has a responsibility to ensure that the money is used well through effective internal controls. So by the time EACC is coming, there is so much that these people should do. And that is why we are calling for effective leadership at every institution. Because if we have heads of institutions that are committed to accountability, with the clear mechanisms of holding them to account in the law, then they would be able to prevent some of these things from happening. County assemblies should take up their role beyond representation, the accountability aspect. But now, if they are dysfunctional and they have merged and become one thing with the executive, that presents a challenge in the whole question. The other issue in the counties is recruitment, and that is where we expect county public service boards and the assembly service boards to also do their bit. We are talking about ghost workers today. In most cases, it is collusion involving all the relevant actors, so that it's after several years that you are able to say, oh, we have 1,000 ghost workers that have been working here. Isn't it there an individual employee working there who can blow the whistle and say, this is happening? We do have matters, and many of them involving payroll fraud in the counties, because most of those payrolls in the counties are not clean. We have persons who don't report to work, and yet they are paid. So those are the issues that we are dealing with. Many of them are in court, others under investigations, others at the DPP. So there is action. It's only that the volume of what needs to be done is more than what is available in terms of capacity. And the fact that an individual has done this, has bought this watch, or they've done this, the fact that action has not yet been taken, it does not mean that ESG is not independent, or the commission is not focusing on everybody. Whoever has stolen public money will be brought to account.
Thanks,
And
Eric.
let us have everybody do their bit.
I like what you put across, but I think also maybe the messaging from the commission hasn't been very good, and probably that's why the public doesn't feel like it's working with you. However, I'll have you hold on a little bit there, so that we have an input from three or four. There are four people. There's Sangomai. Then I have 254 for life. I'm sorry, but I've got to do this 2 minutes strictly. Sangomai, and then 254 for life, and then Jojo, and then Kijana ya Uhuru parody. So Sango, 2 minutes, please.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. It may be the first time I'm getting an opportunity to contribute in an express, and I'll be very brief. I'll ask Eric from ESCC the following. One, on recruitments, for example, in our forces, that is KDF, Kenya Police, Administration Police, KWS, Prisons, and Forest Service, among others. You will see an advertisement or it is announced that there will be recruitment of 10,000 or 5,000 policemen or KDF. When the recruitment teams are going around the country, and this is a real case, we have like 250 or 270 recruitment centers. They will take one person in this center, 3 in that center, 2 in this center. When you calculate the number of people taken from the many centers, they will be less than 1,000. Yet, at whether it's Kiganjo, whether it is RTS in Eldoret, or the other recruitment centers, whether it's at Utawala, you will have the 5,000 people recruited and doing the training, and they will pass out. Where are the other people being taken from? Kenyans are complaining because they are missing the opportunities to join these forces competently because of people who go to those recruitments without following procedure. They are not taken at the recruitment centers. These recruitment slots are shared in offices, which ESCC has never brought out and shown where these people are coming from. You will imagine, you will see someone, a conman, just like ESCC has said the people from Kitui who were arrested the other day for going to arrest someone when they are not from ESCC. Someone is arrested for giving fake recruitment letters, but those who join those recruitment centers without coming from the centers are never brought to book. But we see other people who are not even officers being. The ESCC has to tell us how this is happening. Kenyans, that's why the Gen Z, I'm a millennial myself, that's why the Gen Zs are on the streets, and mostly they are not alone. They are with the others. They are with the millennials and their parents. The second issue I'll go to is ESCC.
Give it 30 seconds to
Thank you.
finish.
ESCC offices. It is true that some of the officers at ESCC use their offices to enrich themselves or threaten, intimidate people from different departments, counties, national government to make money. And this one, I'm sorry, I will come straight. I will go to the ESCC office based in Malindi. That office is minting money. You can ask to get information. They keep on inviting. They serve Kilifi County, Lamu County, and I believe Tana River County. What does that office do? They keep on calling people on issues repeatedly so that they make money. Even issues that are not at the purview of ESCC, they keep on doing that so that they make money.
Thank you
And
so much,
just
Sango.
allow me
Thank you
another
so
10
much, Sango.
seconds for the last this issue. County assemblies and what is happening in county assemblies, they are not being investigated because it is the executives mostly that are followed, but not assemblies. We are not seeing people from assemblies mostly being prosecuted. And again, those in.
Thank you, Sango. Thank you, Sango. I hate to do this, but it's because we're really
Thank you.
running
Let
out
me
of time.
close at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope, Eric, you've picked out what has been said. 254 for life, strictly 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Obed. I'd like to be very brief, and I'd pose a challenge to Eric of ESCC. First, I believe my point of view is that as a spokesperson, yes, he's done a very good job telling us what ESCC has done. But the feeling of the citizenry is that ESCC has not done much, and it's still not doing as much as we expected. So a point of advice, that would be one thing you need to look at. On the question bit, I'd like to challenge him on actually 2 direct questions. One is there is evidence and video footage, even on mass media, local media, that one MP, Oscar Sudi, had been giving 20 million to a Harambe. So I hope EACC is looking into that, and that's a challenge for him. We would like to see what they would do about that, because I think it needs to be investigated from the onset that a sitting member of parliament, who we know what his salary is, cannot afford 20 million, but yet he keeps giving it out as Harambe money. Number two is also a challenge to him, because I know he says that they are committed to the fight. I'd also like to see an effort into an investigation, specifically for the president, because he's committed to funding the constructions of churches, and that is this morning. So I'd like to see some effort into investigating where all this money is going to come from, or whether all these harambes that have been done in the last 12 months, because there have been a couple, where the money has come from and where the money is going to, specifically investigating both the churches and the executive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, 254. Jojo, it's your turn to speak.
For those of you who don't know me, I'm Jojo Shukali. I'm a comedian. After going to school, getting 5 degrees, I did not have a trust in the system at all. This system, the entire system, is a system of thieves, with a chief thief on top, Ruto, who also do not seem to understand the mood. How does a company like Walmart, with thousands and thousands of employees, learn without corruption happening, without the CEO being on the register? That's what I've been asking. I came to Nyeri the other day, all the municipal hall where I did my halabe to go to United States for higher learning, it's been closed. You find mature men taking a piece besides the building. Alec from EACC, you are a complicit. I am a complicit. We are trying to fight something that is inside us. We are so corrupt, and we have allowed it to happen. And the effects of this goes back to the children and those who are being born. We have made money to be God. Ruto, you have given the defense of Kenya to Somalia. That's why we are having this kind of butchery. Kenya, we don't butcher people like the way you butcher people and put them in sacks. The corruption, we need to have a degree in corruption. Screw all these other subjects in schools. Let's have a degree in corruption. It is how best can you steal. Eric, you are complicit. You know, I'm a complicit too. We are looking at a mirror and we are lying to ourselves. What do? Chinese theorem. Go back to zero. Because Kenya is a heap of trash. We are looking at a mirror and we are lying to ourselves. I love you all. But I want to say this. Anybody who does not understand the mood of the time, everything needs to change. We need to go back to zero. There is too much stealing. You can't get a passport. You can't get an ID. You can't even take shit in the city without paying for it. Where are we headed? We need to change, each and every one of us. And if we don't change, we are going to perish. Thank you, EACC, for what you are doing. You are doing a lot of work, but still there is much more to be done. But the number one thing, Duale, you committed a genocide. Nordin Haji, you committed a genocide in Githurai and other places. You are still abducting our young people. They are still in jail. Release these people and let's go back to square one and move Kenya and Africa ahead. Thank you. I love you all.
Thank you, Jojo. Thank you very much. A lot of passion in there and some few curse words, but it is what it is. We apologize to anyone who was offended by that. Kijana ya Uhuru Parody, please. Your turn, 2 minutes strictly.
Thank you very much. First of all, I wanted to correct my brother here, Jojo, for saying that President Ruto has given the
the cabinet secretary for defense to Somalia. Aden Wale is a Kenyan citizen, same as Nurdin Haji. And my point is, there is something I shared here. I contacted EACC and their email, that is report at EACC on 5th May 2023. That's approximately 1 year and something. And up to date, EAC have never responded to my email or asked me for any further information or a response to my at least concern. So I want to ask Eric, a representative of EACC, is that, and how do you want us, the citizens in the ground, to contact you if you really want to work for us? Is there any other way we can contact you if the email that is in your portal and in your Twitter, the link, if you follow the link, you will find your email there. If you are not responding to the people, or why have you not responded to whatever I have written for you there? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kijana Uhuru. That's a very, very pertinent question, because if he wants support from the public, or they want support from the public, and they're not responding to the questions that are being posed, or suggestions, or things that are a problem, then I think it doesn't make any sense us having this conversation in the first place. However,
I want to
an
add something.
opportunity
If I've not used my 2 minutes, I know I've just used 1 minute of my time. Let me add something else. Whatever I was talking about is a member of parliament from Garissa, that is Fafi constituency. He has been using the CDF fund for, I don't know how, but majority of the people and the youth in the universities, and they are not receiving any bursary. So if at least they could go there, they will get more information. And there's something I have raised there, if you just see what I've written there. So it is that person, his name is Salah Yakub. He's an MP from Fafi. If they wanted to know more information, I will share. So that's my point. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Eric. Take note of that. I've seen the hands of Jean Lea Njoroge, and I've also seen Miriam. Miriam, strictly, Jan Lea, I give you a minute,
Yes.
strictly a minute, and then
Yeah.
Miriam, so that we
Yeah.
we close.
And it's just 1 minute, and I hear Eric, I think your name is Eric from ACC, your submission, but I think you keep coming back to the volume of what needs to be done is a lot, right? The volume of what needs to be done is a lot. And for me, I think the disconnect here is like, if the volume of what needs to be done is a lot, and we have a lot of youth that is doing a lot of nothing, right? Where is this disconnect? Can we get the youth, train the youth to help from a digital perspective, technology, right, to accelerate some of these things? So that I think is what my disconnect is happening. But because we can bring technology, and we can engage the technology community, and I'm happy to help facilitate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan Lea. That's very good. Miriam, you have your minute, and then I come to George. After that, we should be closing.
Cool, thank you. I was actually hoping you would be there when I was making my submissions, because I'm reiterating what I was saying in the morning about normalizing bringing agencies onto such platforms so that Kenyans can actually direct their concerns to them, and also hear some of the things we've learned from EACC. And I like how you had to sanitize yourself. See how quickly this thing can flip on us. But you see, this is the reason why it's important to normalize this. And then the other issue is on perception, what Eric talked about, perception on the ground. And again, I'll repeat what I said. If you don't, I have had so much new information today. I just seated on my bed on a Sunday afternoon. If I have had new information today, how do you expect a mama mboga down there or a farmer to get this information and not to vote for, let me give an example of Waititu, over and over again? I live in the village. When Waititu was being re-elected, I remember actually asking people, why are you electing him? And you know he was corrupt. People are like, it doesn't matter. Like, corruption wins. And you know the thing of psychology of people, they will go with what empowers them. And what we need to change that rhetoric. You mentioned, and I know you were saying it in jest, should you build schools with the proceeds that you recover? And some people said, yes, you should, because you're the one who needs to take the driver's seat and control the rhetoric and the perception of the people by putting this information in their hands. Everything you said today, one last thing. Everything you said today, I just hear you crying and crying wolf. There's nothing you're actually doing. Put this information in the hands of the people who need this information so that they can know what's going on. Use these proceeds to put billboards, put posters everywhere of Linturi and all these people and all these people that you have called to order, like the people who are corrupt, like the land commissioner. Put that information in the hands of the people because that's where it matters. The Larry demonstrations made a difference within 24 hours because the people are the ones who have the power. But if you keep it in EACC offices, don't come complaining about perception. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. I agree. Actually, we need to, and I agree with you totally that we need to have posters of the people who are just socially stigmatize them and make it difficult for them to appear anywhere in public. We did that. You saw what happened to this MP who talked badly, I think, about butchering 5,000 Kenyans. And he went to White Sands Hotel and he was removed from the hotel. That's what we need to do, socially stigmatize these people and make it difficult for them to do. So before I come to Eric so that he gives the final responses to everything that has been asked, I'll allow George to have his contribution. I think that'll be the end. After that, we have Eric, and then we close the space.
100% on what Miriam just said. 100% on what Miriam just said. And I reiterate the point. What powers do you need to perform your duties? Whether it's budgetary powers or legislative powers, laws in your favor, or an amendment in the Constitution, so that you are performing as a system and not a part of politicians. And the point that Miriam just made, that's how FBI flourish, by keeping alive a list of 10 most wanted criminals all over the world. And they attach a reward missions through your system. Then you incentivize regular wananchis by giving them a bonus for volunteering the information. People who are career civil servants who are being forced to do these dirty deals on behalf of politicians and government officials, they would volunteer the information because they know where the skeletons are hidden. So I reiterate one more time, and I really would want you, Mr. Eric, to answer this question. What powers are
Thanks.
missing in the
Thank you.
in the budgetary, in the legislative, and constitutionally, so that you are operating independent of the influence of politicians and the government?
Thank you so much, George. That's very, very good questions. Eric, I give you the opportunity. I'll give you some time. I'll give you up to a maximum of 7 minutes to be able to canvass all the issues asked. Then after that, we'll start to look at how we close this space. But so much, thank you so much for finding time. We didn't invite you here, and for the record, that's very important. He joined because I think this is a matter to do with corruption, and it's important probably for him to clarify. So grateful that you are here. Clarify on those issues, then we end this space. Paula, I can see you amongst the listeners. If you can, please come up to the mic because we need to close the space, and we'd appreciate to have your final word.
Do I proceed?
Yes, Eric, feel free.
Yeah, thank you, Mizani. And it is true that we were not part of this conversation, but when we noted that it was happening, we found it necessary to join and enrich the discussion by providing information. A number of questions have been put to me, as well as comments. I want to confirm that we have our team that is also taking down the comments that are in the form of suggestions on reform. But to clarify what has been asked and respond to the questions from listeners, I'll say the following. One, to the listener who said that he sent an email that is yet to be responded to, my response is that we usually acknowledge receipt of the email communication that comes, but sometimes people expect us to start discussing the merits of the matter with it. You know, you acknowledge that you have received a report and you will act. You know, people start saying, okay, so when do I expect this? What about this? Can you also do this? The wife is also doing this. When we do that, we interfere with the investigation process. So in the event that that email was not responded to, I will be interested to find out why. You may probably not have used, the correct email. I will check, and then we'll pick it from there. When we finalize the investigations, we don't, all the time go back to the reporters and tell them that this is what happened, because, we report to the DPP for the next action. And there are cases where we get back if we need information. So if there is a matter you have reported to us, you are yet to see a response, engage us. The commission is usually very receptive. We work very, very closely with the media. They get information on what is happening and they disseminate it. We are available on social media platforms. Yesterday, we opened a Twitter account to engage you more. I will be happy if you follow us because we'll be sharing a lot of information there. So on communication, we've picked that point. And if there's a specific issue, get in touch with us and we'll respond to it. There is a passionate question from one of us in terms of what exactly is required to remedy gaps in the legal and institutional frameworks. One, I begin from where somebody stopped when they talked about the wealth declaration. Kenya has a wealth declaration system, and that system helps the commission because when we are doing a lifestyle audit, when we are investigating unexplained wealth, we that if there is an area that requires urgent legal reform is Kenya's wealth declaration system. Because currently, that wealth declaration system, and when we discuss challenges, sometimes I hear people calling it crying. It is not crying. It is sharing with the Kenyans the areas that require reform so that when you engage your MP, you request them to look into these areas. So the Kenya's wealth declaration system is largely moribund in the sense that it does not have provisions that make it easy to use that form to use the forms to investigate. But nevertheless, the forms play a certain role in our investigation of unexplained wealth. One of the challenges is access. When public officers declare wealth after 2 years, those forms, as per the current law, remain confidential. Anybody wanting to access it has to write to entities called responsible commissions that are designated for various officers. Like people working in the ministries, we have the PSC. People working in parliament, we have the Parliamentary Service Commission. You write there explaining why you want to access the to allow ESCC their form. A long process. So one of the reforms required there is to have direct access of these forms by law enforcement agencies. Secondly, people under investigations. The law under Section 62 requires that one is suspended only after they take plea in court. Because if you are investigating a CEO, that is a person with the custody of the documents that you want to investigate them. If it is a procurement scandal, you expect him to avail those documents. The witnesses you require, the informers are people under the supervision of those people. That is why ESCC has been championing the idea of suspension of officers while an investigation is ongoing so that they don't interfere with the process. Currently, that is not what the law is. So when you talk about legal reform, it's having provisions of that nature. But I know others have said our recommendation to the National Assembly as a provision to take care of those situations. That suspension can be subjected to, a court assessment, so that if we feel that somebody needs to be suspended, we ask the court to examine what's available and then, allow that. The other key reform area is on the reform recommendations that EACC makes to public entities, recommendations that are made by Auditor General and others. If these recommendations that are aimed at sealing loopholes that allow corruption are left to be implemented, based on the goodwill of the head of an institution, that cannot be effective. And you cannot blame EACC for that. Because if EACC, for example, today has already given 28 counties corruption risk assessment reports showing what can be done to end corruption completely in those counties. Meaning that if those reports were implemented today, there will be no more corruption in those counties. But the law, as is now, does not have an enforcement mechanism. So if the reform required there is making those recommendations of EACC binding. The other reform area is in respect to appointment. So that if EACC undertakes vetting and informs a recruiting agency or a CS or any other authority that a person has integrity issues that are outstanding, such as a case in court, that should be binding, because many times those recommendations are not complied with. Again, that is not crying, it is explaining the situation as is. So those are the legal reforms that are required to strengthen what the EACC does. The other thing is in respect to sanctions for corruption. I know some commentators have argued that we can introduce minimum sentences for corruption, such as the case for the Sexual Offences Act. I know others have said that, okay, when you do that, you take away the discretion of the magistrate. But these are, technical issues and a debate that is still ongoing. But from where we sit, making the sentences stiffer, I think that can deter corrupt conduct more. Some have said that, okay, instead of the fines, why can't we have a pure custodial sentence? Those are suggestions. But what I want to emphasize is timelines. If the law is also amended to create timelines within which these cases should be heard and finalized, and then resources provided. Because you can say that cases are supposed to take 6 months, but you don't have enough judges, enough prosecutors, and enough investigators. So that should go hand in hand with strengthening those institutions. The other one, and I mentioned this, Chapter 6 of the Constitution is such a good law that can help end impunity and the corruption in our motherland. But again, without attendant enforcement mechanisms in the form of a proper enabling legislation, the provisions under Chapter 6 remain wishes. Because what we have under the leadership, under the Integrity Act, is not sufficient. And I know majority of those who are here are aware of that. If, for example, we say that for you to be barred from elections on the account of integrity, you must have exhausted avenues for appeal. Honestly, integrity is not about criminal prosecution. There are other issues, ethical issues, how one behaves in the community, etc. Another one talked about schools and, the money sent to schools. How do we protect that? A number of cases where theft has taken place have come to us. We have acted on some. But again, back to what I said, 80% of the things that require to be done to end corruption within institutions just require administrative controls. And for that to happen, the man or woman at the helm, PS, CS, must do what they are supposed to do. Governors should put in place mechanisms to ensure that money is not stolen. We still have counties that are using manual systems deliberately. We have others that even after procuring automated revenue management systems, are now stealing within those systems, and EACC has now entered those systems also. Watu wanaimba ndani ya hiyo mtandao, having people with the super user rights to alter revenue data. So this gives you the picture that the 700 people at EACC require support from every Kenyan in order to address the widespread corruption in various institutions. And as I conclude, the people who steal public resources are not from us.
Is it me or we've lost Eric?
I believe we've lost him, but
So
most
Mizani,
of the things we
that's
wanted to cover have been already covered. So I don't know. I'll get back to you. Let's try if we have Eric, the last call.
Eric. Okay, Mizani, what I think is I've even been sent something on the DM.
You can hear me?
Somebody has.
You
Now
can hear
we
me?
can hear you, Eric.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
yes, now we can.
moving forward, I want to suggest that multi-sectoral approach where ESC is doing its bit, every sector doing their bit, and private sector also. The private sector fuels corruption in the public sector. How are they able to do in terms of self-regulation to reduce the instances of corruption? Finally, I want us to acknowledge that corruption is perhaps the biggest threat that we have as a country because it affects all the other issues. You have heard of buildings collapsing because some procedure was not followed. Some engineer, in a county approved schedulings. ESC could not have been in all those areas. That is why we need every person to do their bit. The deaths that arise from collapsing of buildings have something to do with the corruption.
Eric.
On the roads, listeners, the final one, on the roads,
Eric,
there is
if you
something
can
that
hear me,
people
there's a
call
person.
minor. If today...
Hold on, Eric. Hold on.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
What I'm asking is, asked about recruitment to the forces, KDF and the police. Is there
Yes.
anything you guys are doing on that part?
In terms of those recruitments, when the process starts, our intelligence teams usually monitor there is a way of getting it. There are those that escape, particularly where they are initiated by parents, because we have parents who sell property and they themselves induce the officers, so that we have a situation where two people, there's no complainant, two people have agreed on something and they execute it. So not all cases of that nature reach us. So we also want to
Pardon me, I can't hear Eric. Can you, Obed? All right, we can't hear him. So
you can't hear me.
All right. I think, Eric, you're receiving calls that are interrupting. Maybe just make it very quick, 30 seconds.
Yeah, I was saying that it is important that when Kenyans experience situations where corruption has taken place, you can always quickly notify us, because it's not every time we are able to automatically know what has happened somewhere. So if Kenyans could have the culture of also reporting and exposing corrupt conduct, it can help us a lot. We have an anonymous reporting system on our website. If you go to escc.go.ke, you will be prompted to report corruption. That will help us. If you engage us through our regional offices across the country, you have these conversations, you need information, it is important to discuss things based on actually accurate information. We are open and we can always give such information as one may require. If there is something I've not addressed, we can still engage even away from this platform after it's done. I think that's all, unless I've left something.
I think Obeds and Mizani, before Eric quickly goes, Eric, I would honestly, and I've really wanted to request for this mic to ask you very two specific questions. I won't make it a story. They'll be
Okay.
very direct. So my first question is, I've heard you overly mention county governments. I've rarely heard you speak on the national government. So is the focus of looking at corruption overly probably focused on county governments? Because I've really had challenges, you citing anything that is happening, especially the national government, having that's where the biggest budget in my own view, and even major corruption cases happen. So we thank you guys, yes, for what you're trying to do on the county governments, but I would really like to see the same zeal and hear examples being cited of what you're doing in the national government. You also mentioned about the reports, the risk reports you send to governors. Do you send the same to the president and all these other institutions within the executive at national government level? My second question and last question would be, the money that you guys recover that is from corruption, where is that money taken? And who is mandated to perhaps know that that money is actually being taken back to the rightful players or offices to be used in the right manner and not even stolen when it's being returned? So I think, to me, those would be very important questions of interest. And probably finally, what is EACC doing? Does it have a mandate to also educate the populace on what is actually expected? I've seen you have things like National Integrity Academy to train your staff, integrity education. What are you doing in your master plans or program of work to also educate the public on most of the areas you violated on this space? Thank you.
And,
Thank you. I could
I
directly answer the
respect
question.
just give me
recruitment.
a minute. Eric,
Eric
just give me a minute. Eric,
Eric
Okay.
did
just give
not
me a minute.
respond to it. The numbers recruited at the recruitment centers does not match the numbers in for their children to get into those offices. The issue is the recruitment is announced for 5,000. Those recruited at the centers are 1,000. Where do the others come from? And how comes we don't see any prosecutions or what happens? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Eric. Sometimes sometimes I want to eye jumper who at then being eye jumper was told to go to the local station to go to the recruitment center. You will be hired. But now, there are people over there who perform, but now they need that talent. And he was hired for that. But now he is hired on a special talent position. Let me not talk about that. This issue about EACC that I have, because there was so many cases that are withdrawn and something, and it has been used politically to ruin to ruin careers of people. Like, for example, Kimunya in 2000 and 2000. At the end of the day, the investigation and the report, you can't charge somebody where he was above board. We know that. We know Kimunya was clean. It was political. It has been said. Even the Sonko one, his cases, I'm not saying is clean, but it came out later because the senator said we are going to impeach him. This guy was clean, yeah, to the extent that they were impeaching him. But that's why I have issues with EACC sometimes. Now, EACC, you want to tell us you're above board, you are very transparent and everything. Why is it that when you advertise position, you are not like other organizations that publishes the list of the people who you are going to hire, the qualification and everything, and even put us a comment of these people we are going to show, we are putting there, we are going to hire them, we are going not to hire them, we are going to interview them. So that's it. Then my next question is Kenya. We said 40 million is for to campaign for MP. I don't know if it's 100 million for governor or everything. Why don't we do this as a country? We tell governor your maximum of stealing is 100 million. Your MP is maximum of stealing is 40 billion, because they need to recover their money at the end of the day. We need to be honest about each other. Nobody said spends money for everything for just for the pleasure of it. People would rather keep their money and be happy. Now, my last question is with EACC, the level of corruption, the level you are talking about. You recovered 6 billion and 12 billion you stopped. Uhuru told us it's about 20 billion, and we can trust Uhuru because he has access to information. He told us 20 billion. So you stop in a less than day for a year's work of work. How can it be? How can it be? The rationale, even the spending of the money, what you recover is equivalent to amount that you keep on running. I see EACC has been used as a political. EACC, according to me, died the time Lumumba fought against Cecil Mbarire on that case, and Mbarire won. That means you are not above board, because if Cecil Mbarire there, if in fact, PLO Lumumba was when at the peak when EACC needed to be strong. In fact, he went on a demonstration to Ministry of Land, and the Commissioner of Ministry of Land told him, it was a she, told her instead of demonstrating, he'd be investigating these things. We have so many cases in this country, and I can't say that people are clean, because people in this country have a propensity of and we can't get clean people in this country, because they are reflecting.
We must be completing this conversation. I think you've put across your point. We get it.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't want to be rude, but we really have to convince these gentlemen and ladies that you are doing the very best as an organization to address the issues surrounding corruption. And it's not just corruption. There's the issue of integrity and accountability. So I'll give you 2 minutes, Eric, to make your final remarks, consolidating everything that has been raised as questions, including the issue of recruitment and where do these ghost employees or trainees come from after recruitment. ESCC, courtesy of Eric, please.
Thank you very much. I want to be very quick because I'm also losing my charge shortly. Starting with the question regarding whether we are only focusing on counties, because I've talked about it more. I want to say that the challenge of corruption cuts across both the levels of government. Perhaps the reason why I was talking about counties more the problem is more prevalent there. What has happened in recent months, you have seen senators at EACC, you have seen heads of state corporation, Mzalendo Kimbuncha and the 400 million paid to ghost workers. Recently, Director General Nita, Tanahadi, 297 million. And where does the recovered money goes? The law requires that whatever is recovered is sent to the consolidated fund, and we've been sending that money to PS Treasury. If it is in the form of assets, be it land or government houses, they revert to those institutions. But I also acknowledge that we have another challenge of regrabbing of what has been recovered. So there are cases where after those properties go to the institution.
All right, Eric, we were hoping you can answer where the money goes, but clearly that's the part we decide to keep it not a public information. But anyway, that's on a lighter note. Accountability, it looks a bit far-fetched, but the reality is people are interested in this conversation. Paula, from where you sit, what's your conclusion, especially having listened to Kenyans and where the direction of this talk is headed?
Wow. My reaction is wow. I think we've been here for nearly 6 hours. Pulling this off and being such great moderators, you've been able to keep people interested and engaged. We did, in our poll, realize that people said 67% of the recipients or the respondents said they would engage on this issue. And I think this is a fantastic beginning. I just want to say thank you to everyone who has been here listening, and those people especially who have shared their experiences, expressed their concerns, and presented some very interesting ideas, solutions, and experiences from other places, because I think this is all very relevant. We obviously can't solve everything here, but I feel personally that I've learned so much. I've learned more than I could have expected, and I'm really grateful for that. And I hope everyone feels the same. And I regret that not everyone maybe got to say everything they wanted to say, but I'm really excited that this was a very open and a very professional dialogue. It wasn't, nobody was screaming or yelling and insulting each other or anything. So that's really amazing, considering how frustrated everyone is about what's happening. Corruption So we have no choice but to deal with it if we really want to have a wealthy, healthy, successful future. And I think what's missing for us as Kenyans is we don't really have a vision. We have what would I say, an interpretation of who we are out there in the world. If you ask anybody in the world, they say, oh yeah, Kenya is a great country. You have good runners, you have these great animals, but it's such a corrupt country and it's dangerous. Those are the things that people will say about us, and that's not how we would. So I think we need to retool ourselves, starting with a vision, because we can go after these different institutions, but if they are not aligned, if what we're doing in the judiciary, we're doing in the EAC, which is actually where we are right now, what if we could actually try to pull together some of these ideas and recraft a vision, maybe for 2050, which is all about ending corruption in order for our country to be successful, especially of the youth, which makes up more than 50% of our population, and corruption free. I think that will force us to rethink the pillars of the future of this country, the pillars of development. What would we want in every single sector, including education, which several people have raised? Because it's very depressing when you meet young people and they just don't know what the future is for them. They are really giving up. A lot of people are just giving up. They just don't care about the future. When I was a kid, I was so excited about the future. But now, with what's happening in this country, people feel like there's no hope unless you're already, in a wealthy family or connected to some powerful politician. So my areas, but under an overall vision for our nation. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Paola, and very gracious of you to spend the day with us, including our guest who left earlier on, Horton Irungu from Amnesty International KE, that is Kenya, and really defending the very beliefs we have as a people, that we want to prosper as a nation. But for that, existence as a community, as a country. I know against all odds, we would have decided to call it a night or an afternoon, but I'll give Mugandi 1.5 minutes. I know it's quite late, but kindly, Mugandi, make your comment very quick before we can go to the co-host to make it a call of the day.
Well, thank you so much. I'll just make my best statement because I'm from Uganda. And corruption has blown the region into fun. So what have the Kenyan youths done wrong that the Ugandan youths are being told not to emulate, and they have now deployed the army? You can't move in Uganda now. But it's just because of corruption. And we can't, nobody should give corruption lip service. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Eric, are you there with us? Do you want to finish the statement you had earlier on, or should I proceed to Obets? We don't have Eric. George, anything? Oh, Eric is there. Eric.
Both the national and the county governments. So we need to strengthen internal controls. That will help. Then to the gentleman who had said that there is an email they wrote, I want to advise that they get in touch with us. Some of the issues that have come across this platform are also in the form of reports that the commission will follow. So if you have a matter that you feel that has not been addressed, because it is possible that we don't have some of the things that are happening out there, please give us that information. You can reach us through our anonymous report system that is on our website. We have an office in Kisumu. We have an office in Bungoma, Nakuru, Nyeri, Mombasa, Malindi, Isiolo, and Eldoret. And you could also write an email to us, report@integrity.go.ke. And finally, if there is a specific issue that you want me to address, I could address before I now leave.
Actually, Obeds, Eric made his final remarks. So I will now give George 30 seconds. George, anything specific and not addressed to anyone in particular?
Yes. So final point is I heard the gentleman from EACC mentioning the places they are in. I would also suggest, after hearing the temperature on the ground from the people giving him feedback, that they implement visiting these areas in town hall kind of settings, so that they are getting in touch with the people on a regular basis, so that this information is not delayed. And he never mentioned any office in central Kenya. Probably you need one in Moranga and specifically investigate Mwangi area. And also, for the general purpose of the continuation of these conversations, Mizani, please create a new space where you are inviting the gentlemen who left when I showed up here, including Dr. Ekuru and Kibudha Kibwana, and also the other gentleman. He was in the inbox. Let me check his name. Ahara institution that allowed for 47 governors. So there is a conversation to be had there, and I wish to have those conversations around what we can do to amend our constitution so that it's serving our people, and you are eliminating all these useless positions in council.
Very useful. What I think is very important now, as Mizani 254, what we've tried to do is to have conversations that are impactful, and what we are looking forward to is to and we have endeavored, and if it is possible, we would like to, if we can help to collaborate this matter and help with public information dissemination, because I feel ACC's problem maybe is messaging, because there's a lot of information you've given us today here that many other people probably didn't know, and for those who are on the space have got to learn about it today. So we are happy to do that, which can be done. The whole purpose and intention of this is to ensure that we demand for accountability, a better governed country, and where everybody is given an opportunity, irrespective of the surname that they hold or where they come from. It is important that that be the case, because for a very long time, some of us probably, not even Luos, we are not Luo, but my name starts with an O. And Zani 254, we try to engage in conversations that are honestly intended to have everybody come on board, contribute, and hopefully we can make a difference in our small way. So thank you very much. Thank you guys for spending your time. For those that we could not be able to admit to the speaker, we do apologize, but we can only do so much because we have only 10 slots. But as George has said, there's further conversations we need to have. And George, we'll be happy to engage anyone who you feel is willing and happy. And for us, as long as the conversations are respectful, we do not have a problem. You can agree to disagree as long as it's with a lot of respect and there are facts involved. So in terms of further conversations, please don't hesitate to reach out to Mizani, and we can always try and engage in the best practical and possible way. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. And this has been a very wonderful space. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Obez. I really breathe into this conversation on retooling integrity and accountability. And we understand that integrity is not just about how moral you feel about issues, it's about doing the right thing. And that's why I believe when the ESCC is trying to combat the issue of corruption and prevent it in the same breath, they have to still work around the issue of ethics and integrity in this country. Chapter 6 should not just exist as a blueprint of how we want us to operate in this country, but a reality of who we want to become as a nation. And therefore, moving into the future, we want to welcome as many as people into our talks. We do have our weekly spaces every Monday and having the Friday spaces, which are limited to 2 hours. So if you feel these are too long for you, kindly jump in on Fridays when we look at various topics surrounding the issues of leadership, integrity, and accountability. For now, I want to thank our main speakers, Paula Kahumbu, who is conservationist rather, and she has been a great impact to this talk. Let us give her flowers for that. Thank you so much, Paula, for making time to be here. Without forgetting Houghton Irungu from Amnesty International Kenya, who made time to be here early in the morning. If you missed out on his presentation, I challenge you to go back and listen to the tape. There's so much richness in whatever he delivered. But let's say it, among the public speakers and spokespersons I've had presenting institutions in our country, Eric, you did an amazing job, and we clap for you. Receive your flowers for that. Last but not least, all of you have been very disciplined. You have maintained a cordial relationship in the chat section. Even though we don't agree to everything you say, that is the beauty of democracy and the beauty of and being defiant to corruption without fearing who thinks what about it. I mean, if I was to level this conversation to what the young people were talking about on one of the local media, they convert to die by suicide, or you are signing up to commit the most atrocious murder on human being you can think about. And therefore, let us not just shun corruption, but let us embrace integrity. And also remember, integrity comes with a higher responsibility, which is accountability. In case you want to reach out to us and suggest more topics, you can do so by simply sending us an email on info@mizani254.org. That is info@mizani254 or Mizani254. Either of my colleagues will respond to you. And Obed, I see your hand is up, so I'm going to swing it back to you and allow you to conclude the conversation.
Yeah, my apologies. It's just that I've been sent some DMs with some details of some information probably that will be good for Eric's consumption. I'd like to forward them to him. And for the person who sent me the DM, just know that I'll do that. And I hope Eric will follow up and do what is required. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Without much, I want to take once again this opportunity to say thank you, because plenty should be found within our borders. Have yourself good afternoon, good evening, and good night. I'm out.